Hey there guys, I'm Will and welcome to the Comedy Review, the show where I'm so desperate for jokes I have to ask my audience. Yeah, okay, no need to make it so f***ing obvious. It's also the show where we talk about things that happen in motorsport. Things like this. Aston Martin show off their love for bondage. George Russell takes up a new job as a professional paedophile. And Ted Kravitz explains how gay sex works.
They would now go, no, like this.
We've got a lot to talk about then, and we start here. Formula 1 is finally back, as testing got underway at the Sakir International Circuit in Bahrain, a peaceful part of the world that love our sport, well apart from in 2011 for some reason. The first running of 2025 machinery in anger was just around the corner, but first we had to actually see what the new cars looked like in the first place. After not even gracing us with a render at F1 75, Mercedes finally showed off their W16 in a Bahrain shakedown, complete with a radical side pod design set to propel them up the order. That show went well last time, didn't it? The new car prompted a flurry of responses from Twitter engineers who are so knowledgeable they haven't been hired by teams, presumably because it would give them frankly an unfair advantage. I've got an engineering degree, which was a great waste of 4 years, wasn't it? Anyway, I thought I'd give this a go. So, here on the Mercedes we can see a front wing. That's a mirror, which is particularly hard to spot given it's facing away from you, and a particularly sneaky addition to this Mercedes is this fake air intake, which has been closed off to stop Toto Wolff from f***ing it. Yet again, Mercedes come into a new season screaming from the hills that they finally understand their car and can challenge back at the front, though I do find it interesting that since this initial shakedown they've been all a bit quiet about that. In fact, George Russell was so traumatised at these upsetting scenes, see him covered in one of those emergency blankets and waving like Rishi Sunak for some reason. Elsewhere on the grid, we got this 50 Shades of Grey inspired video from Aston Martin, who showed off their 2025 livery, which we'd already seen of course, on a poorly rendered new car. This of course prompted a wide array of questions from the media, the biggest of which being, what was the f***ing point? That takes us to the on-track action, and you see, here we have a problem. Fans of the channel may remember halfway through last year, myself and Formula 1 management may have had a little falling out. Long story short, they tried to kill the channel, I now sell mugs with a middle finger on it, and the comedy reviews of 2024 were mutilated to the point where they were glorified slideshows. Not this year though. I'm committed to finding an alternative, and well, I think I may have found one. I'm now going through the painstaking process of animating every single frame of every single session into a professional cartoon-like masterpiece. And look, I know what you're thinking. God, Will, where has that artistic talent been all these years? This looks so accurate to real life. Now, hang on, why have you put that on the screen? Go away. Will it work? Who knows? But remember the last time someone's artistic genius wasn't given the credit it deserved? Yeah, it didn't end very well, did it? So with that threat out of the way, let's get into day one of testing. Lewis Hamilton has been at Ferrari for well over a month at this point, though his first appearance with a Scuderia in an official session was still enough to make Team LH lactate at every mention of his name. That was all tolerable until someone's bodily fluids got into the electronics box at the Sakir International Circuit, plunging the track into darkness and bringing out... Oh, I've got to bring this back again, don't I? This would also mark Liam Lawson's first appearance as Max Verstappen's resident cumsock at Red Bull, the New Zealander quick to pay homage to predecessor Perez in the opening hours of testing. Liam will be under a lot of pressure this year, with the woke community viewing his promotion of Yuki Tsunoda as modern-day racism. The newly rebranded Racing Bulls outfits have already caught some attention this season by painting their car in their new favourite colour and hiring the French reboot of Daniel Ricciardo. I mean, come on, it can't just only be me that sees this, right? Maybe it's just the nose. Isaac Hadjar here would have another moment later in the day as his V-carb demonstrated the rear end of your mum. Fun fact, Hadjar was the third driver to race with number 6 since the personal number allocations began in 2014. The first was 2016 world champion Nico Rosberg, and the second was Nicholas Latifi. In other words, Lewis Hamilton is shitting himself right now. Returning to the present day, and it would be Constructors' World Champions McLaren on top at the end of day one, Lando Norris leading the way from Russell's Mercedes. That's not to say everything went smoothly for Team Papaya, however, someone accidentally spilling a bucket of Shrek's semen onto the MCL 39, forcing the team to hide their mistake by huddling around the car like penguins in the David Attenborough documentary. Part of me was just waiting for a predator to come out of nowhere and bite one of the mechanics' heads off. Instead, I guess we'll just have to settle with tearing into our ex-bell end of the week. The start of the afternoon session was hampered for Norris after his McLaren team opted to replace the floor in his car. Now, whether this was a scheduled specification change or due to damage in the morning, we don't know. But regardless, This was all apparently Oscar Piastri's fault. First day of the new season, and Oscar is already being a burden to Lando. This was almost about to receive Expel End of the Week, but then I encountered this special character down in the replies, preventing his teammate from testing. That's real desperation, lol. This coming from an account called Still Counting 4. Quite frankly, I'm impressed he made it that far. We've come across these Lando stands before, the ones that for some reason believe Oscar Piastri is the re-embodied form of Genghis Khan and should be murdered at all costs. Granted, the Piastri fans aren't much better, but they do make for some fun in the replies. Holy f***, how delusional can someone be? He should prevent you from tweeting instead. You f***ing idiots don't know how testing works. And lastly, my personal favourite, f*** up, you daft twat. Kudos to the fellow Danny Rick fanboy who pointed this one out, and if you want to nominate the next Expel End of the Week, use the hashtag on screen, tag me on the platform, or join our Discord. Now, on to day 2 of testing. Oh look, America.
Bitch, I smack you with that baby and
Thursday in Bahrain would see the first bit of contact for 2025, Piastri and Hulkenberg coming to blows in, quite frankly, a rather strange incident you'd expect more from a dementia-ridden grandmother trying to park outside a Tesco Express. With confirmation then that Sauber would still be doing Sauber things in 2025, we'd see a new name hit the top, as Williams signee Carlos Sainz entered the day fastest, just in case you needed any more evidence to prove that testing times mean f*** all. His replacement at Ferrari, Lewis Hamilton, topped the morning running, despite forgetting where turn 1 was at one stage. And Mercedes found the first sector challenging as well, George Russell going off-piste, then spotted caressing his car later in the session. If that didn't make his W16 a little bit wet, then the incoming rain certainly would. Yes, you did hear that right. Bahrain, the place so arid that even a puddle is considered an act of God, decided to host a surprise downpour as running got underway. That meant 10 Formula 1 cars, piloted by the best drivers in the world, got to pootle around looking about as useful as an MP in a food bank. Jack Doohan went straight on at turn 4 and was promptly wheeled into the garage while management went on the hunt for Franco Colapinto. As the rain intensified, many of the teams were faced with quite a significant problem, many opting to only bring dry tyres in their allocation for testing, mainly because we were in a f***ing desert and using the inters or wets is like having the choice of a paper towel or a shower curtain when your house is on fire. That meant teams like Haas or Aston Martin were rather proud of the fact they'd actually bothered to read the weather forecast for this week. I mean, well done guys, you brought intermediates, but you're also last for the second day in a row, so celebrate while you can, I guess. Haas were literally laughing their asses off when the final day of testing rolled around and their VF25 started stripping off on the main straight, and giving the other 9 teams an excellent view of how not to design a Formula 1 car. At the other end of proceedings, McLaren were looking like the team to beat, long-run performance placing them well ahead of their rivals after day 2, but the final morning was conveniently filled with mistakes for Team Papaya, Lando looking to go quick before practicing the famous bottle of 2024 before he could set a competitive lap time. Still, could be worse. Here's Alpine resorting to suffocating Jack Doohan. Bahrain f***ery was also at work once again, the red flags flying after Sergio Perez's 2025 role was finally unveiled and a stray bus started to make its way onto the track. Oh, go on, do the thing then. And then, as quickly as it arrived, it was gone. Like a ghost, a big diesel-powered, red flag-inducing ghost. Regardless, it's a reminder that no matter how much money gets thrown at this sport, no matter how cutting-edge the technology, F1 can still, at any moment, descend into an absolute farce. It sort of makes you wonder what could come next. A cyclist in the pit lane, a bloke in a Fiat Punto trying to overtake Verstappen on the straight, or maybe Esteban Ocon being disqualified for running over an Uber Eats driver mid-session. As it turned out, it would be neither of those things, as instead, a pane of glass gave up the will to live and shattered all over the start-finish straight. No, we're not doing that again. Elsewhere, Aston Martin were continuing to show that they were the driving force of the grid, as a steam sack of shit, Lance Stroll got sick overnight and had to hand over his car to Alonso for the afternoon's running. With the Spaniard making about as much of an impression as a fart in a hurricane, it was all over. Testing was done, and we were left trying to work out what we could work out from all of this. Since the checkered flag fell, McLaren have said their shit, Ferrari have said their shit, Red Bull said they've been a bit better than last year, but are still shit, and Mercedes think they've made progress, which means they're shit. You know what, Williams topped the overall times, maybe they have a shot after all. We won't really know until the lights go out in Australia in just a couple of weeks' time, so leave your final predictions and thoughts down in the comment section below, and maybe we'll revisit them in the next comedy review. Or maybe I'll forget I said this bit and we just won't. I'm going to do something a bit different now. With the comedy review back in full swing, I want to do a little extra something for my patrons and members. So I'm uploading an extra exclusive video for them, breaking down the new Drive to Survive trailer, which seems to include a Toto Wolff sex scene for some reason. If you'd like to watch that, then head down to the links in the description below. Now I'm off to write the first IndyCar comedy review of 2025, so in the meantime, f*** off.
That's rude.
Hey there guys, I'm Will, and welcome to the Comedy Review, the show that finally let RPM escape the basement. Yeah, it wasn't by choice, I assure you. It's also the show where we talk about things that happen in motorsport. Things like this. F1 Academy officially kicks off in Bahrain, Carlos Sainz has a wank, and Yuki Tsunoda identifies as f***ing weird.
I'm good at smelling something.
What the fuck?
A fair bit to get into then, and we start here. The big news coming into the weekend actually didn't have anything to do with the 2025 season at all, as Cadillac were finally granted entry for the sport's new rules era in 2026, and here to break the news is everyone's favourite stroke victim, Mohammed Ben Sulayem.
An 11th team joining the Formula One grid. This is historic milestone in the expansion of global motorsport.
Okay, now I think I said back during F1 75 Live that Red Bull put Christian Horner out on the stage just in the hope that someone might assassinate him. Nice to see the FIA going one step further on this one and literally putting their president in the car that JFK was brained in. Anyway, at least he's just delivering the good news and not making it about himself.
I had a vision of expanding the grid and bringing new talent to our sport, but I faced opposition, a big opposition. Within the sport, there was an unwillingness to support the championship's progression, an unwillingness to change and grow, but I simply persevered.
Oh, for f***'s sake. Returning to 2025, and this season introduces us to 6 new rookies, well, 5 new rookies, and Liam Lawson, who's about as much of a rookie as I'm a porn star. Meet the talent that will carve out the future of Formula One. You've got paedophile's wet dream, Kimi Antonelli, Ollie Behrman, a man so posh he makes George Russell look like Russell f***ing Brand, Isaac Hadjar, who looks like the white angry bird with pubes for hair, Gabriel Bortoletto, who I don't have a joke for because I literally forgot he existed, and future Alpine factory shooter Jack Doohan, who came to this first impressions video identifying as a Make-A-Wish kid.
I just joined the car!
It's almost time for the championship to get going then, but first we've got the all-important task of analysing Sky Sports' new lineup for the 2025 season. This happens to include Ellen, Pit Lane Prick, AI Robot, Danica Stick, and Craig Slater, who I'm still convinced is on opioids. Here he is running around the studio like a kid from Something Special, and again having one of the most unfortunate live TV cutouts of all time.
And you've also got Liam Lawson in the Red Bull driving along.
I think we've padded long enough. Let's get into free practice, which was still a glorified wankfest if you like the colour red. It's probably no surprise to hear that all cameras were pointed directly at Lewis Hamilton, though that might also have had something to do with the fact that he said he loves children earlier this week. We got to watch as the Briton got to leave the garage in his first official session as a Ferrari driver, then as he locked up for the first time in an official session as a Ferrari driver, then crossed this white line for the first time in an official session as a Ferrari driver, then finished 12th for the first time as a Ferrari driver. Ollie Behrman takes over from Kevin Magnussen this year at Haas, the rookie hopeful treating practice like all of us on the F1 game, doing half a lap on softs before deciding we're just Ayrton Senna now, half spinning the car, hitting pause, then retiring for the rest of Friday's activities while gleefully watching the AI attempt to save your clusterfuck of a situation. This was worth staying up for, wasn't it? Should we check in on George Russell? Actually, let's not. With the British drivers carrying the flag about as well as a quadruple amputee, Lando Norris at least gave us some hope to cling on to, topping the opening session of the weekend, finally figuring out how to mash the throttle without violently shitting himself at the thought of Max Verstappen's shadow. Meanwhile, home not-so-favourite Jack Doohan had a little play in the sand at turn 7, cue our customary shot of Belgrano boy in the Alpine garage, and with that, let's get to FP2, which saw similar off-track moments for teammate Gasly and Audi/not Audi because they're not good enough yet F1 team. It would be Leclerc taking top honours this time, closely followed by the two McLarens and Yuki Tsunoda of all people, the Japanese driver the fastest of the 4 Red Bull-powered cars, despite still being in the junior team. Liam Lawson was surprisingly happy about that headline, given it detracted from the fact that he was down in 17th. The Kiwi hasn't had the easiest of starts to Red Bull, even his social media admin seems to hate him, and Lando Norris demanded justice for Sergio Perez by paying tribute to the Mexican and forgetting the second Red Bull existed on his way out of the pits. And for anyone worried, he's also spent time finessing this weekend's inevitable bottle as well, so don't panic. With the session capped off by Lance Stroll doing typical Stroll things, it was about time to head into Saturday, and yeah, no, I'm not waking up for that. Ollie Behrman seemed to share my opinion on that one. The Haas team worked hard over Friday afternoon to put his car back together, the Briton paying them back by spinning into the gravel and bringing out the red flags just 3 minutes into FP3. Welcome back, Nikita Mazepin. Liam Lawson's running was also curtailed due to his car contracting Perez syndrome, but things looked to be more positive for Williams, 6th and 7th, despite Sainz spanking the wall like a naughty, naughty boy. It would be a third different driver on the top by the end, Oscar Piastri making the home fans proud, though the Aussie wasn't necessarily the most popular man in the paddock, at least according to our ex-Bell End of the Week. We do seem to cover a lot of McLaren fans in this segment. Perhaps it's bad luck, or perhaps they're so dense like can't get into the room and help them see their f***ing keyboards. I know I covered them last week as well, but this post has the most nominations I think I've ever seen, so here we go. This is Mr. Gambit. Gambit is in an act or remark that is calculated to gain an advantage, presumably referring to the risk his parents took with inbreeding. Commenting under a since deleted McLaren post picturing Oscar Piastri and Lando Norris, Mr. Gangbang here replies, "Why is Oscar in front? Is he your number one? Papaya rules?" I think this one comment sums up my response quite aptly. Do you have the thinking skills of a dead rabbit? Other users were quick to be a tad more blunt than this one. After a few hours, McLaren for whatever reason decided to take this post down, leading to poor Mr. Gambit here to think he was special enough to have caused it. Well, granted he's a little bit special. But then the tide started to change, responding to this comment with, "I wish he would, I swear, but he'll not because they'll start preaching to him like that did Lando with, if you'll be a champion, you'll need Oscar and you'd need the team." Sorry, I feel like I've just induced a stroke just reading that. These Norris fans are something else, man. That said, the Piastri lot don't seem to be much better either. Really, someone whose Twitter cover photo begs you to follow them hardly deserves the time of day. I appreciate how ironic that sounds coming from someone who promotes his Patreon at the end of every video and asks you to always subscribe, but moving swiftly on, if you'd like to nominate the next ex-Bell End of the Week, use the hashtag on screen, tag me on the platform, or join our Discord server. Anyway, about time we get into qualifying. Oh look, a post I can relate to. Helmut Marko caught some criticism earlier this week when he referred to Gabriel Bortoleto as, quote, a B-grade driver and predicted Jack Doohan to only see out half the season. Guess it must have been pretty awkward then when both drivers outqualified his personal toy Lawson, one of the big shocks eliminated from the first part of qualifying. Kimi Antonelli would also join him on the sidelines, though this wasn't helped by the Italian's W16 dragging its balls across the floor for most of the session. Still, could always be worse. You could be Ollie Behrman, whose car couldn't deal with his for any longer and allowed its gearbox to kill itself, preventing the Briton from even leaving the garage. With Ocon and Hulkenberg completing the drop zone, we moved on to Q2. Hashtag Blessed in trouble after realising he didn't have the pace to remain in the top 10 and deciding just to ruin everyone else's lap instead. Bortoleto was unlikely to challenge the Ferraris, though made sure of that by projectile shitting himself all over the first sector. He therefore joined Doohan, Hadjar and the two recycling bins as the final 10 prepared for the shootout for pole. It all looked to be the McLaren shot to this point, though the bottle would start to manifest itself when Piastri mutilated the final sector and Norris had his lap time deleted. Leclerc, Russell and Verstappen were all able to go quicker as the initial Q3 runs went ahead, leaving Team Papaya with everything to do in the dying moments of the session. They'd rise to the occasion though, Piastri taking provisional pole back by half a second, only to be usurped by Norris. Verstappen and Russell failed to challenge, while Alex Albon shocked the world by outqualifying both Ferraris in 6th. We all thought that was it. The cameras were pointing at Zach Brown assaulting his pit wall, only we'd managed to forget all about Yuki Tsunoda, who took his RB up to 5th in the biggest metaphorical f*** you to WhatsApp man and the Red Bull team. With rain forecast for Sunday though, all this could change, and as we watched the F3 drivers pinball off the walls in the morning, we were likely set up for a cracker. It was actually Formula 2 before that though, and if you stayed up for that in the UK... no, I did as well and I want to kill myself. We of drama before the lights even went out. Isaac Hadjar showing he'd spent the off-season studying at the Lance Stroll School of Formation Laps, binning it in the Turn 2 barriers, and in doing so managing to achieve a shorter first career Grand Prix than the GOAT over here, which I'll be honest I didn't even think was humanly possible. As the Frenchman went to play peekaboo with the F1 TV cameras, we were getting ready for the actual start of the race, Norris getting off the line well, which has to be one of the first times I've said those words in the comedy review. There was less celebration in the Piastri camp, as the homeboy was swallowed up by Verstappen, and if things couldn't get any worse for the Australian crowd, it was also delight for Flavio Briatore, who got his first piece of evidence in the Jack Doohan saga. We didn't get any team radio broadcast for this one, but I'm assuming it went something like this. The safety car was unsurprisingly deployed at this stage, though it didn't stop the drama. Carlos Sainz was the next car in the wall, and I'm sorry, I think that might have come from the Williams pit wall. Carlos blamed this on a quote, massive torque surge, which I'm not going to lie, stinks of utter bollocks. We should probably check in on Hadjar, shouldn't we? Oh, there he is. Anyway, at this rate, we'd have every car in the barrier by the end of lap 10. Despite this, F1 attempted to resume running, Norris leading the way from Verstappen as we finally completed the lap under green. Kimi Antonelli was playing catch-up from the back of the pack, the Italian making a nice move on Nico Hülkenberg before deciding he loved it so much he wanted to do it again. Charles Leclerc was having issues of his own, the Monegasque complaining of a potential leakage in the car and water sloshing around beneath his seat. Thankfully, his race engineer was on hand with the insightful comment of, quote, must be the water. Yeah, you know, sometimes the comedy review just writes itself. Over on the other Ferrari, Lewis was running into radio trouble as well, as we learned his grasp of the Italian language didn't yet extend to shut the f*** up and let me drive the f***ing car. Meanwhile, Norris had checked out, and now Piastri wanted to regain that McLaren 1-2. He'd have to make it past Max Verstappen to achieve that, however, a feat he achieved quite easily when the reigning world champion just forgot what way the circuit went. That put the pair of papaya cars together, and now Piastri was hunting for that coveted home victory. He was told normal rules of engagement applied, which, as it turned out, meant you're absolutely free to race until you get within half a second, at which point you must hold position. This made the race rather boring for a bit, until Lance Stroll had his latest accident, bringing back out the safety car. Oh, sorry, actually that's Alonso, force of habit. With another of the rookies out then, it was a perfect time to box for slicks. With nothing going on, why don't we check in on Isaac Hadjar? Oh, look, he's found a Marshall to play with now. We go racing once again on lap 42, but now we had threats of more rain in the air, and this time it was Class 3, which is apparently not very good. The incoming rain was evident when we saw the pair of McLarens navigating the final sector like a drunk at F1 arcade. Norris just about keeping it together as Piastri continued the tradition of Aussies being shit at their home race by spinning off onto the grass. Well, on the bright side, he's at least holding position now. Upon saying this, Lando pulled the biggest no in existence and boxed back onto the Inters. Verstappen meanwhile stayed out, his honorary teammate Yuki Tsunoda inheriting second place. That reminded us that Liam Lawson still existed, well, at least for now. The Kiwi had pulled a Hadjar down at turn 2 and was out of the running. At least this should make Isaac feel a little bit better. Well, never mind, I don't think he's seen it. While all this was going on, Team LH were rejoicing at the fact Hamilton had managed to pass teammate Leclerc. Well, until they realised it was only because the Monegasque had utterly f***ed it, and Bortoletto was also in the wall, so Bernd Maylander's services were required yet again. Max had bailed on the dry tyres as well by this stage, but a few were still chancing it at the front. This included the pair of Ferraris, who now had a double podium in the bag, or never mind, they're throwing that away for some reason. So with Hamilton getting his first taste of the circus, the rain had f***ed off again, and we had a 5-lap shootout for the win. Norris quickly broke away from Verstappen, while further back, Leclerc made #Let's Stay Worse by embarrassing him around the outside of turn 1. The Scuderia had lost out big time on strategy, but the likes of Albon, Stroll, Hülkenberg and Gasly were enjoying life far more in the comfort of the point. Well, for now anyway, the Frenchman decided he didn't like top 10 finishes very much and went playing in puddles on the exit of the first corner. It looked like we'd be resigned to watching the skirmishes in the back half of the top 10 for the rest of this one. Only after 56 laps of relatively no issues, the bottle was looking to make a return for Lando Norris. Verstappen was now right on his rear end and sniffing a taste of victory. That gave us a nail-biting final 2 laps, but in scenes of great character development for the Briton, he held on to take the opening Grand Prix of the year and the lead in the Drivers' Championship. Obviously. Oh, and to round out the podium was George Russell. He just seemed to spawn in P3 at the end of this one. How he did that, I have no idea. No, I won't lie, at half distance, I thought this race was going to redefine anti-climax, but actually it really delivered. So, in a new super imaginative segment of the comedy review, I'm going to start ranking the Grand Prix across the 2025 season and give this one a solid 9 out of 10. We had action throughout, and were treated to a spectacle in the end, and if this is anything to go by, I think it's going to be a rather good year. I wonder what Isaac Hadjar thought of this one. Oh, that's cute, he's playing with Daddy Bless now. We should give a few shout-outs as well at the end of this one. Fair play to Antonelli for a solid P5 on debut, Fraudbon for somehow ending up in 4th, Hulkenberg for dragging his radioactive piece of shit into P7, and Stroll for coming home 6th. Can't wait to see his Twitter fan club try to use this as evidence now that he still deserves his seat in Formula 1. Also, let's take a quick moment to give the finger to the FIA for letting me record that bit just before reversing an Antonelli penalty and making it completely wrong. Before I go, I should add that the comedy review is a little different this year. We'll have more episodes than ever before, or even on weekends where we aren't racing in 2025. 8 of those are already out on the channel, so you can catch up on everything you missed in the off-season by clicking on the card that should appear on the screen now, provided I remember to do that bit. Patrons and channel members get early access to these, as well as some exclusive videos now, so if you want to check that out and help support the channel while you're at it, head down to the links in the description below. Oh, and keep an eye on the rest of the socials this week. I may or may not have some big news in store. Anyway, until then, make sure you like, comment, subscribe, then watch another video, or f*** off.
That's rude.
Hey there guys, I'm Will, and welcome to the Comedy Review, the show that survived multiple bombings from FOM, although I do look like this now. It's also the show where we talk about things that happen in motorsport. Things like this. Esteban Ocon tries out the new Haas upgrade, Ollie Behrman touches a kid, and Liam Slowson rivals the Comedy Review for saying things only for them to age like shit.
I think, yeah, the weather would help us a lot, I think, from where we're starting.
And a lot more to come, but we start here. The dawn of the Chinese Grand Prix weekend was overshadowed by the tragic news of the loss of former F1 team boss Eddie Jordan, who died at the age of 76 from prostate cancer. Admittedly, that's a bit of a heavy way to open a video titled The Comedy Review, but I feel like it had to be acknowledged. Tributes came flooding in from all corners of the paddock, most notably at Aston Martin, formerly the Jordan team from the 1990s and early 2000s. That outfit has of course continued the tradition to that little Silverstone startup ever since, such as signing pay drivers like Lance Stroll. In brighter news, technical regulations, with the FIA controversially mandating more stringent tests on the rear wing following the season opener in Melbourne. This is all to do with flexi wings once again, and who better to explain these changes than Sky Sports' very own Thunderbird puppet Craig Slater.
It's about how much you can flex your bodywork, which I suppose is a vague connection to Beyonce in the but
Slater goes on to link this with the average salary of an F1 Academy driver, and quite frankly in this cost of living crisis I'm a bit offended by Craig flaunting his wealth like that, so I've officially complained to Ofcom and I advise you all do the same. Keeping on this tangent actually, Sky's been a bit off the rails this week, as it appears early DTS viewers are now old enough to influence the mainstream media. For example, here's national hero Martin Brundle discussing which F1 driver smells the best. And then on the F1 show, Simon Lazenby came out with this.
In Melbourne, that was a lovely start to the week before, well, we both got spanked on the Tuesday.
Anyway, in returning to flexi wings, fans and the technical minds at Twitter flocked to social media to call out McLaren on all this, given the papaya outfit became notorious for such innovations in 2024. However, the team would argue otherwise, claiming they had nothing to do with it this time around. No, instead, it would turn out that of all the teams caught effectively cheating the regulations, it would be Alpine and Haas out on the naughty step, making you wonder, just how crap were they really then? Another story from Melbourne stemmed from all the support for Kryzak Hadjar after the Frenchman binned it at turn 2 on the formation lap and had to be consoled by Daddy Bless back at the paddock. Not everyone was so supportive, however, most notably Helmut Marko, who called the whole situation rather embarrassing. Granted, Marco's POV does look like this, so to him it just looked like Kryzak's balling on his own. Finally in the news, it was Comic Relief this week, a celebration all about raising money and giving opportunities to underprivileged families. You know, the ones Ollie Behrman and George Russell still perceive as ancient myths. It was really nice to see F1 take part this year, and if you're not sure what I'm talking about, there was clearly this competition to design the ugliest trophy/fleshlight for this weekend's sprint winner, and Ferrari's outreach program to its fans for new merch ideas. The winner taking a similar stance to this as we do with wine. These pieces were clearly dated all the way back to February 2024. I've talked about this and more on my brand new podcast, and yes, it appears my midlife crisis really has come early. It's called Talk Shift, not Talk Shaft, that's the OnlyFans cut, and it's live now on its own exclusive channel. If you could check that out and subscribe, I'd really appreciate it. And you know what, here's an extra clip just to whet your appetite.
And that's that. Then you at least you've proven something, but it's all based on a hypothetical, not them not wanting him, wanting to put him in Red Bull, is based on his hypothetical mentality of how he would be there. But you can't know that until he's there.
Yeah, it's a bit like hating me for a joke I made about, a children's hospital about 4 years ago. So for anyone watching from Reddit,
I don't like children's hospitals either. I think they should be defunded.
links in the description. Please subscribe, as right now it looks fucking embarrassing. Just one practice session this weekend, making it all the more important for drivers to get a feel early, and making Liam Lawson all the more f***ed around a layout he hasn't driven since 2018. Red Bull made the ill-fated decision to document the Kiwis' first race for the team in Australia. Maybe V-Carb's attempt will be better, or never mind, they've decided to follow Kryzak Hadjar. The rookies really did have it tough in Melbourne. Gabriel Bortoletto was so irrelevant, the fans didn't even appear to know his name.
Alex! Alex! Alex!
I was kind of hoping that joke would lead into something he did later in the session, but it appears the highlights package have forgotten him as well. They haven't forgotten about Jack Doohan though, whose Alpine's lack of power steering attempted to snap his f***ing arms off mid-session. The Aussie was forced to pull over, but at least we have a meme for that now.
I destroyed the car!
It wasn't just the rookies in trouble. China's Turn 1 is famous for having multiple racing lines, though I think Alex Albon got a bit too experimental with this one. The Thai later complained that there was something loose around his pedals, which is a disgusting euphemism, and I'm complaining to Ofcom again. Charles Leclerc was another to find Turn 1 tricky. No doubt an uncomfortable situation, though likely not as uncomfortable as having this stick shoved up his arse. He at least entered the session in P2, splitting the pair of McLarens, while Liam Lawson got closest yet to teammate Max Verstappen. Only 4/10 is still huge. Max set his time on the mediums, and at the end of the day, he was still 18th. This isn't going to end well, is it? Lance Stroll and Ollie Bearman found themselves in trouble during SQ1, the pair being investigated for impeding. This was later dropped after the stewards came to the conclusion that it probably didn't matter and no one would care. The other house of Ocon, who I feel I have to constantly remind myself still exists in this sport, found himself perpendicular to the track out of the final corner. Not an ideal way to end the lap, though still faster than Slowson, who was 20th. I'd like to take this opportunity to personally apologise to Sergio Perez. We really didn't realise how good we had it. The Kiwi would be joined by Ocon, Hulkenberg and the two Alpines in the drop zone, as the remaining 15 cars headed into SQ2. I don't quite know what Kryzak did in this session, besides cocking up both of its laps and being repurposed by the team as a slipstreaming device for Tsunoda. This at least worked, with the Racing Bulls driver just scraping into the top 10 shootout. There were surprises behind, for all one embarrassing Sainz yet again, while Lance Stroll outqualified Fernando Alonso and the Aston Martin. And yeah, I really just said that, didn't I? As we got to SQ3 then, the big question on everyone's lips was who would take pole, and on which side of the McLaren garage were they? Early indications sure pointed the way of Oscar Piastri, with Norris too busy flipping off his car for some reason, the Mercedes appearing to be Papaya's closest challenger. That would have been upsetting news for #Blessed, whose move to Ferrari appears to have seen the Briton take a step down the pecking order. Oh, never mind, he's got pole. Alright, well I guess I'll just go f*** myself then. With Verstappen joining his best buddy on the front row, we were set up for an enticing sprint that might actually make the British people wake up at 3 in the morning. Hamilton would get off the line well, covering off the sloth as the 20 cars hurtled down towards turn 1. Just behind, Oscar Piastri was trying hard to fend off Charles Leclerc, while the other McLaren of Norris was also doing what he does best, losing positions, the Briton thinking it would be a fantastic idea to drive on the grass at turn 4. His compatriot George Russell was having a better time of things, passing Leclerc at the end of lap 1 for 4th on the road. A long way back, Liam Lawson thought he could do this too on Jack Doohan, except he clashed wheels with the Alpine, and I guess you could say he nearly destroyed the car! The midfield was really where it was at for the majority of this one, Gasly and Hadjar giving Slowson a masterclass on how to overtake, though still it could be worse. Norris was now dropping back from the car in front, and the car in front was occupied by Lance Stroll. At the front, Hamilton had checked out, and Piastri was now sizing up a move on Verstappen for second, the Dutchman's tyres now more closely resembling Helmut Marko's ballsack. There was a similar battle going on a little further back, George Russell now clinging on to 4th with the rampant Charles Leclerc following close behind. The day would all be about his teammate, however, as Lewis Hamilton crossed the line to win for the first time at Ferrari, and given this was only a sprint, we all looked around confused about how excited we were allowed to be. Well, at least Franco Colapinto was cheering, not for the British, obviously. Jack Doohan had just rather impressively managed to punt off both the Saubers. Guess he really has now destroyed the car! Look, I'm just going to milk this while I still can. Huge shout out to #Blessed, who no doubt will treasure his new fleshlight, and we've got to acknowledge Hadjar as well for making it further than the formation lap, and Lando Norris for adding one more to the bottle counter for the year, and finally making it past Lance Stroll. On a more serious note, it was interesting to see McLaren's supposed dominance clipped following the FIA's latest technical directive, despite them saying nothing was wrong with their car whatsoever. And maybe that's not all they should be afraid of. Well, at least according to our ex-Bellend of the week. One of the other technical highlights to come out of the Australian Grand Prix was McLaren's innovative brake duct design, a carbon fibre masterpiece that likely caused the engineers in the room to make their own versions of that Ferrari merch from earlier. This wasn't the reaction of all fans, however, most notably aerodynamics expert Josh Daly, whose peerless expertise was apparently uncovered something us simpletons have all missed.
At FIA, at F1, at Red Bull Racing, at Ben Sulayem.
God, this must be important.
Can we please look into this? Year on year, you favour McLaren. You can clearly tell this is not within the allowed specifications. Can we have a full strip of the car before China? And if deemed illegal, points deduction from today also.
I hope that impression was accurate. I just get the feeling this guy had his balls removed from an early age. I'm not too sure what Josh expected from this, to be honest. Either way, without further ado, please enjoy my favourite selection from the replies. Generational head loss, Lamau. Year on year, you favour McLaren. That's why McLaren have won one title in 17 years. Local man thinks FIA sees his tweets. Can you please explain that clearly this is not all within the allowed specifications? Some of us are not as smart as you. Shut up, you f***ing mug. Big thank you to those that sent this one in, and if you'd like to nominate the next ex-Bellend of the week, use the hashtag on screen, tag me on the platform, or join our Discord server. Now, back to the race weekend. Oh look, anime porn. Jack Doohan was in dire need to cause a stir following what happened at the end of the sprint. Unfortunately, he was only able to cause a brief yellow flag in Q1, as both Alpines were eliminated once again. It was a different story for the pair of racing bulls, both drivers spending time at the top of the table, which reminds me, where's Lawson got to? So this guy now has a worse qualifying record than Nikita Mazepin. The shocks will continue in Q2 as Sainz once again found himself on the wrong end of the drop zone, and there was huge relief in the Alonso camp as the Spaniard beat Lance Stroll, albeit still finished down in 13th. Considering the front of the field, and could Hamilton do it all again then in Q3? No, as Ferrari had decided it was time to be again. The McLarens were also back, Piastri getting one up on teammate Norris this time round to take provisional pole at the beginning of the session. It then rubbed salt in the wounds at the end by going even faster, all while everyone else failed to improve and Lando Norris rage quit into the pit lane. That gave him an excellent vantage point to watch as George Russell in the Mercedes knocked him off the front row and very nearly snatched pole away from his teammate, setting us up for a juicy conclusion to the weekend with 4 teams and, well, 7 cars capable of achieving victory. For the second time this weekend, then, the 5 red lights would go out and the leader would hold said lead off the start, Piastri hanging on despite a dive bomb from Russell into turn 1. When that failed, it presented an opportunity to Lando Norris, who cruised around the outside of the Mercedes. That meant the Briton had actually made a position on the opening lap, which is about as miraculous as F1 finding 8 minutes worth of highlights in this one. Just behind the leading trio, you had Charles Leclerc, who clearly wasn't happy with the setup of his car after qualifying. Making changes would require a pit lane start for the Monegasque, so the Ferrari driver decided to take a different approach to adjusting his downforce levels, by simply using teammate Lewis Hamilton to rip half of his front wing off. At the back of the field, Sauber weren't having a brilliant day. The world gained a new greatest unsolved mystery over how Hülkenberg dropped 7 places off the start. Meanwhile, rookie teammate Gabriel Bortoleto wanted some free air to save the tyres, and, well, I guess that's one way to do it. The only casualty of this race, besides the Liam Lawson supporters, was Fernando Alonso, the Aston Martin driver exiting early after his rear brake revealed its nicotine addiction on lap 4. Well, it's nice to see Newey's influence already paying off at least. The next 10 laps were great for those of us up early in the UK who could just go back to sleep again. Things got a little more interesting on lap 15 as the leaders came into the pits, Piastri suffering a slow stop and paying for it by having to watch Lance Stroll attempt to navigate turn 1. Things were even less ideal for teammate Norris, who had to box 1 lap later and ended up losing out to George Russell in the Mercedes. This was a great inconvenience for the championship leader, who had to spend 2 whole laps smelling King's Lynn arse crack before re-establishing the order at the front. Over in Ferrari land, Leclerc's DIY aero upgrades seemed to be paying off. He was now quicker than teammate Hamilton, to the point where the 44 car was ordered to give up track position. I've not checked Twitter, but I imagine it resembles something like the Somme around now. Meanwhile, Esteban Ocon was still doing his best to get Haas some airtime, making a daring move on the other Mercedes of Antonelli, while shedding some weight in the form of explosive diarrhea. The other Haas of Behrman was on the move as well, adding another nail to Lawson's coffin, then making similar moves on Jack Doohan's Alpine and the Williams of Sight. That gave Ollie the chance to practice his Italian, which was funny the first time, though quickly got old when he tried recycling the phrase later in the race, though I'm not quite sure I'm the best person to comment on all that. Things hadn't been so productive for the Racing Bulls outfit, with both cars dropping out of the top 10, and now Yuki Tsunoda's front wing making a bid for freedom with 10 laps to go. Speaking of the cripples, Leclerc's modifications were starting to work against him, with Max Verstappen getting by into fourth in the closing stages. The other Ferrari of Hamilton was getting his second course of Ferrari strategy mushrooms, the team boxing #blessed to get the fastest lap, before forgetting that you don't get a point for that anymore. All the leading battles had concluded by this stage, with Sky F1 beginning to prep their rain might be coming at the end excuse just to bolster their viewing figures. This all seemed to fade away when they realised there was trouble brewing for Lando Norris, who started complaining of a long brake pedal. The team were quick to inform the good old bottle cap that this would get worse with every single lap, and that Norris should manage this issue or risk retirement. So naturally, he decided to go even quicker. That very nearly spelled his downfall when the McLaren exhibited the stopping power of this class of primary school children on the final lap. Fortunately, the flag came in the nick of time for the Brit, who secured McLaren's 1-2, Piastri taking home a dominant first win of the season, and potentially staking a claim for this year's World Championship. You'd think that would be it, but I've learnt from Belgium last year, and soon after the cars crossed the line, Gasly and Leclerc were flagged up for their machines coming in underweight. This was great news for Hamilton fans, now satisfied that Charles could finally give that position after all. Oh, never mind, #blessed been disqualified too. All in all, not the most amazing Grand Prix in recent memory, though we were spoiled by Melbourne just 1 week ago. There was still an abundance of overtakes in this one, and despite there being no real battle for the lead, I'm going to hand this race a 5 out of 10. Some of you may think that's me being generous, to which I say, you've clearly never watched the Monaco Grand Prix before. For our post-race shout-outs, a huge congrats to Ollie Behrman for making the race pretty interesting, while also completing his Duolingo for the day, and Kimi Antonelli, who got driver of the day for doing all. Things don't appear to be so rosy though over in the Slowson camp. The Kiwi 15th after benefiting from a late Doohan penalty, and rumours swirling that he may not even be in that Red Bull as early as the next race in Japan. Yuki Tsunoda finally the leading candidate. There's now even some speculation it could be Hadjar getting the call-up, and if that happens, I think I might just beat myself to death with my own f***ing microphone. Red Bull never learned, do they? Whoever gets that drive, I just wonder what happens if they also turn out to be as inept as Checo or Liam. What do Red Bull do then? Anyway, this is the comedy review and not the race, so go think about that for yourself. And if you enjoyed this one, be sure to drop it a like and get subscribed for more F1 and IndyCar content over the rest of the 2025 season. Speaking of, the Americans head to Thermal this weekend, so get ready for the comedy review on that soon, and pray for my sleep schedule while you're at it. Huge thanks to the patrons who get early previews and exclusive content these days. Oh, and here's your final reminder to subscribe to Talk Shift. God, that was possibly the longest list of plugs I've ever done, so if you haven't already, f*** off.
That's rude.
Hey there guys, I'm Will, and welcome to the Comedy Review, the show that comes back more that Sergio Perez because the last time he did that was in a goddamn Alpine. What's that famous Star Wars quote again? Oh yeah, the ability to speak does not make you intelligent. It's also the show where we talk about things that happen in motorsport. Things like this. Naomi Schiff plays with Yuki Tsunoda's balls, VCARB play with Isaac Hadjar's balls, and no one plays with Craig Slater's balls, but he's still able to come out with this.
We're getting a bit wet here.
All that to come, but we start here. The big news of the week circulated around Liam Lawson, otherwise known as Slowson, or Josh Revell's wet dream, or useless sack of shit. Following 2 weekends where the Kiwi was so bad he made people actually feel sorry for Sergio Perez, Red Bull took the drastic decision to demote their driver in favour of Yuki Tsunoda, who is apparently now the genuine article despite being passed up on by a rookie just a few months ago. Cue Red Bull doing their absolute best to dodge these criticisms once WhatsApp man stuck his head out of his dungeon to see if the coast was clear. According to him, this was more about Liam and protecting his mental health. Helmut Marko, meanwhile, was harnessing his high-level dementia to accuse Adrian Newey, of all people, for barring Tsunoda's initial signing. At least be reminded by the man's wife that he'd actually been consigned to gardening leave by this stage, the world-class designer probably too busy aerodynamically optimising his lawnmower to give enough of a shit about Red Bull's latest weekly cock-up. No matter which way you look at it, the decision was no doubt a harsh one that has likely ruined Lawson's Formula One career. I mean, just look at Pierre Gasly. He managed to win in a Minardi, and even then, the only people that want him are apparently the French. Red Bull tried to bed in their reshuffled lineup by means of a show run around the Straits of Tokyo, though it appears Liam managed to find even this a little bit difficult. Still could be worse, Hadjar broke the front wing. With all eyes on the outfit coming into this weekend's Japanese Grand Prix then, they did their best to camouflage him with the Racing Bulls, debuting a one-off white colour scheme to mark the end of their partnership with engine supplier Honda. Again. They weren't the only ones with new looks coming into this one, Haas covering their VF25 with cherry blossoms to make it all the more beautiful when Ollie Bearman it into a wall, and Stake marking April Fool's Day with a Stake car, which took some convincing given this is very much something we'd expect them to do. With all my beat your meat material as useful as, well, Liam Lawson, let's move on to some brighter news. V10s are back. Oh, never mind, because Audi seemed dead set on becoming the second most hated thing to have come out of Germany. I was very glad to not stay up for first practice, because quite frankly, it was f***ing boring. With several outfits going for a Japanese theme, only a few years away from being labelled as cultural appropriation, Alpine took it one step further, placing its Japanese driver, Ryo Hirakawa, in the car for FP1. The rookie, still hopeful for a full-time drive at the age of 103, had a respectable showing, outpacing Pierre Gasly on his way to 12th at the end of the hour, perhaps even a performance that could place increased pressure on Jack Doohan. Gee, I hope he doesn't do anything stupid later. Both Williams cars were making headlines as well, Carlos momentarily dreaming of his Ferrari days as he missed his pit box, and Albon momentarily dreaming of his Red Bull days when he drove straight into the gravel. Kimi Antonelli was another to be stoned, while at the top of the order was the familiar hue of papaya, Lando Norris ending the session fastest despite some hairy moments at points, which as it turned out was just the Britain on a qualifying run. Jack Doohan was back in the car for FP2, and after a mixed start to the season really needed to turn things around. Unfortunately, he did this rather literally at turn 1. The Aussie had forgotten to close his DRS at the end of the pit straight, thankfully not a problem he'll have to deal with for long, since the mechanism has been scrapped for 2026. Doohan's also 2 races away from becoming a simulator driver, so I guess there's that too. Regardless, the heavy shunt paused proceedings, which I guess means it's time to roll out this again.
I destroyed the car!
It took a fair while for air crash investigators to remove Doohan from the Turn 1 barriers, and when we finally went green, we couldn't enjoy that privilege for very long. Fernando Alonso living up to his rookie status by beaching his Aston Martin at the Degners in apparently a strange incident according to the Spaniard, as if it was usually fine to put a wheel on the grass over there. So, as he bummed this motorcyclist, we're gonna get sick of this in a minute, aren't we? We tried to get going again, though it appeared Mercedes wanted the rest of the afternoon off when they sent Russell out alongside bestie Max Verstappen. Thankfully they survived long enough for the McLarens to put in session-topping times once again, only for us to get yet another red flag when the circuit decided it was time to spontaneously combust. Just remember you wanted this back. I genuinely don't know what is wrong with you all. Oh, for fuck... These grass fires were beginning to become a problem, being caused by the sparks emitted out of the car's skid blocks and the Suzuka circuit being about as dry as your mum. Sky Sports was still quick to take advantage, deploying everyone's favourite pit lane prick Jacques Villeneuve in the hope that someone might break free of the stands and turn him into Anakin f***ing Skywalker. The marshals, meanwhile, were spotted doing their best to improve the situation, filling whatever they could find to dampen the grass and prevent further delays. This included anything from buckets to traffic cones to whatever the f*** this is, to FIA President Ben Sulayem's vacant skull. With practice either being boring or pointless so far, it was time for Saturday morning to maybe turn it all around. And once again, it was Lando Norris on top in the McLaren. George Russell had been quietly building up a challenge, however, topping the time for the majority of the session. Much to the dismay of old teammate Lewis Hamilton, Ferrari this week apparently reworked their simulator model for the SF25, and I'm not making this up, came to the riveting conclusion that the car performs better when on a lighter fuel load and when lower to the ground, which is a bit like saying when I kick a baby in the face, he's likely to end up like this. Ben Sulayem's head wasn't enough to quench the flames surrounding the Suzuka circuit in FP3, it seems. 2 more red flags disrupting the final practice session in Japan. I'm not playing the music this time, let's be honest, it's stuck in your heads already. Alpine, meanwhile, have made the brave call to send Doohan out again, and he at least kept it out of the wall this time, though still flirted with the gravel on the exit of Degner 2. That corner caused problems for several of the drivers, FP2 pace hitter Piastri going off, only for teammate Lando Norris to go one better in his McLaren. Carlos Sainz was another to almost find the wall, contacting the team to ask if this was the wind or the car's fault, the team being as polite as they could when they replied to say he was just shit. Another person to find excuses was Gabriel Bortoleto, who, when touching up the grass, blamed his tyres for this orgasm going through 130. Yeah, thanks for helping me finish that one, Gabby. Quote tweets. We haven't really covered them on this series yet, but after I saw this thing appear on my timeline, and after I'd shot myself in the f***ing head, I couldn't resist. For any visually impaired viewers, well, viewers probably isn't the right word, but this image appears to depict Franco Colapinto and Lewis Hamilton scissoring, if that's what the kids call it these days. Double Chan 69 here has limited the replies to only the similarly f***ed in their head, but that doesn't protect the post from quote tweets, so here are my personal favourites. This is mental illness of the highest order. Account deactivation needed. Cancer as an image. This is f***ing disgusting. Never do it again. No. Big thank you to the renowned Bellend hunter Andrew for bringing this to my attention, and if you want to nominate the next ex-Bellend of the week, use the hashtag on screen, tag me on the platform, or join the Discord server. Now, let's get on as quick as we can and get to qualifying. Oh look, how to unleash the beast and grow your hammer. I should probably be concerned this is coming up on my feed, shouldn't I? Since we're talking about cocks, poor Isaac Hadjar was running into problems in Q1 when his V-carb decided it wanted some French sausage for itself. The rookie thus had to set a lap while his genitals were slowly turned into tagliatelle, only to return to the garage for what looked like the most painful hand job of his life. All the more impressive then that he managed to make history and by the end of qualifying became the first woman to get into Q3. Over at the main team, Yuki Tsunoda had looked a lot better than his predecessors over the course of the weekend, well, ignoring his P18 and FP2 anyway, and it looked like Red Bull's decision had finally paid off when the Japanese got the second car into Q2 for the first time all season. Having apparently done enough at this stage, the 22 car opted to call it a day and line up 15th, just behind Slowson in his new Racing Bulls machine. So I guess wins all round then. Or maybe they're just both shit, who knows. On the subject of shit, Aston Martin, and with no Red Bull to save his graces, Lance Stroll returned to his rightful place of P20 in qualifying, a hard-fought spot won over Alpine's Jack Doohan, whose miserable weekend continued as the Aussie came home 19th. Williams' Carlos Sainz could have done with a better weekend after a notably slow start to his 2025 campaign. Unfortunately, it was another Q2 exit for the Spaniard, who topped it off by holding up #blessing the Ferrari and thus received a 3-place grid drop for Sunday. Teammate Frorbom, meanwhile, would make it into Q3, and joining him was the house of Ollie Behrman, much to the surprise of, well, everybody quite frankly, especially given this guy was down in 18th. Does anyone remember what his name was, by the way? At the very top of the order, it still seemed to be the McLaren show, Piastri looking to have the early edge in Q1 before Norris brought things back in a big way come the second session. Questions swarmed the pit lane then over who would have the lap time when it mattered in Q3, only for Max Verstappen to turn up and take his apparent double chin upgrade to pole position. And fair play, this lap was something special. With that then, I guess all we have left to cover is the Grand Prix itself, and with the potential of rain in the air, this could be a fun one. Now what do you mean I missed another fire? Sunday morning did bring that aforementioned rain, leaving the track surface as greasy as a teenage shooter's hair. That was potentially great news for Lando Norris, who now had an excuse to have a bad start, though given the circumstances, I actually think he got off the line fairly well, tucking in behind Verstappen, who held the lead in the short run down to turn 1. No one would make any positions in the opening stages, which as it would turn out, would pretty much sum this one up. Gasly and Alonso gave us some early action, the Spaniard fending off the Alpine into 130R in what's F1's universal speak for, don't you f***ing dare mate. We got some actual overtakes further back, as Bortoleto dropped like a stone, Sainz rediscovered his brake pedal, and Lawson had his Lawson moment, allowing Tsunoda down the inside of Spoon. And there was action in the top 10 as well, Hamilton making his way past the RB of Hadjar, and you know what, in the first 6 laps, that's quite a lot of passing, maybe we're in for a good race. Oh, never mind, the highlights have just jumped to the pit stops. It would be just the one-stop strategy this afternoon, which falls neatly into the starter pack for Grand Prix, though after the race leaders pitted together and Verstappen had a slow stop, everything hanged in the balance. Then Norris decided to warm his tyres up on the grass for some reason. With the bottle on full display then, it was time to head over to the Talking Bollocks Championship. Lando trying to claim he was pushed wide, yet even this was usurped by Verstappen, who tried to argue that Norris had turned off his pit limiter too quickly. Not that it mattered, the Dutchman was now sailing off into the distance. Further back, Ollie Behrman was doing a good job in the Haas, the Britain remaining in the top 10, though nearly threw that all the way with this kamikaze attempt on Carlos Sainz. And I've just realised this probably isn't the best place to do that joke, but it, I'm leaving it in. With no further action happening out on track, we return to the leading trio. Piastri was in third now and looked to have the most potential, hounding Lando for P2 on the road. At this point, it seemed pretty clear to swap the two papaya cars, though Norris was adamant he was just saving his tyres in the hope that he could mount a challenge at the end. That challenge ended up being about as convincing as RPM on the phone to HMRC, the McLaren getting just outside of DRS range before the bottle forced the 4 car to drop another 4 tenths and let Verstappen cruise to victory. I think your enjoyment of the Japanese Grand Prix very much depended on your mindset going into it. If you wanted close racing and a nail-biting finish, then yeah, it was f***ing shit. On the other hand, if you'd just woken up in the early hours of the morning, it was utterly fantastic, as now you could just go back to sleep again. The overall weekend had its moments, and qualifying in particular was fun to watch, but I'm giving this race a 2 out of 10, and even saying that now, I think that's quite generous. It's not because I'm British and just hate Verstappen, it's because there was one place swap in the top 8 over the entirety of that one. We should give some shout outs still though, and Ollie Behrman's got to be up there for tracking more points out of that Haas. Props to Alonso for actually finishing for once, and to Yuki Tsunoda, who, like Antonelli last week, got driver of the day for being absolutely nowhere. Jury's still out on that one, and we'll give him time. But at least Lawson looks less suicidal now he's at Racing Bulls. Oh, actually, never mind. Let me know what you thought of the race down in the comments below, and if you enjoy, then you can leave a like and a sub as well. Since we're on the subject of plugs, I dropped a new episode of Talk Shift this week, and if you want to find out how we get from Formula 1 to the heights of the Teletubbies, you can head down to the link in the description below. Drop the new channel a sub while you're at it. Patrons and channel members get the additional outtakes of that episode, and I'm putting together an exclusive video later this week as well. If that sounds interesting and you'd like to support me in the channel, links are also down below. Now, I'm off to grow my hammer, so till next week, f*** off.
That's rude.
Hey there guys, I'm Will, and welcome to the Comedy Review, the show that has a brighter future than most of this year's rookies. It's also the show where we talk about things that happen in motorsport. Things like this: Carlos Sainz commits assault, Alex Albon gets called a wanker, and Red Bull turn on Yuki Tsunoda already. We've got a shit ton to talk about this week, quite literally in fact, but we start here. After the Japanese Grand Prix committed genocide by boredom, it wasn't the most encouraging sight to check the F1 calendar and find out its next stop took the sport back to the BAHRAIN desert. The Sakir International Circuit is rarely known for producing thrillers, and with McLaren showing dominant pace back in pre-season testing, expectations are about as high as the woman who hosts the Mercedes post-race debriefs nowadays. That was at least good news for championship leader Lando Norris, who, having had said lead reduced to basically nothing in Suzuka, could come into this weekend on more of a positive note.
Do you reckon you can kind of fend off Red Bulls here, based on what you see?
Unlikely, just from my feelings at the minute.
Okay, apparently not then. Now we've got to talk about the FIA next, so just in case they are watching, f*** off, you f***ing shitty c***. Good, that should have scared them off. Carlos Sainz was in the doghouse before the Japanese Grand Prix had even got underway, the Spaniard encountering what have officially been recognised as stomach problems ahead of lights out, and opting to be a few seconds late to the national anthem to avoid firing projectile excrement at his fellow drivers on live television. Not good enough, however, was a line from the FIA, who handed Sainz a $20,000 fine for the misdemeanour. I mean, how dare you go to the toilet rather than listening to a country's theme tune? In their defence, Ben Slime is pretty unfazed by shit these days, given how much tends to come out of his mouth. Carlos wasn't making life any easier for himself come Bahrain, reflecting on the ordeal as, quite bluntly, shit happens. Now he's being investigated again under the FIA's new anti-potty mouth policy. This, of course, comes in the same week that FIA Deputy President Robert Reid became the next name to yeet themselves overboard and was quickly developing to be the FIA's very own 9/11 level implosion, with more bodies hitting the ground than the conspiracy theorist's wet dream. Finally in the news, let's talk reserve drivers. You may well remember Alpine running Japanese fossil Ryo Hirakawa in FP1 last week. Well, as it turns out, he doesn't want to be associated with the French anymore and has changed his colours to those of the Haas for the rest rest of the year, or however long it takes them to get bored of them too. The Japanese seems to think this poised a better opportunity to get on the grid, whether that's to do with the Toyota links or the fact that Alpine are already prepping Colapinto for later in the year, who knows. But in case you didn't think the French marquis had it out for poor old Jack Doohan, they decided to kick the Aussie out of practice on a circuit he didn't know, and for a guy who's f***ing off to one of their main rivals in just a matter of days. I genuinely think I'd rather be in an ISIS prison camp than Doohan's shoes right now. While we're on the subject of reserve drivers, they appeared to invade the paddock when FP1 rolled around. Hirakawa was busy testing his new temporary home at Haas and would be joined by Logan Sargent from Wish, Red Bull Cannon Fodder issue 4016, the Stroll's Dungeon Slave, an ex-Toto Wolff wank rag, and Ferrari's Dino Beganovic, who I've spent 10 minutes trying to think of a nickname for, and quite frankly I can't be bothered anymore. This is usually a chance for some of the new boys to demonstrate why they deserve a spot on the grid in place of the team's incumbent drivers. Well, Alex Albon always thinks 2 steps ahead, and so tried to kill Williams reserve Luke Browning midway through the session. Albon was a grumpy boy in Japan last week, constantly complaining over the radio Lewis Hamilton style, the only difference being people like Lewis Hamilton. A similar demeanour was on show in FP1, Alex moaning that he didn't know what brakes did. I mean, they stopped the car, you f***ing idiot. Elsewhere, Mercedes stand-in Frederick Vesti revealed he'd been driving the simulator with assists on, and Yuki Tsunoda was already wishing he was back with Racing Bulls when he missed his pit box. That wasn't the Japanese driver's only foul in the pit lane during opening practice, as he saw an opportunity to make his first ever Red Bull overtake on a slow-moving Alex Albon, in doing so almost sending several Sauber mechanics to the 2026 Paralympic Games. Also, this somehow got a smaller fine than Gate, which I still just don't understand. There were no surprises at the top, however. McLaren continuing their standard run plan of setting the fastest time while also allocating part of the session to let Lando practice how to f*** up a qualifying lap. I think I used that joke last week, but it works even better this time, so I'm leaving it in. Piastri would be the one to take the spoils in FP2, with Lando coming home a close second despite some discomfort in the cockpit. Norris was forced to request a change of helmet and for the headrest to be cleaned. A bit of a strange one until he realised Carlos must have been having stomach problems again. He wasn't the only one running into problems, as Antonelli seemed to have issues at the rear end of his car, the Mercedes team attempting to solve the problem by f***ing it. Another bit for the news segment now, as Aston Martin announced that disgraced technical chief Dan Fallows would be leaving the organisation. Sorry, disgrace makes it sound like he touched kids or something. He just drove the team into the ground. Anyway, we all like to play pranks when we leave a workplace. It's not like HR can fire you or anything, so here's a harmless one on Fernando Alonso where his steering wheel falls off at 100 miles per hour. There were struggles down at Haas as well, Ollie Behrman claiming the final bend was making him, quote, very confused, adding further speculation to rumours about the Britain's sexuality. Well, that corner was turning the drivers gay, turn 10 was doing its more traditional job of turning them around, Russell seemingly attempting one of Bahrain's alternative track layouts in FP2 before practicing some celebratory donuts on Saturday morning. Speaking of that final practice session, we should touch on Nico Hülkenberg, celebrating 15 years in Formula 1 this weekend, only his kick Sauber seemed more keen on honouring the periods where the German was forced to sit on the sidelines. It was still the McLarens out front though, Piastri putting in a frightening lap towards the end to go 6/10 faster than Norris in second. Gasly was an encouraging 6th for Alpine, while Yuki Tsunoda was somehow slower than the stationary Hülkenberg. This is going to be fun come qualifying, isn't it? Max Verstappen also looked to be having problems come Q1, evident by a lock-up at the final turn, and the fact that teammate Tsunoda was now looking at least relatively competent. There was then a potential track limits breach on his final lap, though this mysteriously disappeared, which I'm sure will please Team LH and Lando fans indefinitely. The Dutchman did enough to get through then, as did Tsunoda in the second Red Bull. Slowson wasn't so lucky, the Kiwi out, and having to watch as Nico Hülkenberg track extended his Sauber into the second session. Apparently, this was only picked up on during Q3, meaning poor old Alex Albon, who should have finished 15th here, was eliminated for no reason whatsoever. The Q1 drop zone was completed by Lance Stroll and Ollie Behrman, both drivers fighting to show off their best Michael Schumacher impressions in 2025. You can play along with their game at home too. I'm guessing these were meant to be the post-skiing accident ones. At least Ocon was through in the other Haas, the Frenchman wanting to honour his team's 10-year history this weekend by recreating one of their most iconic moments when Q2 rolled around. Which means it's time for this again. Mercedes had let their head of track stuff man go to a wedding this weekend, and his replacements thought they'd pulled a blinder by getting Russell and Antonelli to the front of the pit lane as we waited for the track to go back to green. As it turns out, they just got the one-place grid drops instead. One of the bigger shocks of Q1 though was Jack Doohan finally realising how to be a Formula 1 driver and finishing in the top 10. Rumour has it Alpine's upgrade for this weekend involves installing Franco Colapinto in the nose cone with a pair of safety scissors trying right on the Aussie's cock. Unfortunately, this wasn't enough to save his genitalia come Q2, and Doohan was promptly circumcised as he came home P11. That takes us to the top 10 shootout then, Piastri continuing his strong practice form, topping the early runs from Russell and Norris. The track was evolving quickly, however, and soon it was Antonelli on provisional pole. Russell then made it Mercedes 1-2, putting the papaya cars under pressure, which means Lando Norris is probably f***ed, isn't he? Sure enough, while Piastri was still able to deliver the goods and take pole for the 2025 Bahrain Grand Prix, we can add one more to the bottle counter as Norris couldn't even make it through the first sector before making an error. That left the Briton down in 6th, behind one of the croissants, just in case you thought he hadn't suffered enough. On the bright side, he was at least ahead of both Red Bulls, who were down in 7th and 10th, for Verstappen and Tsunoda respectively. To be fair, Norris didn't look like he was seeing the bright sides, more like he wanted to get behind one of his McLaren's other wheels as it ran him over. With the Mercs picking up those one-place grid drops, that saw Gasly promoted to the 2nd row, and shout out to Carlos Sainz for getting his Williams into the top 8, and thus giving us some hope of overtakes in Sunday's Grand Prix. Before that though, don't think I've forgotten about our ex-Bell end of the week. So there's this show on children's TV right now called Mr. Tumble and Friends, a much more politically correct name. Back when I was growing up, it was genuinely called Something Special. Anyway, point is, I think it's time for that to make a comeback when you take a look at F1 Twitter this week. I've tried really hard to find a submission this time that doesn't involve any McLaren fans. Anyway, I gave up, so here we go. 3 Grand Prix, 3 winners. Nothing wrong so far. If you want close competition in F1, give Norris the fastest F1 car ever built. You know what, I don't actually think I disagree with that, well, apart from the fastest F1 car ever built bit, but the message is pretty accurate, so this may well be the first time the person nominating ex-Bell End of the Week becomes ex-Bell End of the Week themselves. We could stop there, but having glanced at some of the rest of the comments, there were a few that couldn't just be left out. Piastri literally has the same. I'm not quite sure this person gets the message from the original tweet. He has that right now. Again, the stroke is strong with this one. Not necessarily he can do it in a slower car. 2021 would prove otherwise. Just if you people's noses got any more out of joint, they would be around the back of your heads. Yeah, this guy's got the right idea. I wonder if that's why the dude stepped down from the FIA. Clearly both the McLaren and Red Bull rear wing passed testing, but one flexes a whole lot more than the other. Sounds like someone wasn't transparent about something. Manufactured championship for more $sign. I would make a comment here, but having read that, I think I've genuinely lost so many brain cells I'd now qualify for the starring role in the original Something Special. If you'd like to nominate the next ex-Bell End of the Week, and props if you can find one that's not McLaren related this time, use the hashtag on screen, tag me on the platform, or join our Discord server. Now, let's get to the Bahrain Grand Prix. Oh look, Zach Brown. I had to pinch myself off the start as the McLaren in pole actually got off the line well, and then I remembered it wasn't Lando Norris. The 4 car though wasn't slacking either, going from P6 to P3 in the first sector alone. This was unheard of, impossible even. Oh, never mind, he's just jumped the start. So with a 5-second penalty hanging over the Briton then, he needed to get ahead of Russell in second. The good news was that Lando claimed he had tons of pace. The bad news was that this was Lando Norris, so we got to spend 2 laps in the Mercedes dirty air doing very little with it before being forced into the pits to serve said penalty. Just down the road, it was getting personal between Sainz and Hamilton, the Spaniard valiantly defending against his old team, eventually having to relinquish the place at turn 11, after which he decided he was done for the day and dropped like a cow off a tower block. Sainz, of course, didn't have to go to Williams. In another world, he could be sat in that Red Bull for this season. Only they weren't enjoying things either, their fancy pit stop lights going on strike and costing both Max and Yuki in the opening stages. Almost everyone had pitted at this point, well, apart from Ferrari, who were just busy doing Ferrari things. Leclerc had already realised the team had fallen off their f***ometer and tried begging to go on the one-stop, if only to see his special ed department on the pit wall one less time. That was rejected as the Scuderia showed off a double stack, which was so bad it promoted Jack Doohan into the points. Things weren't going much better in the Verstappen camp, who was stuck behind the house of Esteban Ocon. Kimi Antonelli thought he could help with this, passing the Dutchman, which for some reason didn't make him very happy, though not quite as displeased as when Hamilton went by a few laps later. Kimi was loving these switchback moves though, a fact that was making the new Mercedes fan club rather happy indeed. I was slacking off Ferrari's strategy earlier, although now I'm thinking of taking that back, as Leclerc was closing in on Norris for 3rd. His first attempt would have worked if turn 1 just hadn't existed, though Charles was able to learn from that experience and 1 lap later got the job done. Take 2 for Max Verstappen in the pits, and take 2 for Red Bull to find new ways of f***ing that up. The Dutchman's front right got a bit too attached in the middle stint and was adamant on finishing the race this time. Meanwhile, over at Williams, Sainz was making a move on the other Red Bull of Tsunoda for 6th. This one was described as smooth, according to the Williams PR team at least. I'm not quite sure that's the description I give, watching their car shed bodywork down the back straight like a rubbish Magic Mike impersonation. That brought out the safety car, the perfect situation for McLaren, as Piastri could now easily box from the lead, and Norris was able to get back in sync tyre life-wise with the cars around him. While all that was going on, Mercedes were pulling off their best Ferrari impression by throwing George on the softs and expecting him to go 24 laps. Ferrari were busy doing their own Ferrari impression, putting both cars on hards, the tyre universally hated by anyone so far, so I hope that doesn't age badly whatsoever. We go back to green then, with Piastri managing the restart well, while Norris made up for the actual start by losing a position to Hamilton, the Ferrari swooping around the outside into turn 1. This battle wasn't quite over yet though, as Norris thought he could do that too, only he couldn't as he repassed Hamilton in a different Bahraini state and was forced to give the position back. By the time Norris was ahead once again, the leaders were well up the road. I'd tell you how far up the road, but George Russell's transponder had an epileptic fit and had broken the entire timing screen. Once that had been turned off and on again, Norris was on the rear of Leclerc's Ferrari and tried to salvage a podium from his now crate of bottles on this Sunday afternoon. Only there was room for one more as he locked up into turn 1. The stewards had also been deployed at this stage, Lawson getting a penalty for minor contact with Hülkenberg, although it was perfectly allowable to crash into Lance Stroll apparently. Things were also getting worse for Carlos Sainz, who was handed a 10-second penalty for forcing Antonelli off the road, Williams at this point turning off the Spaniard's life support and bringing him in to retire. Lap 52 now, when Lando Norris finally makes it past the Ferrari of Leclerc, his sights now turning to George Russell in second, the Mercedes man suffering from control system issues, his steering wheel having a mind of its own, and deciding to open the DRS whenever Russell hits the radio button. Issues were compounding a lot of the field. Leclerc had no DRS either, and Russell being practically invisible was causing havoc for those around him. Meanwhile, in the confusing land of FIA penalties, they'd changed their mind on the whole Lawson-Stroll incident, and it was now a 10-second penalty for the RB driver. Piastri had managed this race to perfection, however, coming across the line to take his second win of the season, as Russell somehow held on to P2, though is still under investigation at time of recording for his DRS infringement from earlier. Can't wait for that to turn into a penalty and for you all to castrate me in the comments down below. But that was a cracking race, plenty of overtaking from start to finish, and with that in mind, I'm going to slap this one with a solid 8 out of 10. Shoutouts this week have to go to Haas, Ocon coming home in P8, while Behrman swapped his 2013 Schumacher impression for something more akin to 2003, as he went from the back to 10th. Props to Tsunoda for being the second Red Bull driver to score a point since COTA 2024, and yes, I promise you that stat is real. Baguette Man, who despite losing 6th to Verstappen on the final lap, took home a good points haul for Alpine, and I guess I should also apologise once again to Ferrari, whose strategy did eventually give them a strong 4-5 finish for the team. Let me know what you thought of the race down in the comment section below, and if you enjoyed the comedy review, then you can drop the video a like and get subscribed for more of them throughout the rest of 2025. Big thank you to the members and patrons as well, who get the early previews and now exclusive videos these days. We've got some IndyCar action tonight, so expect a video on that tomorrow, and I've got a new Talk Shift episode out as well. Link to that channel as well as to all the Patreon stuff is in the description below, and I'll leave you with a clip from that podcast to whet your appetite a bit. Perez is signed for Cadillac.
Oh, has he?
Yeah. I haven't seen this anywhere, right? Apart from this one incredibly trustful source. Trustful, that's a good word. Trustful source,
Cadillac F1 director reveals details of signed contract with Sergio Perez.
Signed contract. It's a done deal.
Wow.
Look at the images. Look at the images. They are clearly, I mean, shadow of a doubt. There he is in a Cadillac top and everything.
Isn't that top left one quite clearly one from Force India?
Maybe because
that very much looks like that looks like Perez in Force India.
Well, he's smiling, so it's not from the Red Bull days.
That's for sure.
Have a good one, everybody. No, hang on a minute. F off.
That's rude.
Hey there guys, I'm Will, and welcome to the Comedy Review, the show that has Discord server moderation as corrupt as the FIA. Look mate, I just don't dare look at that hellscape anymore. Either I get new angles of Senna's head being hole-punched, or this guy wanking over Behrman, or what the flying f*** is this? It's also the show where we talk about things that happen in motorsport. Things like this. Lando Norris signs hate mail, Valtteri Bottas becomes a dinner lady, and Nico Hülkenberg enjoys his new role of stating the f***ing obvious.
Can you give us any more information on the cause of the excessive skid wear? Have you guys learned anything in the last few days about where that came from, what caused it?
Well, yeah, it came from excessive skid wear.
Well, no fucking shit.
We've got a lot to get into this week, and so we start here. The big news of the week revolved around Red Bull, because of course it did. After Max Verstappen had to undergo the peasant task of passing an Alpine last week, stories emerged of arguments between his camp and the Red Bull team, who were quick to jump on the defensive, claiming everything was absolutely fine despite having supposed private crisis talks in the middle of the Bahrain paddock. Things are clearly going as fine as being sat on an aircraft, gazing out the window and thinking, God, that building's a little bit close, isn't it? Or as fine as driving past a road sign that just says, Liverpool. The questions once again circulated around Max Verstappen's future with the team, leading candidates to snag the Dutchman being Aston Martin, who would replace Alonso of all people, as opposed to Special McSpecial Face, and Mercedes, though after this comment I think Toto Wolff might have some other problems on his hands.
I always say I don't flirt outside if I'm happy in the relationship. And in a professional way, if not, I get a really hard time from Susie. There's no question about that anyway, privately.
What else was in the news? Fernando Alonso has a new helmet for this weekend. Is the artist that designed it? Nope. Actually, on the subject of Aston Martin, they of course have Adrian Newey settled in now, and speculation has all been about whether the team should rope in the legendary designer to help unfuck their 2025 machine. However, the outfit have confirmed that Britain will be firmly tied to his current duties, which from these promotional images appear to suggest clubbing, drawing an Aston Martin logo, and fingering his own arsehole. Pierre Gasly topped FP1, which says a lot about how representative that was. That was all despite a lock-up at turn 27, a similar fate befalling his teammate Jack Dewart, who felt the need to apologise over the radio, I guess because he nearly... Now, how long do you think it takes to paint the walls around the Jeddah Corniche circuit? Don't look at me for an answer, this is a comedy review, not a f***ing documentary. Anyway, no matter how long it took, the drivers weren't being very nice, as FP1 saw them try to scrape off as much as they possibly could. The strangest of these incidents involved Ollie Behrman. You may remember last week we reported how Bahrain's final corner had him questioning his sexuality. Well, that's not allowed in Saudi Arabia, as his Haas tried to direct the Briton to the nearest public stoning on the pit straight. Light would descend for FP2, in what would be a far better session to judge the pecking order. Unfortunately, this doesn't take into account for the bottle factory, as Lando Norris finished it on top. Lord Nozza comes into this one hoping for a better weekend. That wasn't a great start, as here he is bottling how to put on a coat. I, of course, made this video about him earlier this week, which has become very popular within the Norris community. In the meantime, here's one of my Twitter followers offering to add some FP1 branding to the sidelines. Although slander Lando anymore and I might have to rethink it. Well, we'll definitely be checking in with you later. Norris led the McLaren 1-2 here, Max Verstappen making up the top 3. The other Red Bull of Yuki Tsunoda was 6th, the Japanese driver claiming prior to the weekend that he can still beat Max and it's simply experience that's in the way. Yuki had clearly been studying Verstappen's lines coming into Jeddah, though most of his inspiration appeared to come from the Dutchman's qualifying lap in 2021. The 22 car brought out the red flag. No, we don't do those in practice sessions, and made this track marshal very unhappy for some reason. Could be worse. Okay, it probably couldn't, but Nico Hülkenberg was keen to show off just how shit his Sauber was when he couldn't even make it out into the pit lane. Also, anyone who says Oscar Piastri has no emotion must be clinically blind. At least Hulk could try to get out the garage. Gabriel Bortoleto suffered from a fuel leak in FP1, and the team hadn't been able to fix this come the evening session. Afterwards, Gabby would claim this was the best Friday he'd ever had. Elsewhere, #Blessed found it quicker if you just don't do corners, and then became a new chicane himself. And Special McSpecial Face did a special thing. And speaking of special, should we get to our ex-Bell End of the week? So last time out on the comedy review, I tasked you with finding a submission that was not related to McLaren fans. Clearly this was too easy, as I've forgotten Team LH exist. Here's Hamilton's start to the Bahrain Grand Prix, which I can't show you, or FOM will just nuke me. Anyway, here's a user whose handle came from punching a keyboard, saying, "Carlos f***ing Sainz, you will pay for your crime." His crime being having a good start, apparently. This was pointed out by several in the comments, but this time it wasn't so one-sided. Here's another keyboard boxer calling Sainz a crybaby. Yeah, where were you in Abu Dhabi 2021? Some of my other favourite replies: average F1 fan, but an F1 driver does what an F1 driver is supposed to do. Drive to survive fan detected. Estás muy mal del coco, or in English, you are very mentally unsound. And he should try balconying. Is that what Liam Payne did? Well done to the loyal Bell End hunters for bringing this to my attention, and if you want to nominate the next, well, let's be honest, McLaren Bell End of the Week, use the hashtag on screen, tag me on the platform, or at your own risk, join the Discord. Anyway, on to Saturday. Oh look, there's one of them now. Saturday's FP3 session would be one last chance for the drivers to tweak their setups before qualifying, though not for Yuki Tsunoda initially, as the team decided he was not Max Verstappen, and so not to break the curfew the night before. Also turns out Tomo has been downgraded from Liam Lawson's race engineer to Red Bull arse crack inspector, and as he had a chinwag with the world's most expensive jigsaw puzzle, McLaren was still on top. Lando Norris once again heading the session with Piastri close behind in P2. George Russell had a fairly quiet weekend so far, but began to turn the wick up in final practice. The secret to his success, cosplaying as a roll of kitchen foil. Things weren't so rosy over at Ferrari, however. Leclerc was looking happy with the car. #blessed, meanwhile, sounded like he wanted to kill himself. By the end of the session, Tsunoda was back out on track, thanking the team for all their hard work, then making them all shit themselves as he nearly binned it again at the final corner. Bortoleto was another who needed to play catch-up, and while he struggled, he was still able to set a lap time fast enough to go better than special here. Both would unsurprisingly be eliminated from the first part of qualifying, Bortoleto keen to show off his new best spinning techniques to Red Bull's Max Verstappen. Meanwhile, over at Sky F1...
Jack there, I'd have brake tested him because he could have done without Fernando loitering on the turn in.
Yeah, Martin Brundle being the biggest terrorist in Saudi Arabia was not on my 2025 bingo card. Alpine found a new strategy to help Pierre Gasly with tyre warmth, simply driving out of the pits with the warmer still on. He did make it through though, along with Lewis Hamilton, though that one was a little bit closer than it probably should have been. Now I was busy this week and also made a video on Isaac Hadjar, claiming that he was the underrated star of 2025 and that his qualifying pace in particular was astounding. So guess who just got beaten by Slowson in Q2? Since that session was as interesting as ever, we might as well jump to Q3, and that was set up to be a thriller. McLaren had the pace earlier in the weekend, though Russell and Verstappen had seemingly caught up. Oscar Piastri was the first to take provisional pole. Would that be toppled by Lando Norris? Short answer, no. Having borne witness to a fine bottle from Yuki Tsunoda on Friday, Nozza wouldn't manage 5 corners on his final Q3 run before sticking it in the wall. Now, we started a counter in my video earlier in the week, so let's add one more to that, and I wonder how Horrid Football Comments is getting on. Well, he's got his sign. Oh, there we go. Forget it, mate. Slander this poso all you fucking want. Oh, we've got to do the meme again, haven't we? When we got back to green flag running, it would be Verstappen immediately on the attack, going 1,000th quicker than Piastri's initial effort with 5 minutes still left to run. As he prepared for one final go in the dying seconds, Russell set a new benchmark in the Mercedes, before Piastri came at that with a fucking sledgehammer. It was all down to Max Verstappen then, who pulled out the lap of his life to go ever so slightly quicker than the McLaren and secure his second pole of the new campaign. With one of the best qualifying sessions of the year so far then, let's check in and see what Christian Horner thought of all that.
I've just seen him literally 2 minutes ago in his shorts in the kitchen.
Yeah, actually, let's not. Yeah, okay, I see you about to double tap to move ahead 10 seconds, you fucking cretin. Well, it was all a lie. There isn't a sponsor. I mean, what do you expect? I started this one off with a Senna joke. No company's going anywhere near that. In that case then, I'm going to fill up this slot by talking about me. On the 14th of May, it'll be my birthday, and as a present to all of you, I'm willing to drop the first ever video I uploaded to this channel. The one where my balls are higher than Elon's arm, and basically, I look like the world's biggest If you want to see that video, I have a simple request. Go and subscribe to my new F1 podcast, Talk Shift, and if we can cross 10,000 subscribers before the day of my birth, I will publicly humiliate myself for the world to see. I'm confident that's not going to happen, but you're welcome to prove me wrong. Anyway, let's just get to race day. Lando Norris was smiling in the paddock before he realised the cameras were on him and he had to switch to sympathy mode. Anyway, the lights would go out in Jeddah and teammate Piastri would get a mega start, forcing Verstappen to go back to 2021 tactics to stay in the lead. Meanwhile, further back... Oh, never mind, that's actually Pierre Gasly. With Tsunoda and the Frenchman taking part in synchronised f***ing up, the safety car was out. The leaders were busy squabbling like 5-year-olds over who owns turn 1. Verstappen decided to keep the lead, with Daddy Stewards getting involved and giving the Dutchman a 5-second penalty, as well as a new catchphrase. Simply Lovely was so 2024. Now for its replacement, f***ing lovely. Meanwhile, the lead Aston Martin driver was coming into the pits, and we were about to go green again. Verstappen catching the McLaren napping and leaving Oscar under pressure heading into turn 1. He'd fend off that attack as the race finally settled into a bit of a rhythm. Nozza was the main man on the move, getting past Sainz before returning to complaining about not having enough clean air, which in fairness he would have had he not decided to rear-end it into the wall in qualifying. Next up for the Britain was fellow countryman #blessed. Norris getting by at the final corner, only to watch the Ferrari man sail back around on the pit straight thanks to the DRS. This was all a learning experience for the 4-car though, and then he decided to do it once again 1 lap later. After he was reminded not to be so dense over the team radio, third time was the charm for Lando. Only problem now, he was 14 seconds off the lead. Speaking of said leaders, it was time for the pit stops. Piastri going for the undercuts, of course aided by the 5-second penalty for Verstappen. Sure enough, when the Dutchman emerged from pit road, he was relegated to second behind the Aussie. Further back, there was a three-way scrap between Lawson, Alonso and Bortoleto. The Brazilian is managed by the Spaniards, though I'm not sure for how much longer, when the Sauber attempted to void Fernando's 10% with this assassination attempt down at the first corner. All the while, Norris had been allowed to play race leader, eventually boxing with 15 laps to go and setting off on a warpath to wrap up this one. He was chasing after the battle for third, Leclerc putting a move around the outside of Russell to secure a spot on the rostrum. Or on the subject of Ferrari, I wonder how the Hamilton fans are getting on. As we wait for something else to happen, we bring you the latest edition of the Slows and Hate Club. The Kiwi another caught out by turn 1 track limits, but receiving a 10-second penalty because consistency. Back at the front, Norris was on the move again, getting past Russell for P4, but also being noted for crossing the white line on pit exit. Hello, bottle number 15. Oh, never mind, they've rescinded it. Goodbye, bottle number 15. He would now go after Leclerc in third, but much like everything in Lando's career, this was all a bit of an anti-climax. Verstappen had spent the last few laps trying to catch the other McLaren as well, but Piastri would hold on to take victory number 3 of the season. In doing so, taking the World Championship lead, the first Australian to do so since his manager and chief number 2 driver Mark Webber in 2010. Driver of the day, or as I like to call it, random driver voted by stupid people, ended up going to Max Verstappen this week. You know what, despite the title and the thumbnail and everything I've said in this video, Lando would probably get my vote for his comeback in this one. Props to the Williams pair as well though, Sainz being Albon's guardian angel as he was hunted down by the V-carbs in the closing stages. Final shout out also to Special, who leaves this weekend with a new Formula 1 record in the form of most Q1 eliminations of all time. The Canadians' reaction to this? Well, put the McLaren drivers in the Sauber for 10 years and see what happens. Well, I'm not sure if anyone's told you, but you don't drive for Sauber, you drive for Aston Martin, who were arguably the second fastest team not too long ago. Overall, we got some decent action out there, though was it the best race in the world? Probably not. I'm going to give it a 6 out of 10. Let me know your rating down in the comments below. While you're at it, drop the video a like and get subscribed for comedy reviews throughout the entirety of the 2025 season. Don't forget to subscribe to TalkShift too, and finally, a big thank you to the members and patrons who not only got an early preview of this one, but also get exclusive videos like my thoughts on the latest drama surrounding Mohammed Ben Sulayem. There's no F1 next week, but I'll be back with something to be controversial about. In the meantime, f*** off. So Has came into this weekend posting a picture of a bottle of champagne. I don't know about you, but that's f***ing optimistic, isn't it?
That's rude.
Hey there guys, I'm Will and welcome to the Comedy Review, the show that is doing for comedy what RPM is doing for female representation in motorsports. Don't worry, I'm sure F1 Academy can redeem themselves this weekend. Oh, never mind, they're too busy checking each other's colons. It's also the show where we talk about things that happen in motorsport. Things like this. Oscar Piastri tries anal, Fernando Alonso declares war on the Dolphins, and the Mercedes drivers sum up my experience last year on the Comedy Review.
We'll probably get told off for the copyright, but who cares?
And a lot more to come, but we start here. It's everyone's favourite Miami sprint this weekend, but we've got a hell of a lot of news to cover before that. Most importantly, we've got the Haas F1 team, who used their first home race of the season to visit a children's hospital and smother them with merch, because apparently those poor souls haven't suffered enough. From dying kids to whatever the opposite of that is, Max Verstappen is a daddy now. Reactions to this being surprisingly mixed. Toto Wolff was full of praise for the Dutchman. Meanwhile, Team LH had an aneurysm for some reason. Christian Horner jumped straight to comparing the newborn to a horse. And then there was Yuki Tsunoda.
Hey, Big Daddy.
Yeah, I don't really know what we expected with that one. On the other side of the globe were Madrid, who were screaming from the rooftops because they built the first part of their car park, which will host the Spanish Grand Prix from next year. Alongside this came a video demonstration of what the completed circuit would look like, filling us with confidence as we watched them unable to get around their own track. Quite a lot of pointless news then, pretty much in theme with this weekend, and it continues as apparently it's time for everyone to have a Netflix documentary all of a sudden. Formula E premiered their new Driver series, which is unlike nothing you've ever seen before. Kimi Antonelli gets a new show called The Seat, though I was kind of hoping for a few more angles of Toto Wolff's glory hole underneath it, and even F1 Academy gets in on the action. Their rundown of the 2024 season rivaling the view count of my new podcast, which you should really check out, but apparently no one cares. Continuing with more bad news, and before cars had even got out onto track, it was announced that Miami had signed a new deal to stay on the F1 calendar until 2041. Let's round this up then by looking ahead to all the special liveries on display this weekend. Sauber kicking us off by drenching their car in Shrek Seaman, a design only slightly worse than Mercedes' effort, which was so embarrassingly bad they only put it on the F1 Academy car. It was time for VCarb to say hold my pink then, as they released the livery that caused Shrek to produce that Sauber in the first place. Regular viewers of the channel will know my thoughts on pink liveries, but this one hits different for some reason. Let's return back to Earth then, by means of Space Shuttle Columbia, by seeing what Ferrari have cooked up this weekend. The Scuderia caused havoc this time last year, heavily teasing a blue livery for the Miami weekend, then rocking up in whatever the f*** this was. The Prancing Horses tried to pull the same stunt this year, achieving the impossible as they managed to somehow make it even worse.
It's a beautiful livery.
No, it isn't, you f***ing spanner. I was gonna say spanner. Lewis Hamilton's helmet got similar treatment in some strange tribute to ex-Caterham driver Marcus Ericsson, though at least it sums up the Britain's pace at the moment. Lando Norris was another to bring a special helmet to this race, his Miami designs all emulating different types of balls. Good to complement the giant bell end in the driver's seat then, I guess. This year it was the turn of the disco ball, which almost burnt the Briton's eyes out as he tried showing it off to some fake F1 fans in the Miami paddock. I'm still waiting for the McLaren driver to run out of ideas though, and turn up to the 2041 event dressed up as a f***ing scrotum. Just a singular practice session then, and Lando Norris would run into problems immediately, forced to come back into the pits after the team elected to leave a variety of tools in the Britain's cockpit. Unfortunately, they sent the 4 car back out, with the biggest one still left inside. Alex Albon was having issues of his own, complaining over the radio about the Mercedes cars being too slow. And God, I really hope that doesn't come back to bite him later in the weekend. Still, could be worse. You could be Ollie Behrman. The Britain had been learning how to make bagels before the weekend, which are basically just forms of donuts, aren't they? Anyway, here he is trying one of those to minimal success early in the session. The other house wasn't faring much better, Esteban Ocon doing his best to give that children's hospital another visit in the form of Lando Norris. It would be the other McLaren of Oscar Piastri taking top honours ahead of sprint qualifying though, his boss celebrating by drinking some tyre water, a not so subtle callback to Red Bull's accusations from last year, and something I'd recommend all McLaren fans to try at some point. Apparently the best way to get some is by laying your head right into the wheel of a car, and it tastes even better if said car is moving over 30 miles per hour. Anyway, Leclerc and Verstappen would make up the top 3, and an impressive showing from the Williams squad allowed Sainz and Albon to complete the top 5. It's also been a while since we mentioned Special. He was down in P20. Speaking of the Canadian, Stroll was saved by the fact that the 4 cars behind him in SQ1 were f***ing useless and couldn't get around in time to set their final laps. And he still went out anyway when Hadjar improved. One of the cars unable to make the line was latest Red Bull sacrifice Yuki Tsunoda. The Japanese hotshot held up by another driver, which was fine because said other driver was Max Verstappen. Jack Doohan was another one slightly displeased by the acts of his teammate, Pierre Gasly unveiling new force powers that prevented the 7 car from turning out into the pit lane. Careful there, Jack, you almost... Nico Hulkenberg was the star of SQ2. I mean, he still went out, but dragging Shrek's entrails to P11 is worthy of a shout-out in my book. Carlos Sainz wasn't so lucky, taking his Williams' good form on a scenic tour of the Miami runoff area. We were all ready for SQ3 then, McLaren looking like the favourites, but also Max Verstappen in the mix. Neither of those would end up on pole though, after Kimi Antonelli pulled out an absolute barnstormer of an effort to become the youngest pole sitter in Formula 1 history. So much of a shock to the Italian that he had to be undressed by the FIA officials when he got back to the pits. Toto Wolff already appears to have had a meltdown coming into this weekend. Now he has to watch his new favourite cumsock leave the sprint from the front. Only this was Miami, and things wouldn't be that simple. Let's start off Sprint Saturday with a Ferrari moment. This sure looks like the conditions for full wets, doesn't it? Well, not according to Charles Leclerc, who on his reconnaissance lap to the grid managed to crash onto the f***ing straight. Seeing this, and considering what happened in Jeddah, Red Bull felt it safer to force Yuki Tsunoda to start from the pit lane. Though, as the 19 remaining drivers got running, it became clear that God's impromptu piss was going to be more of a problem than they thought. Even reigning world champion Max Verstappen was running into issues, slipping on some of Kelly's leftover vaginal fluid on the formation lap. That clearly meant we couldn't start the race, and so I'll just play the f***ing meme already. As the cars lined up in the pit lane, fans were able to kill time by wanking over Carlos Sainz and listening to Sky Sports expert pundits argue over whether or not this race had even started. Eventually it was decided that it had, but also hadn't, and when the 20 fastest pussies had deemed enough water had evaporated, we got to the 5 red lights and Kimi Antonelli demonstrated he'd studied at the Lando Norris school of starting from pole. The Italian got the worst launch out of those on the front row and skid off the road at the first corner, coming over the radio to claim he'd been pushed off in an incident that wasn't even worth the FIA noting down. As Piastri took over the lead then, questions began to arise over the legality of a start further back. Max Verstappen was caught outside of his pit box, almost identical to the situation he caught Captain Bottle for at the Bahrain Grand Prix. Norris got a 5-second penalty then. Max Verstappen, no further action. We do love good old FIA consistency. This left Kimi defending from the other silver arrow of George Russell, who was on the radio to tell his team that he had a lot more pace. Subtle code for "let me ahead of my teammate." Mercedes replying, "Copy that, George." Subtle code for "shut the f*** up." Surprisingly, no one stacked it on the opening lap, so instead we got to watch the battle of mid, Sainz versus Ocon, as the Spaniard continued his quest to learn how to brake properly. I won't lie though, at this stage the sprint started to settle down, and we began to wonder if Miami was so shit, even the rain couldn't make things interesting. Said rain was beginning to dry, however, and by lap 12, the first cars were experimenting switching onto the dry compound of tyre. Max Verstappen would opt for the mediums and a downforce upgrade, courtesy of Kimi Antonelli and Red Bull Diversity hiring the blind for their 2025 pit crew. And as Toto Wolff beat himself to death with his own skateboard, there was further chaos on track. Carlos Sainz massacring his left rear, wiping the Williams driver out of contention. That left the McLaren team in a precarious position. They'd left both cars out and now seemingly had to sacrifice one by leaving them out on the intermediates for yet another lap. Given Lando was more likely just to bottle it anyway, favour went to leader Piastri. Though, as all hope looked lost for his teammate, Liam Lawson's Spanish racism would kick in, sending the Aston Martin of Fernando Alonso into the wall and bringing out the safety car. That gifted Norris with the free pit stop he needed, the 4-car emerging just ahead of Piastri in second. And with the FIA fulfilling their job of neglecting fans from a good finish, we got to watch the slowest clean-up operation in F1 history, the race ending under yellow and Norris taking a jammy win in Miami yet again. Hamilton would complete the top 3, having passed the cripple just before shit hit the fan. And speaking of Verstappen, his attempt to recreate my favourite video of all time left him with a 10-second time penalty, which was enough to drop the Dutchman to last and make this the first time since 2016 the Red Bull driver has finished the race outside the points. That's kind of wild, come to think of it. Hats off to Alex Albon though, who benefited from all of this to inherit a P4 for Williams. Or never mind, he's been penalised for driving too slowly. In fact, the stewards were on a bit of a warpath with this one, as Lawson got 5 seconds for his terrorist attack on Alonso, and Behrman fell out of the points for an unsafe release that wasn't relevant enough to show on the main feed. This was also a 5-second penalty compared to Verstappen's 10, because, once again, consistency. Now I have to eat my words and congratulate Special for somehow ending up in P5 after all of that, and on the subject of Special, here's our ex-Bell End of the week. Well, we're back to the norm. Welcome back, Lando Norris fans. You cannot call Lando a lucky driver today, lol. He was just there at the right moment at the right time. Congratulations, you've just described the definition of the word lucky, which can also be attributed to the fact that your sperm was the one to miraculously reach the egg. This sentiment was echoed by most of the comments under this one, and while usually I go over my favourites here, the replies had about as much personality as, well, Lando Norris, I'm not going to lie. Instead then, I'm pleased to report that our hard work is finally paying off, and the war against the Norris stands has begun. F*** you, FP1 Will, you need to grow up. This was in reply to a fellow Lando fan who appears to be considering doing us all a favour. Here's another quote for you. But plus his take aged terrible, so Landon will win in Jeddah. What was that about aging terribly again? Big thank you to Max Verstappen's burner for bringing the original tweet to my attention, and if you'd like to nominate our next Expel End of the Week, use the hashtag on screen, tag me on the platform, or join our Discord server. Now let's get to Grand Prix qualifying. Oh look, a fatal car accident. Saturday would also see a special launch event by the new Cadillac team, dropping a 90-second teaser that told us absolutely nothing, and then whatever the f*** this was. Yeah, I've got nothing either. Ollie Behrman was paying attention though, going out in Q1 one more time. He joined Special on the back row, the biggest shock of the opening session being Gasly falling into the drop zone, Flavio's script seemingly getting mixed up in the post. Meanwhile, in the city of Copium, Lewis Hamilton fans have clinged to the stat that Lewis Hamilton has always made it to Q3 as a Ferrari driver. Well, I'm just getting reports now that the city of Copium has just been nuked by the Britain's incompetence. As he watched his former team book themselves a place in Q3, it was once again time to place your bets on which McLaren driver would take pole position for Sunday's race. Only once again, that didn't happen. Norris and Piastri would come close, but no one could stop Max Verstappen, proving that despite everything in the last week, he's the daddy once again. Those aren't my words, those are the words of David Croft, aired on live f***ing television. Please can someone shoot me in the head. Race day then, but before that, Lego F1 cars, as the drivers took to the track in life-size versions of the Speed Champion sets, fitted with electric motors and capped at 20 miles per hour. Sorry, did I just say that sentence out loud? No, this did actually happen, complete with Haas still being shit, Doohan showing off his massive schlong, and Norris bottling a potential podium after contact with an Alpine, in what was secretly a test of the new 2026 power unit regulations, so I really hope you enjoyed this one. In the end, after a very long run down to the final braking zone, it was Mercedes versus Ferrari, and apparently the crowd are more interesting, thank you Formula 1. Oh, there we go, the Haas has broken down, and Russell and Sainz are in the wall. Well, that's a win for Doohan's massive schlong then. Now let's get to the actual Grand Prix. With dark clouds in the air then, the lights would go out and Norris would take the fight to Verstappen down into turn 1. I'm just going to leave this here in case we need it. As a matter of fact, we wouldn't, though Lando would still find himself bullied into the runoff, Verstappen getting away with this, making the Norris Twitter fans suicidal, and you know what, that might just be a good thing. Further back, there'd be more drama as Doohan's massive schlong penetrated Liam Lawson without the Kiwi's consent, turning the Alpine into a glorified tricycle and bringing out the virtual safety car. We went back to green on lap 4, Verstappen leading the way with Piastri on the move past Antonelli. It was also at this point that the Sky Sports team remembered this was Miami, and so it was time to bring up some imaginary rain to keep their viewing figures healthy. That might not have been necessary, as the McLaren pair were continuing to put on a show. Norris now passed Russell as Piastri began to size up Verstappen for the lead. That gave us a cracking battle between the pair, Max putting up a great fight until he took the Norris line into turn 1. I know Lando didn't actually lock up here, that's just the phrase I'm using when someone utterly f***s it, by the way. Speaking of Lord Nozza, now it was his turn, and the Briton was quick to show off why Oscar is leading the championship and why Lando was currently at risk of losing second. The Williams pair were having a battle of their own, Albon suffering from a pressure issue, which kinda sums his last year up, and Sainz risking picking up a penalty for racing his own teammate. Further back, a new battle of mid was forming, this time Ocon finding a new friend in Lewis Hamilton. So remember that rain that was prophesied back on lap 4? Well, guess what's happened to just miss the circuit? That meant it was time for frontrunners to stop murdering their tyres and come into the pits. Ollie Behrman's Haas wasn't quite feeling this, however, and instead offered to brain itself and bring out yet another virtual safety car. That granted the McLarens a free pit stop, not that they needed it, and Mercedes Russell benefiting too, moving up into third, which I'm sure pleased Max Verstappen immensely. The only people less happy than the Dutchman was likely the Sauber fans, as Gabriel Bortoleto pulled over. Given none of them exist, the next least happy person was probably Lewis Hamilton, on better tyres but stuck behind teammate Charles Leclerc. Lewis was on the radio asking to be let through, though sadly the pit wall was still operating on Windows Vista, the Briton receiving his first iconic "We'll come back to you" of 2025. It took 3 laps for the team to finish their software update, by which point Hamilton's tyre advantage had the longevity of the Pope, and the disgruntled 7-time world champion was making his feelings heard over the team radio. To the surprise of no one then, Lewis wasn't able to get anywhere up the road, and soon enough it was Charles Leclerc's turn to moan to the pit wall, stealing Hamilton's "My tyres are dead" catchphrase from him. The Scuderia thus told Charles that they would revert the positions, only this didn't happen. Had Hamilton finally gone rogue? No, they'd just forgotten to tell him about it. I don't need to add jokes in here because Ferrari just like to write them for me. When Lewis was finally informed and the move was made, he was then told of the threat of Sainz behind. #Blair's coming out with the utterly brilliant, "Do you want me to let him pass too?" You know what, he may be washed, but he's welcome to host the comedy review for me if he fancies it. Let's return to the leading pair then, Lando Norris putting on a late challenge to try and take the fight back to Piastri in front, which might just be the funniest thing I've said in this review, as Oscar managed the gap in the closing stages to take his 3rd win on the bounce, the first time a McLaren driver has managed the feat since I was less than a simple fetus. A commanding drive yet again from the Australian, and shout out to Williams as well. Albon coming home 5th, and at least at time of recording, not under investigation this time. Same can't be said for his teammate, who was a naughty boy onto the yellows and also tried using Lewis Hamilton as an exterior brake pedal in the final lap of the Grand Prix. Also props to Martin Brundle, who called Zach Brown a Lego brick after the race. I'm personally envisioning this one. Anyway, my thoughts on the Grand Prix? Pretty good, considering this was Miami and I've literally just uploaded an entire podcast episode saying it's the epitome of shit. I'm gonna give it a 7 out of 10. Good racing in the first half, though could really have done with that rain at the end. Let me know your rating down in the comments below. Next up, we head to a European triple header before jumping back to Canada, because who cares about being net zero by 2030? We've got a week off before that, but don't you worry, we've got plenty of IndyCar to cover, including today's race at Barber, which will receive its comedy review treatment tomorrow. So if you're not already, make sure you're subscribed for all of that. Big thank you to the patrons who got a sneak preview of this video early and get exclusive content nowadays. I'm also planning some things for the summer over there, so if you want to hear more from me, go check that out using the links in the description below. Also, check out the latest episode of Talk Shift while you're at it, even if half of you don't care about that apparently. Right, I'm now off to bed, so until IndyCar tomorrow, f*** off. Tried asking Grok to make Will pregnant. I think it already assumes he is. What the actual f***? Now hang on a minute, why are there more?
That's rude.
Hey there guys, I'm Will and welcome to the Comedy Review, the show that's so entertaining I'm surprised Mohammed Ben Sulayem hasn't found a way to ruin it yet. Well shit. It's also the show where we talk about things that happen in motorsport. Things like this. Yuki Tsunoda becomes the first female F1 driver in 49 years. Sauber meanwhile empower women by sending their F1 Academy star to their kitchen. And Isaac Hadjar recounts his experience of a gangbang.
We definitely smashed them.
We've got a fair bit to cover then, and we start here. The big news of the last fortnight circulated around Alpine, like a giant f***ing tornado. Not even by the time the team were done packing up in Miami, rumours were swirling around the paddock that incumbent driver Jack Doohan was set to be replaced by Franco Colapinto for the next round in Imola. That wasn't hugely surprising news, following earlier reports that Briatore's stiffy for the Argentinian was so large it had generated its own gravitational field. What was more surprising was the announcement that champion of the receding hairlines, Ollie Oakes, would be stepping aside with immediate effect, apparently in solidarity with his rookie driver. That's awfully cute for F1. Oh, never mind, he was just illegally moving money for the Russians. That puts Flav back in charge for the first time since he was banned from the sport over the Crashgate scandal midway through 2009, and it didn't take long before he was back in the headlines once again. The Colapinto news would be made official, along with Argentinian weather reporting sunny skies with a high chance of seam rain in the afternoon. Although the excitement would be slightly cooled by the additional detail that Franco was also on a short-term contract. No, not till the end of the year, just for the next 5 races, because Alpine seemed to have the intellectual ability of a f***ing stroke victim at this point. Briatore, though, was quick to dispel the rumours, claiming he'd never heard such twaddle, despite it being clearly mentioned in Alpine's own press release. Elsewhere in the news, actually this is in the news so much, I'm just turning it into a segment at this point.
What the fuck have the FIA done this week? Oh, Mohammed, what the fuck have you done now?
Mohammed Ben Sulayem's time might just be coming to an end, as Carlos Sainz, no, the more senile-looking one, might be about to challenge Big Ben for his presidency. Most reaction was first to lessen the swearing penalties, which no one seems to care about anymore after Dan Ticktum got away with this the other week.
Because we're going to lose the whole fucking race because of that. Oh, for fuck's sake, man. Fucking hell. Fuck this shit.
So when that didn't work, next on the agenda was to just go full Putin, as Ben 10 attempted to pass a new law that let the FIA president veto competing candidates. I mean, I literally predicted this in the video a few weeks ago, only it was a Patreon exclusive, so you'll just have to head over there to see if I'm lying or not. On a serious note though, surely this can't make it through. Then again, the moment you disagree with this guy, you mysteriously find yourself without a consistent income anymore. All that appear to be left are those who desperately want to suck the warlord's cock, only they can't because you get stoned in Saudi Arabia for that. It does make you wonder though, what happens next? Maybe a military parade, or a special operation aimed at another series, or maybe it's just time to wipe out his remaining opponents with his favourite pickup line. Does this smell like nerve agent to you? Finally in the news, let's touch on Max Verstappen, or Franz Hermann, as he was known when he showed up randomly to the Nordschleife last weekend. The Dutchman did his best to remain low-key by rocking up driving a Ferrari, with Verstappen.com plastered all over the front of it. Gee, I wonder who that could be. I'm also rather disappointed in Verstappen's choice of fake name. If you had the talent to set a new lap record and have it under any name imaginable, surely you'd be going after the likes of the Testicles, or the Hugh Januses, or the Mike Oxlongs. I'm such a child. Track action would kick off in Imola then, with Pierre Gasly turning a poor old rabbit into space debris. Meanwhile, Alex Albon was clearly watching my latest video, was the trend of me talking about Williams drivers, only for them to age like, well, that said rabbit from a second ago, came true once again. Red Bull, meanwhile, come into this weekend not the most controversial team for once, and celebrating 400 Grand Prix, teasing a special historic livery, only to add a white stroke to their numbers, which actually looks quite good. Can we keep this, please? The milestone wouldn't grant them any favours, however, as Yuki Tsunoda found himself held up by Colapinto, the Argentine here clearly paying homage to Doohan with his opening pace this weekend. For Ferrari were having a fun one as well, Leclerc testing out Imola's new self-policing track limits, while #Bless discovered that you could navigate the chicane much quicker if you just drive straight over it. Their rivals McLaren came into the weekend, claiming they weren't expecting the same level of dominance present in Miami, although the final FP1 standings appear to dispel that as a massive fucking lie. Taking top honours with the conclusion of opening practice, Piastri leading Norris as a hard-charging Sainz completed the top 3. Another surprise with a pair of Sauers rounding out the top 10, Gabriel Bortoletto celebrating by taking the final corner off. Onward to FP2 then, and having taken up a part-time job in rabbit genocide in the morning, Pierre Gasly was back doing what he does best in the second session, ending it best of the rest, just behind the pair of papaya cars. This being the start of the European season meant it was a perfect opportunity for the first big upgrade packages to hit the cars, Aston Martin revealing a radical set of new parts, enough to lift Lance Stroll as high as 17th on the timing screens. Meanwhile, Isaac Hadjar gave his new floor the complete 360 as his V-carb hurtled towards the barriers. It was a mixed bag for Mercedes, Russell high up the order in 4th, whilst home hero Antonelli used the second hour to try out the Hamilton line at the chicane, which clearly didn't work as he finished down in 18th. Colapinto was another to struggle in his Alpine, instead taking the time to be a menace towards the other drivers out on track. This was copied by Yuki Tsunoda, enough to piss off the Argentinian fans for some reason, to the point where they said he smells and looks like a Pokemon. Don't worry Yuki, they're just pissed off because these are still ours. Honestly, can we just nuke Argentina and be done with it at this point? We could easily use any of the RGs for our ex-Bell end of the week, but this wouldn't be a comedy review without slacking off McLaren fans, would it? And with a week off, they've managed to take their shithousery to new heights. It started with these universal grade Bell ends going as far as to email Zach Brown, calling out his treatment of Lando Norris, because naturally it's McLaren's fault that Britain has a fetish for P4 at the moment. Also, I love this one, are we really at the stage where a DTS fan can call themselves a quote, long-term supporter of the team? In that case, I've been a long-term supporter of starting a school for Lando Norris fans and letting some American incels use it for target practice. Now, if you think that can't get any worse, well, turns out it can. Bro, I used to work for McLaren in the Indianapolis division. I used to help them with some of the F1 stuff before I quit a couple of months back. But it's a very small group of people that work there, including Zach. And I literally told Zach, if they choose to support Oscar only, I quit. And guess what happened? I ended up quitting 2 weekends later after Bahrain, because I know Zach was showing blatant favoritism towards Oscar, and these aren't normal coincidences. Those parts on the car that were loose in qualifying have to have been manually loosened. Manually. You might think the same must apply to the screws in your brain, only they were loosened manually when you were dropped on your head as a child. Anyway, while the Quadrant fans cry into their wank rags, here were some of my favourite replies. You've never worked on anything mechanical in your life, have you? I'm sure he's devastated you're gone. You should be bullied off the internet for even considering posting something this stupid. Big thanks to Luke here for pointing this one out, and if you'd like to nominate our next X-Bell end of the week, use the hashtag on screen, tag me on the platform, or join our Discord server. Now, let's move on to Saturday. Oh look, a challenge. Qualifying day, meaning it was time for McLaren to play Bottle Simulator, both cars checking out the gravel as their rivals began to turn up the heat. Verstappen P3 and Ferrari flying as well, only literally in their case. Isaac Hadjar was a surprise P7 for Racing Bulls, Liam Lawson aiming to emulate his French teammate, but accidentally choosing to look at his FP2 data instead. Despite their escapades, it was still McLaren on top however, Lando Norris this time taking the spoils as the grid geared up for qualifying later that afternoon. Other than that, it was a pretty boring session, so tell you what, I set up an anonymous confessions channel in my Discord last night, so I wonder how that's getting on. Actually, I think we'll leave this to the podcast channel. With all the drama thus far then, qualifying was going to throw up a challenge, or in Yuki Tsunoda's case, throw him up into the sky instead. The Japanese driver was on his first lap of Q1 when he decided he didn't fancy doing qualifying things anymore, and thought instead he would use this moment as the perfect time to try and recreate the Mercedes Le Mans disaster of 1955. Now just play the f***ing meme already. With one spot in the drop zone booked up already, that was at least good news for teams like Haas or Sauber, only they were still playing in the sand pit for some reason. Franco Colapinto would just make it through, not bad for your first weekend back. And look, I know this guy's been called a born-again Senna, though I'm not quite sure you need to go as far as stacking it at Tamburello. Alright, now I'm using the red flag meme to go into hiding. Colapinto shunted back to the number of drivers further back, giving Lawson his excuse for being knocked out of Q1 and also screwing over Mehrman, who said a lap time good enough for 10th, though saw it deleted after this apparently came after the red flag. No, we did that already. That led to the fastest Mexican standoff you'll ever see at the start of Q2, as Behrman remained sat in the car while the man he originally displaced, Gabriel Bortoleto, trundled down the pit lane and prepared to go out on circuit. With Sauber now having the advantage of employing ex-Red Bull crybaby Jonathan Wheatley, Behrman was told to go himself, and that was that, meaning we could focus on that second session and watch Ferrari somehow get worse. For a team that had suffered from braking problems all weekend, they found a new way to grind to a halt by finishing P1 and 2 as the checkered flag fell. Well, P1 and 2 if you ignore the additional ones in front of them. As Leclerc went off searching for a new prancing horse that would preferably kick him in the back of the head, Ferrari's ex was loving life in his Williams, Sainz stopping the session, which could have garnered more attention if both Aston Martins hadn't somehow made it into the top 10 shootout as well. With the script out the window then, who would take pole? Well, Verstappen would draw first blood in Q3 before Piastri would blow that time out the water in the dying moments of the session. Next over the line would be Lando Norris, and he'd done his typical 2025 thing of f***ing it up, ending up behind his teammates, and behind Verstappen, and behind Russell as well. It's been a long time coming, but hello bottle number 15 of the year. Max would come close, but would just miss out on taking the top spot, leaving McLaren with at least something to cheer about, and a very interesting Grand Prix set up for Sunday. So if you're enjoying the video, hit that like button, get subscribed, have another wank if you're that guy from the Confessions channel, and bring it on. We were promised rain for race day, so imagine my disappointment to turn on my TV to see nothing but sunshine and Jack f***ing Villeneuve on my screen. You see, Imola is one of those circuits we describe as iconic, which means it has loads of history, but combined with the modern day boats, it's about as good as racing as Diddy would be as a primary school teacher. Max Verstappen wasn't listening to those claims, however, and despite having arguably the worst of the two starts on the front row, tucked into Piastri's slipstream and sent one round the outside of Tamburello corner. That move had me out of my seat, and I may have even tinkled a little. Things were going slightly less well for new boy Franco Colapinto, who forgot to press the accelerator out of the hairpin and dropped several positions back on lap 1. And if you're wondering why there's no footage of this, well, it mysteriously was absent from the highlights, which I assume is the editor choosing life. Pierre Gasly wouldn't get the same treatment, falling out of the top 10 when he thought he spotted another rabbit in the gravel. With Verstappen storming away out front then, Lando Norris was doing his best to get onto the podium. That involved having to pass George Russell, and despite attempting his Japan strategy of driving over the grass, the Briton eventually found enough brain cells to get the move done on lap 11, in what was a cracking overtake, I've got to say. I don't British bias me for that, for f***'s sake. Both Papaya cars were now in the top 3, but the lead still remained in the hands of Red Bull. McLaren decided to attempt an undercut in order to get by, although this rather went out the window when Piastri's front right felt it could do the second stint as well and refused to come off the car. Not the worst incident in the pits, Fernando Alonso would repurpose his Aston Martin into a f***ing flamethrower. That was still more useful than Esteban Ocon's Haas, which ground to a halt and brought out the virtual safety car a handful of laps later. Since Verstappen was still yet to change off his starting tyres, that gifted the Dutchman a free pit stop and ruined any strategy intrigue in the battle for the lead. It did shake things up a little bit further back. Albon now sat in the top 3, Hadjar in the top 5, and Stroll 10th. 10th! The tyre offset was allowing drivers like #Blessed to look like he was quick again, the Ferrari man quickly dispatching Antonelli and soon after making it into the top 5. Williams, meanwhile, was still hoping to cling onto a podium before Piastri said "F*** your podium" and moved back up into 3rd. Unfortunately though, that looked to be it in this one. Verstappen 18 seconds up the road and this looking like 2023 again, until Antonelli's engine decided it was done for the day on lap 46, causing the Italian to pull over at the same place as Ocon, but bring out the full safety car this time because I assume the stewards were getting as bored as the rest of us. This was bad news for the Ferrari pit wall. They had to do some thinking again, and said thinking resulted in them leaving Leclerc out as they didn't think they had the tyre that could go the 10 laps needed to get to the flag. With gunshots ringing out all across Italy then, McLaren would find themselves in a similar predicament. Oscar Piastri led Norris, though unlike his teammate had stayed out. That meant Lando was actually in the better position to challenge Verstappen out front, so the issue was, this was also Lando Norris. With Team Papaya unable to solve this conundrum, the track would go back to green and Verstappen would return to driving off into the distance. Norris was able to make the Piastri move on his own a few laps later, but it was far too late by that stage. That left our attention a little further back on Alex Albon, who still had a chance at 4th, with Leclerc struggling on worn hard tyres. That gave us some hard racing into turn 1, which as we know isn't allowed in 2025, forcing the Monegasque to hand the position back and start crying over the team radio. There was none of that on Max Verstappen's end, however, the Dutchman cruising to a 2nd win this season, and in doing so continuing to make this 2025 championship very interesting indeed. Other shout-outs had to go to Yuki Tsunoda, who went from the pit lane to 10th by the flag, Alex Albon for his stunning P5 run, and to me for making a Williams video that aged well for once. Lewis Hamilton had one of his better races as well, it has to be said, though paid for it with with this chance of any future children. Despite the fight for the win being, well, pretty non-existent as it turned out, we got a lot of action throughout this one, and some great overtaking around a circuit that supposedly you aren't allowed to overtake at. One of the best races of the year so far, and so I'm slapping it with an 8 out of 10. Let me know your ratings down in the comments below. Busy weekend next week as F1 heads to Monaco, and across the pond we have the Indy 500, which has already thrown up some chaos in qualifying. Long story short, I'm going to want to kill myself after covering all of that, so if you want to make me feel a little bit better, you can get subscribed to the channel, drop it a like, and check out the new episode of my podcast Talk Shift as well. Big ups to the members and patrons, I'm still aiming to bring them some exclusive videos in the next few days. Thanks for bearing with me on that one, but you won't want to miss them when they eventually release. All relevant links are down in the description below, and that's about all from me. So, until next time, f*** off. I'd like to open this video with FP1 Discord confession number 93. I found an orphan at the side of the road, no older than 6, but he told me he was a Lando Norris fan, so I shot him in the skull. Oh, God. Why are we giving that fire emojis? Jesus Christ.
That's rude.
Hey there guys, I'm Will and welcome to the Comedy Review, the show that releases before you finish watching the race. Thank f*** that had an ending. It's also the show where we talk about things that happen in motorsport. Things like this. Aston Martin published their own F1 movie on xvideos.com, Christian Horner plays with some new cakes, and Carlos Sainz shows off his impression of a DTS fan watching an F1 Grand Prix.
Crash. Crash. Crash.
With it also being Monaco, we've got quite a lot to talk about, and we start, once again, here. Now you have got this right, this is the Monaco Comedy Review, and the Franco Colapinto news is about as outdated as most of the jokes that come out of my mouth, but the Argentine was back in the headlines for all the wrong reasons once again this week. After Alpine's new recruit went to pay his respects to the great Ayrton Senna in Imola qualifying, this Instagram story from Mick Doohan began doing the rounds on social media, before breaking into multiple news outlets across Argentina, none of which seemingly were the intelligence to read. You see, this was first posted by reputable news source Formula Fakers, who, shockingly enough, produced fake news. Fake news convincing enough to dupe Franco Colapinto supporters. Granted, it must be hard for them to multitask when they're already in a perpetual state of tossing themselves off and crying over a group of islands which, just in case you need another reminder, aren't yours. The level of hate got so bad, Jack Doohan had to take time off updating his LinkedIn profile to Open for Work to politely ask them to stop, publicly calling out Formula Fakers who shared their own apology statement on Twitter. It's also led to a greater clampdown on offensive media surrounding Formula 1. Well, I guess I'll go shoot myself then. Also in the news, it's Monaco. Said nobody ever. That means it's my yearly tradition to remind you all that this remains my favourite weekend of the year. Who doesn't love the idea of there being no margin for error? Who doesn't love the increased chances of a safety car? Hell, who doesn't love a good old tunnel? Well, probably not Princess Diana, but anyway, just let me have this one. In order to shake up the event for this year, i.e. to make it actually watchable, F1 have implemented the new mandatory 2-stop rule for Sunday's Grand Prix. In essence, drivers now have to use a minimum of 3 sets of tyres over the course of the race stint. Will it work? Well, I'm recording this on Friday and don't have a time machine, so f*** those. The rulebook wasn't the only paddock shake-up in Monaco, as this weekend was the first to feature Aero Jesus in green, or as former boss Christian Horner put it,
looks like a giant bogey.
This was of course double bad for poor old Horner. The colour green rarely brings back good memories for him. Charles Leclerc enters the Monaco weekend for the first time as a winner of the prestigious event last season, seemingly finally kicking that dreaded curse to the curb. Only as it happened, it was back for round 2. Charles had an off in the opening minutes of the session, and when it wasn't enough to deter the Monegasque, the curse took the form of Special, who had decided to use FP1 to work on his weaving technique. That gifted the Canadian a one-place grid drop for Sunday, while the second Ferrari of Hamilton wasn't having things any easier, being held up by Belgrano boy at Massenet before being the aggressor himself when Liam Lawson attempted to get by later in the session. That said, Lawson complaining about slow driving is a bit like me complaining about my weight while sat at a McDonald's drive-thru. Both Ferraris would at least reach new heights by the end of opening practice, Hamilton literally, while Leclerc re-emerged and set the time that topped the first session of the weekend. That's a little different compared to the usual tinge of papaya we're used to seeing at this point in 2025. The McLarens were still there, but a little off the pace compared to the Scuderia. If you haven't noticed, the team also continued their tradition of a special Monaco livery. That meant new helmets for the drivers themselves and the emergence of our latest ex-Bellend of the week. So Oscar Piastri would release these images teasing his new lid for the Monaco Grand Prix, and almost straight away was consumed by friendly fire from the Norris cult base. Every masterpiece has its cheap copy. This coming from T for Trouble, or like T for Testing Tiresome Twats. Said masterpiece was a Lando Norris helmet reveal from, I don't know, some point in the past. I can't be asked to look it up. Anyway, let's instead get to what you're all here for. T for torn to shreds in the comments. Sir Lando Norris, the inventor of collage. Are you this bored? K-pop Twitter is that way. And finally, one of my favourite replies to an ex-Bell End of the Year so far. Well, one of them isn't a grown man trying to look like a 13-year-old girl in a photo booth. Big thanks to these two for raising this bell end to my attention, and if you'd like to nominate the next ex-Bell End of the week, use the hashtag on screen, tag me on the platform, or risk joining whatever the my Discord's turned into. Anyway, let's move on to FP2. Oh look, you know what, actually I'll be right back. Oscar Piastri claimed he hit the wall somewhere during FP1, though to my knowledge no one was able to find the footage. The Australian thus made sure he was on the live feed before doing it again in FP2. Now Monaco is a track where you have to, as the kids would say, lock in. Only Ollie Bearman was so locked in he got through half the lap before realising the red flags were out, and that got him a 10-place grid penalty, which is essentially the same as the electric chair in the Principality. And look, I've been thinking about this. Rather than use those pesky red flag balls, which can clearly be missed, I think we should just reutilise the driver's radio systems to do this. Isaac Hadjar was enjoying his first Monaco weekend as a Formula 1 driver until he clipped the wall at the Nouvelle Chicane and repurposed his steering wheel as a tambourine for some reason. The V-Carb driver was able to limp back to the pits, where his team did a mega job in fixing his car before the end of the session, only for the Frenchman to go back out and hit the wall again. This hit being so hard he momentarily turned into a Franco Colapinto fan.
Man, I am so stupid. I think I'm just dumb.
Traffic was becoming a problem once again, Hamilton holding up Lawson for a second time in as many sessions, Special nearly putting someone else in the wall, and Max Verstappen getting so angry he ended up just driving into the Mirabeau runoff for some peace and quiet. On the bright side, his frustration looks much funnier if you speed it up like this. It would be Ferrari and Leclerc on top yet again, while ex-Ferrari driver Fernando Alonso was getting ever so slightly annoyed with drivers going off at turn 10, and consequently distracting the Spaniard. So guess who then went off at turn 10? Leclerc would make it a practice sweep in FP3, ending the session fastest once again, although things weren't quite so plain sailing on the other side of the garage. Hamilton hit the wall to end the session a few minutes early, and look, I'm not one who notices a lot of British bias around this guy, but the fact that so many, Sky Sports included, are trying to compare this to Fernando Alonso's crash and his first Monaco for Ferrari is completely and utterly insane. Ooh, maybe this means he'll go and fight for the championship. Or maybe this means he'll never win a world championship ever again. How about that, you deranged wank state? Getting back to the point, the McLaren still looked like they had work to do. Third and fourth behind Leclerc and Verstappen, Norris this time the driver to encounter Special, still trying to work out what those flashing blue things mean. Nico Hülkenberg meanwhile was still learning that if you don't use your steering wheel, you'll head straight towards a wall, in what was one of the weirder moments of the weekend. But I've just had this random thought about when the German retires, how he could set up a restaurant. I'd like to order a Hülkenberger, please. Yeah, and I wonder why I get so many fat jokes in the comments. For now, Hulk would use all that experience to end the session 13th. Experience that would be paramount around Monaco, testament to basically all of the rookies making it at the bottom of the order, and Esteban Ocon, who was there for shits and giggles, I guess. Alpine thought they could make it through Q1 on the medium tyre, which is funnier than anything I could say in this comedy review. Soon enough though, Pierre Gasly had bigger problems. The Special clearly hadn't learnt from practice. Let's make that a 4-place grid drop now. With all 20 cars out on circuit, impeding was going to be a big problem. And like the drivers, their race engineers had to be on it as well, which is a bit of an issue when your race engineer has been employed by Ferrari. Lewis Hamilton was told the Red Bull of Verstappen was on the fast lap, then a slow lap, then a fast lap, and then a slow lap, all in the space of about 5 seconds, and that slow lap didn't look very slow when the Dutchman flew by, screaming expletives over the radio. That was understandable in what is frankly the most high-pressure qualifying of the year, and as we approached the end of Q1, it was Mercedes' Kimi Antonelli with it all to do on the edge of the drop zone. He found a clever way to ensure getting through, however, just driving into the wall. You know what, if we move on quickly, maybe they'll just forget the red flag meme exists. That would be the final nail in the coffin for the Alpine pair, Bearman, Bortoletto and Special, making up the final drop zone. On to Q2 then, which would be much easier for the drivers with 1 elimination field already. That would quickly become 2 when the second Mercedes of George Russell revealed he'd bought his new battery from Temu, which promptly blew up and forced him to stop in the tunnel. I'm not going to escape that red flag meme this time, am I? With George's car travelling at speeds Special could only dream about then, we were gearing up to see who would fill the remaining 3 slots in the Q2 drop zone, and considering a Haas, a Sauber and Liam Lawson were still in the field, you'd have thought that was pretty obvious, but Yuki Tsunoda still found a way to be a new level of shit. Sainz missing out in 11th was another surprise, as Lawson and Ocon survived till the top 10 shootout, which was set to be a battle between Ferrari, Verstappen and the now reinvigorated McLarens, who'd finally remembered how to be quick again. Considering one of those cars was Charles Leclerc's, and considering how he likes to take his poles around Monaco, the papaya cars opted to set their Q3 lap times out of sequence with the others, and despite Monaco practically being a Norris bottle job heaven, it was the Briton who held it together and edged teammate Piastri in the opening stages. Leclerc wasn't going down without a fight, however. Ferrari had come into this weekend claiming they were going to be nowhere due to having a lack of pace in the low-speed corners, aka practically all the corners around Monaco. But since that appeared to have been revealed as a massive f***ing lie, Charles would go to the top, only briefly as Norris pulled out the unthinkable and completed 2 qualifying laps without a bottle. Someone give this man a medal. Few extra shout-outs to Hadjar and Alonso for P6 and 7 respectively, and to the Ferrari pit wall for giving Hamilton a 3-place grid drop for Sunday. Speaking of, the grid was now set for 70-odd laps without a single overtake, but an extra pit stop. You know, I think I'll go grab my second pillow. Race day then, and after Formula 2 proved that the future of the comedy review is in safe hands, the lights would go out, and Norris would hold the lead, narrowly fighting off Leclerc and the bottle of all bottles as he locked the front heading down into Saint Devote. Further back, Gabriel Bortoleto was on the move, and while it was Colapinto paying tribute to Senna last week, this time it was the turn of the Brazilian to recreate Ayrton's Portier crash from 1988. That brought out the virtual safety car, providing a beautiful opportunity to the drivers who just dived into the pits at the end of lap 1. Well, all except for Ollie Behrman, and you know what? I think it's time we brought back an old segment to the comedy review.
Bunch of wanko.
Haas Watch is back, and after more than a year away, the team were well and truly back to old habits on Sunday afternoon. Behrman, of course, already had a 10-place grid penalty coming into the race following his colour blindness in Friday practice. That then got a bit worse before the lights even went out, as he was spotted trundling down the pit lane with an additional modification in the form of a cooling fan still stuck in his side pod. With now another penalty looming over the Briton, he at least had timed his first pit stop to perfection to coincide with the VSC. Oh, never mind, they've forgotten the tyres this time. With half of Twitter now flooding the suicide hotlines, we'll leave Haas Watch there for now. Anyway, on the subject of stupid things, here's Pierre Gasly, busy complaining about having no brakes. Yeah, probably because they're hanging off the front of the car. Replay showed the Frenchman using another car as a glorified springboard for the second year in a row around the Principality, this time it being the turn of Gasly's ex-boyfriend Yuki Tsunoda, whose car must have been reinforced following what he did to it last time out in Imola. So as Gasly played with his tricycle and we avoided the safety car by divine intervention, the leaders were beginning to pit, Norris first, followed by teammate Piastri a few laps later. The championship leader was told to box to overtake Leclerc. Turns out what McLaren really meant by this was box to have a stop and be at risk to Verstappen. Or at least he would have been, Red Bull opting to opt against track position in Monaco, which is a bit like opting out of a parachute as you leap out of a aeroplane. So as he returned to normal Max Verstappen things, like complaining about his shifting, the other front runners were catching the back of the pack, resulting in rather depressing scenes as the two works Mercedes had to give way to blue flags. Don't worry, I'm sure they've just taken their pit stops earlier than the others. Oh, never mind, turns out they haven't taken any of them. Fernando Alonso was at least having a better day, looking to score points for the first time all year. Unfortunately, his power unit had other plans as he was spotted cosplaying as a flare gun on lap 39. Disappointing for him, and disappointing for everyone else, as he found a convenient little side road to avoid a safety car from making this race actually interesting. Yeah, this was still Monaco, and at this stage it was pretty clear that the new pit stop regulations were being about as helpful as those AI voice assistants in drive-through queues.
And what will you drink with that?
Oh my God! I want a large Mountain Dew!
And your drink?
That was never meant to help the overtaking. Thankfully, George Russell had found a new solution to that, just straightlining the chicane. With the leader of the GPDA openly admitting over the radio to just wanting to take the 5-second penalty, the stewards decided to serve up the Mercedes driver with a nice cocktail of sick in the form of a drive-through, which I guess wasn't the most ideal time to also watch Kimi Antonelli making the exact same move. This had all happened though because Williams were playing a game of their own with their two cars, ordering Albon to put on his best special impression to allow Sainz the opportunity to pit, and I'm not quite sure this is what everyone had in mind for an exciting Monaco Grand Prix. I'll be honest, at this point I practically switched off and just started editing this video. As far as I'm aware, I didn't miss a whole lot. Max Verstappen basically decided to stay out till the end of time in the hope of a safety car, fairly sensible given Colapinto was still in the field. All the while, Norris was locked in a thrilling battle with Leclerc and Piastri for the effective lead of the race, and by thrilling battle, I'm just basing that off the Sky Sports commentary team who were desperately trying to keep hold of their viewer base. Honestly, I'm surprised there wasn't talk of rain in this one. Verstappen finally caved with a couple of tours to go, while Lando Norris would cross the line to take his first victory since the season opener in Melbourne, and I've decided I'm just going to uninstall social media for the next few days so his cult can get their gloating out of their system. Shout out to the Williams and Racing Bulls teams for getting both of their cars into the top 10, but overall, that wasn't exactly the greatest Grand Prix, was it? The new rules were meant to shake up the racing. Instead, they've just led to mass confusion and half the field identifying as terrorists. That said, we should still applaud F1 for at least trying, and I'll continue to stand by Monaco. So it's a 10 out of 10 race. If you disagree, try going and f***ing yourself. McLaren returns to the top step then, and maybe this is the result that gets Lando Norris's championship challenge back on track. But next up is Spain, and time for the new aero testing regulations to come into force. So we'll have to see if they're as competitive in a week's time. It's also likely our last visit to Catalonia before it gets replaced by this piece of shit in 2026, so let's enjoy it while we still can. The silver lining is next up is the Indy 500. I'll be back hopefully tomorrow with a comedy review on that one, so if you enjoyed this video and want to see more, drop it a like and get subscribed for coverage throughout the rest of the season. Big thank you to the members and patrons who get early access previews to these, as well as extra exclusive videos every month. If you want to help support me and the channel, all links are down in the description below. Now I'm off to prepare that 500 video for tomorrow, so until then, off. Okay, I need to start this video with a bit of a clarification. Just because you see a random fat guy on an F1 team's feed does not mean you have to DM me on Instagram to ask if that is me or not. Right, we clear on that? Okay, good. Right, roll on the intro. I'm going back to my subway.
That's rude.
Hey there guys, I'm Will and welcome to the Comedy Review, the show that ruined my life faster than Jack Doohan. Sorry, I'll just take any excuse to use that these days. It's also the show where we talk about things that happen in motorsport. Things like this. Lando Norris bottles quantum tunneling, James Vowles' software update allows him to point and wave, and the F1 kids fly towards a populated city. Hang on, I feel like I've seen this one somewhere before. It's the end of a triple header. We also had the 500 last week. In other words, I'm f***ing tired. So we start here. Thankfully, the short stop after Monaco doesn't provide the biggest opportunity for breaking news, besides people were too busy complaining about how that was. Social media was thus drowning in ways we could make the spectacle better. Most solutions ended up looking something like this. GP DHM and Alex Wurz was one of the more level-headed and qualified to have their say, seen here with his favourite stick suggesting cars should just drive into the sea. Despite Alex not having discovered screen recording software, these changes have been widely welcomed by the fans. So, will they happen? Well, of course not. How can we deprive the FIA of their bedtime stories, you cretins? Elsewhere in the news, rumours of a divide between Lewis Hamilton and Ferrari have continued to swirl after the British driver was left on red at the culmination of the Monaco Grand Prix, and after I fancy getting a little bit more traffic over onto this video. It's no secret that this partnership of the ages hasn't got off to the best of starts, and Ferrari can't really fork up the amount to pay Hamilton out of his multi-year contract. Thus, they devised an alternative plan to make #Perez leave on his own accord, as Christian Horner was suddenly tipped to move to the Scuderia. We also have an update on the Audi project. Apparently they're going to win in 5 years, which is probably the funniest thing you'll hear in this entire video. Oh, never mind, Alpine are challenging for titles in 2. Finally then, we also had the new F1 game drop this week, and to celebrate, Sauber decided to run a new livery called Glitched Out. I really shouldn't make that joke now I'm affiliated with EA, but oh well, f*** it, it's too late now. Elsewhere on Livery Watch, McLaren just forgot to revert to their old look, and so we're running their Monaco throwback design again here this weekend. Speaking of, let's get to FP1. Monaco may well be in the rearview mirror, but traffic problems appeared to have stuck with the paddock heading into opening practice, Isaac Hadjar getting revenge on the Ferraris for last week, before Charles Leclerc hit back by terrorising Liam Lawson again.
What was that?
That's an F1 car, Liam. To be fair, you don't see many of those when you're half a lap down in 19th. With ever few rookies joining the grid for this opening session, Ryo Hirakawa was wheeled out of the mortuary to test out the off-road characteristics of the Haas, while over at Williams, Victor Martins was in the car. What a momentous day for the Grove outfit, who appeared to have signed a new sponsorship deal with Crack, commemorating what Claire Williams was on when she signed up Lance Stroll 8 years ago. Ex-Williams star Franco Colapinto was continuing his rough reacclimatisation to the sport, being so slow in opening practice the TV director briefly mistook him for Jack Doohan. Now all that aside, of course the real big story hitting the track this week was the implementation of new front wing tests aimed at reducing the flexi-wing phenomenon, or catering to Red Bull depending on which team you support apparently. F1 themselves got Sam Collins to touch up one of their show cars to explain the new rules. Speaking of, it must be Craig Slater's week off or something. I'm surprised he's not been found attempting to use the MCL39 as a trampoline. On a serious note though, this was expected to be the start of the downfall of McLaren. The team clearly crippled when Lando Norris entered the session on top form. Oscar Piastri would then resume that position in FP2 as the track hotted up, and Sauber revealed their first step to winning races in 5 years was giving Nico Hülkenberg a little push out of the pit lane. Teammate Gabriel Bortoleto has apparently switched allegiances in the last week, the Senna fanboy now on Team Verstappen, catching heat in Monaco for threatening to put a Mercedes driver in the wall, then straight up copying the Dutchman's lines on Friday afternoon. I wouldn't really be emulating this one. Hey, I can't really talk here, Bortoleto is to Verstappen as I am to rocket-powered Mohawk. Ollie Behrman, meanwhile, made sure to learn from reserve Hirakawa in practice, pulling a fascinating disappearing act in the first sector, one that he only wished he could replicate when he got back to the paddock. Home hero Fernando Alonso wasn't necessarily the happiest man out there either, the Spaniard getting pissed at Hamilton for apparently existing, then laying out some ominous threats about the championship being very long. Well done, Fernando, that's right. So in this very long championship, how many points have you scored so far? Oh yeah, that's right. I don't want to sound like I'm overly defending Hamilton here. Just to clarify on this channel, we like to offend everybody equally. Hashtag bless, there's enough people behind him anyway. One of which actually happening to be our ex-Bell End of the Week. So I did it. Be proud of me, because I found a Bellend that isn't a McLaren fan. This one actually harks back to qualifying last week, where Hamilton was awarded a 3-place grid penalty for impeding Max Verstappen, prompting Cal's LFC to say this. The only explanation for this is racism, because this happened in Q1 and Max wasn't affected whatsoever. They just wanted any reason to ruin Lewis's weekend. Absolute joke of a penalty. You know what, I was trying to work out what the LFC stands for in Cal's name, but I think I've got it. How about, let's f***ing cry. Also, it's affected, you f***ing idiot. There was a mixture of responses to this one. Some tried reasoning with the Bellend, which went about as well as you might expect. Others tried reinforcing my earlier sentiments. Well then, long live racism that's outrageous. And then there were just people who responded with actual racism, which I obviously don't condone whatsoever. That aside, big thanks to these guys for pointing this one out to me, and if you'd like to nominate the next ex-Bellend of the week, use the hashtag on screen, tag me on the platform, or join our Discord server. Now, this is usually where I cut to an outrageous tweet I'd found, but I'm trying to avoid Doctor Who spoilers at the moment, so I'm just going to awkwardly cut back to Saturday. FP3 then, and McLaren was super compromised this time, so compromised they entered the session 1-2 despite Norris momentarily forgetting what way the track went. Oscar Piastri would be on top yet again, while over at Ferrari things weren't so positive. Hamilton having a nightmare of a session, ending it down in 9th with shifting problems. Hey, maybe his gearbox is racist too. Red Bull appeared instead to be Team Papaya's closest challenger. Well, I should probably rephrase that. Max Verstappen appeared instead to be Team Papaya's closest challenger. Yuki was down in 14th. There really wasn't a whole lot going on in this final practice hour, so the drivers took it upon themselves to make things a little more interesting. Alex Albon, having sat out FP1, decided only to compete 5 laps on Saturday morning, while Fernando Alonso was seen attempting the no-hands challenge late in the session. Let's just get to qualifying then. Q1 ending with Franco Colapinto on the bubble, the Argentine finding a clever way to stop anyone improving their lap time, just by blocking the pit exit. As he got naughty with his Alpine, Yuki Tsunoda was out there claiming he was on the lap of his life. Such a good lap in fact, it was only good enough for P20. Rumour is Isaac Hadjar has locked himself inside his Racing Bulls motorhome. The shock exits wouldn't end there though. Carlos Sainz clearly not taking enough crack to get out of the opening session. As he went off to find his shotgun, we got ready for Q2. That would mark the end of the other Williams driver, Alex Albon feeling disgruntled by the Haas of Behrman, so much it forced him to trudge back home, making offensive impressions of Asian people. Hadjar meanwhile will be the star of the show yet again, getting his V-carb into 6th. No real surprises, I want to watch Doctor Who, let's just move on. Q3 then, and Oscar Piastri would initially top the times, but in doing so allowing Norris the chance to use his teammate for a tow, seemingly the only way to be faster than the Australian nowadays. As they all dived into the pits for fresh tyres, Fernando Alonso used the clear track to attempt a parade lap. Oh, sorry, actually that was a qualifying effort. It's kind of hard to tell when you're in an Aston Martin. That would only be good enough for 10th in the end. Elsewhere, Charles Leclerc was seen getting out of his car, apparently happy with 4th for some reason. Either that or managing 2 cars in the final part of Q3 is a bit too much for Ferrari to handle right now. Lewis Hamilton would cross the line then to go a miraculous P3. We'll ignore the fact that he was half a second off the McLarens, and that he proceeded to drop like a f***ing stone after, but nevertheless, Lewis, well done. As I hinted at then, there was really no stopping the pair of papaya machines. Piastri coming across the line to set an imperious lap. Norris, meanwhile, should have been able to challenge, although chose to swap his car for a Sainsbury's shopping trolley on his final run. Yet another botched lap in Q3, and while it didn't knock him off the front row this time, it still deserves a place on the bottle counter regardless. Oscar Piastri would thus lead the field to green on Sunday, though before we could get to that, it was breaking news from the Aston Martin camp. Special withdrawing from the Grand Prix because his wrist hurts. That's a shame. Who's going to score all their points now? This apparently all relates back to when Stroll showed he had the same prowess on 2 wheels as he had on 4 back in the 2023 preseason, opting to tell the team now of all times, meaning reserve driver Felipe Drugovich won't be able to step in, and yep, I think he's just gone and shot himself. Oh, and I should add, this apparently has nothing to do with the Canadian, quote, getting upset after qualifying according to the team, or according to others around the paddock, swearing at crew members, smashing up equipment, and being an intolerant arsehole, just in case you need reason number 5743 to hate on Special. So as Fernando Alonso pulled weird faces and greeted the crowd with a multicultural salute, we got ready for lights out around the circuit Barcelona-Catalunya. Oscar would show Lando what the perfect start looked like, Norris deciding he needed to drop all the way back behind Verstappen to get the best look. Just kidding, that's bottle number 17. Slightly further back, George Russell got murked with a pair of Ferraris, and Alex Albon was welcomed back to the midfield with open arms as they mutilated his front wing. Verstappen getting into second gave us a thrilling battle to look forward to as Norris began to close up till, never mind, the Dutchman's just let him through. That was okay, the pair of Ferraris were squabbling instead, and their pit wall was sat on a 5-lap delay, so at least we were treated to a bit of fun before they popped over the radio to politely tell #blessed to move the f*** out of the way. Honestly, how racist of them. Next up, we can tune into an episode of Alzheimer's Watch, as Fernando Alonso was caught dreaming of retirement beaches, and so ended up driving into one on lap 14. This seemed to wake the Spaniard up somewhat, as he began to go toe-to-toe with compatriot Sainz, and battled his way back up to the fringes of the top 10. Also trying to do that was Alex Albon, until he discovered Liam Lawson had the spatial awareness of a Make-A-Wish kid in a bumper car and broke front wing number 2. At this point, Williams retired the tie from fear of James Vowles' mental health. Lawson was on a bit of a warpath in this one, proceeding to show Ollie Behrman what Turn 1's escape road looks like. In the meantime, the leaders were beginning to come into the pits. The McLarens were sticking to their predicted 2-stop, while Verstappen was treating his tyres like his dad treated him as a child. That forced the Dutchman onto a 3-stop strategy, but still left him close to Norris as we got into the closing stages, because of Lando Norris reasons, I guess. That got even more exciting on lap 52, when the lap cars ahead of Lawson and Behrman decided to try and kill each other down into Turn 1, holding up the McLaren, and in the process Lawson becoming the most useful teammate to Verstappen this year so far. As Behrman proceeded to ruin this advantage, it looked as if this rather unexciting race was going to stay rather unexciting till the flag. What we really needed was a safety car. Oh, cheers, Antonelli. With the Italians' Mercedes identifying as a steam engine then, the front runners would all pit for fresh rubber. Red Bull proceeding to themselves as they realised all they had in the back was a set of hard compound tyres. Rumour has it, someone on the pit wall then accidentally knocked out the power to Max Verstappen's team radio. Piastri's advantage over Norris would also be reduced to nothing, so as we got ready for a 6-lap sprint to the end, the Aussie was right on the defence. Verstappen was in a similar boat, and needed to be after navigating the final corner perpendicular to the circuit. Leclerc thus made it past, Max giving up P3, and in doing so forgetting how straights were because he drifted into the side of the Ferrari, karma striking back instantly as Russell barged his way past down at Turn 1. That made the Dutchman even more displeased, Red Bull taking this moment to suggest he gives the spot back to the Mercedes, which in fairness he technically did, before attempting to assassinate George Russell. With Nico Rosberg screaming for a black flag and Verstappen fans likely providing our next expel end of the week, here's a racist Nico Hülkenberg passing Lewis Hamilton for 6th. No issues for Oscar Piastri, however, the Australian holding off teammate Norris to take his 5th win of the season, and Charles Leclerc rounding out the podium. Shoutouts for this one, of course, go to Hülkenberg, who by some miracle took home 5th, Alonso for going from Alzheimer's Watch to his first points in the season, and Max Verstappen, who got driver of the day for attempted murder. He ended up with a 10-second penalty for the crash, in a race that, I'm not going to lie, was pretty crap until that point. The ending considered though, I'm going to give it a 7 out of 10. Let me know your ratings down in the comments below. IndyCar comes next, and I've got a feeling we're due another Stroll video at this point too, so plenty more content to come. And if you've enjoyed this one, then drop it a like and get subscribed for coverage throughout the 2025 season. Massive thank you to the members and patrons as well. They got an exclusive comedy review of the Weenie 500 earlier this week, plus early access to this one, and you got loads more content to check out there as well. So if that sounds interesting to you, or you just want to help support me and the channel, then head over to the links in the description below. Now I think I'm going to wrap up this video by honouring this post from the official Formula 2 X accounts. These three kept it nice and cool out there today, creaming the field to stand on the podium. Lindblad is literally 17, you f***ing pedo. So the McLaren Formula 1 team have had to publicly deny reports that they'll let Donald Trump drive their Formula 1 car. No, that's an actual article that exists on the internet. Anyway, I wonder how Twitter have taken the news. Yeah, that's more or less what I expected.
That's rude.
Hey there guys, I'm Will and welcome to the Comedy Review, the show hated so badly by Mohammed Ben Sulayem that he had my channel hacked. Don't worry, I can always rely on you guys for support through the most stressful week of my life. Excuses, keep it up and you'll be the next FIA president. Should have been a massive salad attack. Got punished for greed. It does explain the recent increase in quality. Oh, go f*** yourself. Anyway, it's also the show where we talk about things that happen in motorsport. Things like this. Yuki Tsunoda discovers he's going to Formula E, Alex Albon creams everywhere, and F1 Academy go racing in Canada. And if you're wondering what the joke is here, come on, I'm not a f***ing idiot. Quite a bit of news to get into this week, and we start here. Max Verstappen caused quite a stir at the Spanish Grand Prix, the Dutchman dozing off in the closing stages and daydreaming about violently murdering the cast of Toy Story.
Buzz! We missed the truck! We're not aiming for the truck!
The move was so bad, the Dutchman was later seen apologising for the first time in his life over social media. Regardless, F1 stewards took a very dim view on the situation, handing Verstappen a time penalty and 3 points on his licence, bringing him just one short of a race ban. Usually that would dominate the headlines on Thursday media day, though fortunately for the Red Bull driver, Lance Stroll exists. Following his withdrawal from the Spanish Grand Prix and the growing rumours that said withdrawal was less to do with a pre-existing hand injury and more to do with Lance treating his garage equipment like a 1950s housewife, many were rather surprised to see the Canadian fit enough to return so soon for his home Grand Prix. Plenty others were less than thrilled, including the likes of potential replacements Valtteri Bottas and Felipe Drugovich, as well as apparently Stroll himself, who didn't look at all like he wanted to grasp the opportunity with both hands. Granted, that was probably because one of them doesn't work. Lance at least has the positive of being able to do all his talking on the track. That wouldn't quite be the same for Frederic Vasseur, who has to rely on Lewis Hamilton and Charles Leclerc to save his career after Italy's media decided to unceremoniously f*** the living daylights out of him in the build-up to the race. Ferrari's start to the 2025 season has been a bit like Air India Flight 171. It never really got off the ground. That means the Ferrari cult needs a sacrifice, and poor Freddie V has found himself in the hot seat. But don't worry, Ferrari were quick to dispel the rumours as something that wasn't even worth commenting on, which will be a great line to return to when the Frenchman is sent to the Maranello gallows midway through the season. We're almost done with the news then, but lastly we need to take a trip to FIA Corner, which of course means it's the grand return of this.
What the fuck have the FIA done this week? Oh, Mohammed, what the fuck have you done now?
We could possibly do a whole video on Ben Sulayem's antics this week. Long-standing steward Derek Warwick has been suspended for having an opinion. We got our first look at the 2026 calendar, which includes a direct clash with the Indy 500, so cheers, I now want to kill myself. And then there's the tiny matter of Big Ben now being allowed to veto any competition to his presidential candidacy. I commented on this news a few weeks back when it was simply a recommendation that we were all laughing at because there was no possible way this would be voted into power. But no, as it turns out, the governing body are now a dictatorship. Ben 10 can theoretically hold on to power till the end of time, and now I'm hearing reports that a new summer camp has been set up at Auschwitz for anyone who owns a conspicuous piercing. Ladies and gentlemen, it's happened again. Anyway, that's enough news. I think it's time we get to first practice. I missed the first 3 minutes of FP1, but Belgrano boy had managed to f*** it up already. Newly nicknamed Collar Spinto was the subject of plenty of speculation this week, with team boss Flavio Briatore suggesting the Argentinian could be the next up-and-coming rookie to be axed midway through the season. And granted, the Argentine wasn't helping himself on Friday, spending most of the early running being what other F1 drivers might describe as f***ing annoying. Things were looking equally not good for Ferrari's Charles Leclerc, who despite all of the speculation opted to try this Grand Prix in hard mode as he ripped half his car off early on into the session. With the Monegasque now out for both Friday practice sessions as a result, all of Vasseurs' hopes and dreams lied in the hands of Lewis Hamilton. Yeah, maybe I'd start updating that CV, mate. So as #Bless discovered it was much easier to go quicker by simply straightlining the final chicane, Williams' Alex Albon was busy trying to put Sauber driver Gabriel Bortoleto out of his misery, then even coming over the radio to claim, quote,
I tried to do the right thing there.
Alex may well have been on a warpath in this one, but was at least able to come home as part of a Williams 2-3 by the checkered flag, only beaten by reigning world champion Max Verstappen. And if you're wondering where our usual tinge of papaya is, well, Norris was too busy looking for ideal bottling locations throughout FP1. While we're on the subject of McLaren, Lando, do you want to marry me? OMG, my boyfriend doesn't want to. Firstly, I'm not surprised, you're a Lando Norris fan. Secondly, what a cuck. And thirdly, Lando rejected them on the live feed, but don't worry, they're pretty used to disappointment by this stage. Let's get to FP2 then, and you know what, thank God Lance Stroll is fit enough to come back. If not, we wouldn't be able to laugh at him crashing into the wall just 10 minutes into the session. Meanwhile, Colapinto was busy building in some consistency, which as it turns out isn't always a good thing, and Pierre Gasly almost contracted the bottle by being too close to Lando Norris. Who knew this shit was airborne? Mercedes were turning up the wick, however, George Russell fastest, with Antonelli backing him up in third. With Albon and Sainz also up there again for Williams, we looked to have an interesting Saturday on our hands. But before that, I think it's about time we found out who's our ex-bell end of the week. With a 2-week gap, there's plenty of options to pick from this time round. There was this degenerate who's clearly never watched the Indy 500 before, there was this guy who claimed Piastri was in the Epstein files, and there was this Lance Stroll fan who could have just won it for being a Lance Stroll fan. But then there was F1J UK, with 2 Ys, the second one standing for why the f*** hasn't natural selection caught up with you yet? Jay here has picked an interesting hill to die on, claiming that Max Verstappen's move in Spain was completely justified, because he was ahead at the apex. I mean, do I even need to add anything here? Actually, I really don't. Twitter's done that for me. Obese tramp, let the kids out of your dungeon. Shut up, you freak. Cry harder. And finally, I'm pretty certain this guy's been an ex-bell end of the week himself in the past, but he's redeemed himself somewhat with this comment. Big ups to 7True for the recommendation, and if you'd like to nominate the next ex-bell end of the week, use the hashtag on screen, tag me on the platform, or join our new Discord server. Now let's move on to FP3. Oh look, it's Mohammed Ben Sulayem. Oscar Piastri hadn't made much of an impact so far this weekend, until he did, only it was into the wall of champions. That caused grief for Red Bull driver Yuki Tsunoda, who passed a stricken McLaren on his way back to the pits, though this technically still counts as overtaking under red flag conditions and earned the Japanese pilot a 10th-place grid drop. I'm assuming his reaction to the news looked a little something like this. Just before the Piastri incident, Nico Hülkenberg had his own close shave at the final corner, a spin which in turn caused Davide Valsecchi to piss himself. The Haas F1 team are celebrating 200 Grand Prix in Canada this time out. Sorry, I meant to mention that earlier, but as usual I've forgotten they still exist. Anyway, Ollie Behrman was another to hark back through the outfit's history, attempting his best Romain Grosjean impressions as he scraped the wall of champions on a number of occasions over the final practice hour. Also, the fact that Haas are now capable of doing throwback liveries makes me feel old and morbidly sick. Still no mention of Rich Energy in their 200 race history, now I wonder why that might be. Norris would top the final session then ahead of Leclerc and Russell, setting us up with a thrilling qualifying session that afternoon with multiple teams in the mix. One of them might even have been the Williams pair, only Sainz encountered the newly installed Hadjar chicane, and Albon's FW47 identified as a stripper. I guess that also means it's time for one of these. When the session resumed, Sainz will be joined in the drop zone by Bortoleto, Lawson, Gasly and Stroll. Aston Martin now in a race against time to cover anything valuable in the garage with bubble wrap. Q2 meanwhile would start with controversy, with Yuki Tsunoda doing his best to try and get some of his buddies to join him on the back row of the grid. George Russell was excused for passing the Red Bull driver on pit exit, despite the 22 Red Bull car travelling at what he perceives to be racing speed. His day would then get worse when he was eliminated in Q2. This meanwhile, Colapinto had the crowd on his feet as he finished 12th. Joining them would be Hülkenberg and the Haas pair, as all eyes turned to the top 10 shootout. The revitalised Lando Norris will be under pressure early on here, 2 tenths down on Piastri in the middle sector, which means it's time to sit back, relax, and yep, there's another one for the bottle counter in 2025. Piastri would take over at the top then, only to be usurped by the Red Bull of Verstappen by 25 thousandths of a second. So, with Lando being reminded that his brake pedal still exists over the team radio, we were ready for where it really mattered, the final set of runs. And well, would you look at that, it's a multi-pack of bottles this weekend. Not his inability to fucking drive left the Briton down in 7th, and thus McLaren's only hope lied with teammate Piastri, who pulled out a monster of a final sector to go quickest with 30 seconds remaining in the session. Verstappen was still on the lap, however, cruelly pipping the Aussie once again, and that looked to be the end of things. We said that in 2024 as well, and 1 year later, George Russell was still on the flyer, taking pole away in the dying moments and giving me 24 hours to salivate over my computer screen at the front row for Sunday. With George joking that he had a few more penalty points to play with, and Max conversely telling the media more bluntly to just piss off, this was going to be a fun one. And before we get to that, I do want to quickly plug my F1 podcast again, because if I do it at the end, you all seem to f*** off and ignore me for some reason. TalkShift is almost at 5,000 subscribers, and if you want to hear more from me, I'd really appreciate you checking it out using the link in the description below. Right, shameless plug over. Now let's get to race day. George Russell made the best start off the line, leading into turn 1 as Verstappen slotted into second, and Antonelli pulled out the championship card to scare Piastri off the rostrum. Slightly further back, Alex Albon was on the move, albeit backwards, as Colapinto forced him onto the F1 Academy racing line. The early stages of the race saw Lando Norris trying his best to unfuck his Sunday, and first on the agenda was Fernando Alonso, who'd actually had a cracking qualifying. Don't worry, 5-year-olds and my 0.4% female audience, Lord knows it wasn't that bad. Next up on the Britain's hit list was Lewis Hamilton, although #blessed was suffering from much bigger problems, taking out his Ferrari frustration on a poor old groundhog that left it hurtling into low Earth orbit, and Lewis with floor damage for the remainder of this one. The man he replaced at the Scuderia wasn't really enjoying himself either, Sainz taking up Albon's Friday job of abusing poor Bortoletto. The Spaniard was at least slowly working his way through the field though, getting past his teammate on lap 20, as Albon continued to plummet down the order on worn tyres. The team asked the 23 car to pit at this stage, though Alex was adamant on doing his own thing. It was only after Special managed to make his way past the Williams driver that Albon realised he might just be ever so slightly f***ed, the tyre driver finally boxing with only hopes of a decent finishing position next to Lando Norris's title challenge in the bin. Sorry, I'm getting a bit ahead of myself, aren't I? This was turning into a strategic race of sorts. Granted, that's just a polite way of calling it shit, but there were contrasting opinions over whether the 1 or 2 stop was the way to go. Charles Leclerc had spent most of his weekend sideways by this point, but stayed out longer, if not only to pretend like he was a leading contender for a little bit. Ferrari then forgot about the 2 compound tyre rule, so that's curtains on this one. From here on out, the race got very strategic, and what we really needed was a safety car. Alex Albon could have done that, but no, the tyre driver decided to be useless even in retirement. We jump ahead 20 laps then, where all that's happened is Lawson's also pulled over for the day, and finally the front of the field is beginning to reunite. Russell and Verstappen were pretty safe in the top 2, but the final spot on the podium was well and truly up for grabs. Kimi Antonelli held on to that position, but the pair of McLarens were right on his tail, Piastri leading a charging Norris as we got into the final 5 laps of the Grand Prix. Nozza threw a surprise move down the inside of the hairpin at turn 10, catching Piastri off guard, though the 81 car got the better exit out of the final corner, and the pair went side by side down the back straight. Piastri then took the position back, thanks mainly to an understanding over how to use the brake pedal, though Lando set himself back up for a move into turn 1. Piastri saw this and covered the inside, and Lando must have been spending too much time in the 2026 simulator, and that's the only excuse I can think of over why his minuscule excuse with brain came to the conclusion that he could fit through here. Actually, never mind, the Nico Rosberg curse seems to have struck again. As the paddock looked on in shock at this masterclass in head loss, the safety car was out to wrap this one up, giving us a final bit of drama as George Russell chose violence and forced Verstappen to overtake him under the yellows. An anticlimactic finish then as the Briton came across the line to take his first win since Las Vegas last year, Verstappen coming home in second, and my driver of the day, Kimi Antonelli, rounding out the top 3 to take his first podium in Formula 1. Further shout-outs had to go to Alonso, Hülkenberg, Ocon and Sainz for making up ground in the top 10, but really here the big talking point has to surround Lando Norris. Not only did he just castrate his title challenge, but he also took away the one part of this Grand Prix that could actually have been interesting. That said, he's probably hiked up this video's viewing figures, so cheers for that, but it's a 5 out of 10 race rating for me on this one. Let me know what you thought of the Canadian Grand Prix down in the comments below, and if you enjoyed this video even slightly more than the race itself, I'd appreciate it if you dropped it a like, got subscribed to the channel, and helped TalkShift get to 5,000 subscribers as well. We've got plenty of IndyCar coming up over the next couple of weeks before F1 returns in Austria, and I'm sure I'll be able to find something to waffle about in the meantime as well. Now, it's too late for me, so I could stay up and wait to see if the plethora of drivers currently under investigation get penalties, or I could just sleep. Actually, I think I am going to go do that, so you lot can tell me what's aged poorly in the comments, then f*** off. So I think after last episode, something does need addressing. There was a bit of contention over a particular line in the Canadian Grand Prix comedy review, and look, I hear you. Lesson learnt. Don't make jokes about plane crashes, they don't land well at all. No, fuck. That's rude. Hey there guys, I'm Will, and welcome to the Comedy Review, the show that must be the Comedy Review. Yeah, that's what I said, you f***ing idiot. It's also the show where we talk about things that happen in motorsport. Things like this. Andrea Stella makes Lando Norris wet, Yuki Tsunoda preaches about confidence, and Valtteri Bottas struggles with the art of subtlety.
That's a nice seat. Oh wow, that's actually a nice seat. It's a great seat. I wouldn't mind. And there's 2 seats. And they're both free. Oh yeah.
You know, for Porridge Man's sake, I really do hope he gets this gig now. The Cadillac speculation was just the tip of the F1 news iceberg this week, and we start here. Now, it may have been 2 weeks since Lando Norris revealed his extra chromosome, but that hasn't stopped the internet from talking about it. More or less every YouTuber under the sun has covered the incident at this point, though I can't lie, I was most intrigued by F1's own Jolyon Palmer the most.
Really what he should have done, obviously, in hindsight, is just blast it.
Austria marks a pivotal weekend for the Briton to turn around his fortunes. Thankfully, he can take inspiration from the all-new F1 movie, which released this week and has its own separate comedy review, which apparently no one wanted to watch, so bear with me as I quickly go and kill myself. The film stars 61-year-old Brad Pitt playing an elderly Formula 1 driver pulled out of retirement, and if you think that sounds unrealistic, there's this one part where Lewis Hamilton is leading a Grand Prix, and it's Abu Dhabi of all places. You can check out this video for my full review. In the meantime, Aston Martin have launched their own driver academy, signing their first star of the future, Mary Boy What's a Big One, most famous for recently taking part in F1's Madrid showrun and doing this. A few smaller stories to wrap us up. There have been some new signings at McLaren in the form of Sonic the Hedgehog and Doctor Who. Meanwhile, Carlos Sainz Sr. has taken a closer look at the idea of running for FIA president and said something along the lines of this.
Fuck this shit, I'm out.
Finally, it's the start of silly season, and George Russell dropped a grenade amongst the pigeons when he revealed on Thursday that the reason he's not been re-signed to the Silver Arrows for 2026 is because Toto Wolff is still courting Max Verstappen. It's becoming increasingly clear that the Flying Dutchman is growing less and less pleased with the state of the Red Bull team, and recent paddock murmurings that their current run of poor performance, along with their new engine for the 2026 regulations, is, how do we say this politely, could allow him to trigger a break clause in his contract, and what a cherry on top it would be to also curb stomp Woody from Toy Story in the process. Is this really going to happen? Honestly, probably not, but with everyone else and they're dead now and locked down already for next year, look forward to all of your favourite F1 YouTubers bombing your subscription feed like it's the new Gaza Strip. Yep, that's a good line after narrowly avoiding being cancelled. Well done, Will. Friday's opening FP1 session was all about someone who isn't even on the F1 grid, as McLaren handed over bottling duties to F2 prospect Alex Dunn for the initial hour of practice. I'd written loads of Dunn for the day jokes for this bit, though rather annoyingly the Irishman turned out to be rather good, lapping within 1/10 of championship leader teammate Piastri. All the while, Norris managed to bottle sitting down on a seat. It would be Canada race winner George Russell on form once again though, topping FP1 in a metaphorical f*** you to Toto, with the Austrian's next potential sex slave P2 in his Red Bull. It wasn't the smoothest of sessions for the reigning world champion, who already has the added headache of having his voodoo doll take the weekend off, instead having to take his anger out on the Williams cars, this being the racing line teammate Captain Confidence decided to emulate on his initial runs. Fernando Alonso caused the most drama of the opening hour, giving the crowd a little twirl at the final corner in what he described as the worst outlap ever. I don't know, Romain Grosjean's British Grand Prix effort might just one-up that one. With the remainder of the session being devoted to reminding drivers what way the Spielberg circuit went, we can move on to FP2, and it was a deep breath for McLaren, as Nozza was back in the car, and thankfully it wasn't Q3, so he went fastest of anyone. Charles Leclerc had been another to give up his seat for FP1, and had less fun reacclimatising to his surroundings. Slightly further back, here's Kimi Antonelli discovering a wild Hamilton on his quali run. Another driver facing issues was death row inmate Liam Lawson, whose V-Carb team attempted to solve their upcoming driver decision struggles by setting the Kiwis' car to turn hard right into the wall. So the McLarens led the way on Friday then, with the best of the rest happening to be the Canadian stick Lance Stroll. Special hoping this could be a turning point in this season. Spoiler alert, it wasn't. While Lando Norris was able to top that second session, that didn't mean he completely had learnt his lesson from Canada, as the 4 car was spotted once again attempting to go for gaps that didn't exist at points in the session. This move didn't particularly please the Verstappen camp, triggering Verstappen fan 1 to say this. You think after Canada, Lando would have learned not to attempt these moves. Seriously, what is he doing? Is it just a mistake, or is he following George's lead and attempting to get Max banned? Now, while the first part of this take I actually agree with, Verstappen fan 1 reveals that the 1 in his username reflects his number of functional brain cells with the second half, only this instead appeared to act as a magnet for fellow Bellends. Anyway, after a rigorous search, I was able to find some intellectuals, so here are my favourites. You are dense. Are you paid or are you this stupid for free? God, you're slower than Red Bull's second seat. I swear all these Lando fans have no brain. This was actually in reference to something else, but I thought I'd include it here anyway. Big ups to this guy for submitting this one, and if you'd like to nominate the next Expel End of the Week, use the hashtag on screen, tag me on the platform, or join our Discord server. Now on to FP3. Oh look, it's the Vaginus again. Norris would once again go top of FP3, dominating the final practice sessions. We all put our bets on Oscar Piastri for pole. Tell you what, if Lando does snag P1 now, this is going to sound really awkward, isn't it? There were some new upgrades on the McLaren this week, new suspension for Lando Norris, and new race overalls for Piastri after the Australian shit all over his old ones following this scare at the final corner. Max Verstappen was the fastest non-McLaren in the field, though again didn't have a trouble-free session, whether it was painting the runoff with gravel or attempting spin moves over the finish line. Yuki Tsunoda once again took this moment to be the one that he emulated late on, capped in confidence, at least able to finish within the top 10. Turn 3 was proving tricky for a few, many choosing to explore the outer extremities of the circuit, while Belgrano boy wasn't sure if he hit the apex, so had to turn around and double check. A promising session for others in the field, Gabriel Bortoletto frequently gracing the top half of the timing tables, while Aston Martin continued to look the most competitive they've been all season. So I guess it's about time to see how this translates in qualifying, and never mind, Specials f***ed it at the first hurdle. He wouldn't be the only big name dropping out of Q1, as Yuki Tsunoda decided to spend the closing stages on a slow lap, which isn't ideal when you're already in the drop zone. Also notice I called these big names, not surprises, because that old title doesn't really fit anymore. Joining the pair would be the Williams of Sainz, who found out qualifying isn't very fun when your floor resembles the wall of an Amsterdam toilet cubicle, Ocon in the Haas, and Hulkenberg in his Sauber, who were suffering from limitations of their own, only this time it was in the form of their talent. A red flag would appear in Q2, though since Lando Norris was still moving on the timing tracker, many were confuddled over what had brought it out. Now you might remember this phenomenon from earlier in the season, when patches of grass began to mysteriously catch fire, thanks to the sparks produced off the titanium skid blocks on the bottom of the cars. But the FIA fixed this by replacing them with steel ones. Oh, never mind, apparently they've been changed back, and well, what do you know? Also, this long explanation sadly doesn't forgo the need to have one of these. George Russell very nearly found himself joining that group, so was trying to comfortably secure his spot in the top 10 shootout during Q2, though it can't have felt that great coming across the line only to find yourself behind a Sauber. Gabriel Bortoletto was flying, however, as was the V-carb of Liam Lawson, who'd ended Q1 in third, booking himself a spot in the final session as well. Teammate Hadjar wasn't so lucky, missing out by 2/10, though on the bright side that gives him more time to like offensive memes on Instagram, and joining him in the drop zone would be Alonso, Belgrano, Behrman and Fraudbon. On to Q3 then, and this was the big one. This was the shortest circuit on the calendar, meaning the times would be close, and your odds of guessing which corner Lando decides to stack it increased significantly. But then, something unheard of happened. Lando completed the lap. Well, without any mistakes, or damage, or crying over the radio. What was going on here? Piastri, meanwhile, was the one who mucked up his turn 1, leading several to believe that McLaren had just swapped their helmets for this weekend to help make this championship vaguely interesting again. That also allowed the Ferrari of Leclerc to sneak onto the front row, but we weren't done yet, as there was still one last set of flying laps to go, and there you go. You see, now cuts to the McLaren, wedged halfway into the barrier. Oh, apparently it was an Alpine. Yeah, that probably still checks out, I guess. That brief yellow flag caused chaos for the field, however. Verstappen having to back off a lap that would have put him on the front row, if you believe Horny Horner anyway, and Piastri's effort thwarted as well. All the while, Norris was going even quicker, and I'm glad we've already had our Expel End of the Week, because I'm sure that site is swarming with degenerates right now. Elsewhere, shout-outs to Lawson and Bortoletto for 6th and 8th respectively, and Hamilton, who was once again out-qualified by Leclerc, but still called this a fantastic qualifying. Ladies and gentlemen, I think it might just be over. That wasn't the only example of head loss on display. Take a listen to Lando Norris's evaluation of his season thus far.
I felt like I've always been performing well and putting good laps in, and
that's an interesting smell. What is that? I'm getting whiffs of bullshit. Sunday would begin with these bizarre scenes as a truck driver managed to wipe out one of the overhead gantries above the circuit. As at time of recording, there's no official mention on who the driver was, but Fred Vasseur has just had to leave Austria for personal reasons, so I wonder if that's related at all. Anyway, the drama would continue on the formation lap, as Carlos Sainz decided he was going to emulate the F1 movie, and if you don't get that reference, just watch this video. Nope, you're still not interested? Alright, I'll go f*** myself then. Sainz was eventually able to get going, only after the start was aborted, giving us 10 minutes to enjoy the little light show the Williams put put on as it promptly burst into flames in the pit lane. We tried this again then with 1 lap off the total counter. That was 1 lap less then for Lando to throw it all the way, and the Briton started strong, holding off Leclerc at turn 1, who was promptly swallowed up by Piastri on the exit. Now the other big talking point in this race was that it was the last one before Max Verstappen could breathe easy again, still on 11 penalty points and 1 away from a race ban. The Dutchman thus had to be careful here. Thankfully, Kimi Antonelli would come to the rescue by identifying as a cruise missile and wiping out the Red Bull at turn 3. As a supposed future teammates got to know each other in a rather awkward stroll back to the pits, the safety car was coming in and the McLarens flexed their muscles as they tore away from the pack behind. That gave us a thrilling duel as the pair fought it out in the opening stages, Piastri getting closer and closer before we got too close in a move that scared Lando into the pits. Normally this would secure him the easy undercut around here until a slow tyre change on the front right left the 4 car vulnerable for the next lap. Had Piastri pitted here, there was a very real chance to take the lead. Only McLaren could already hear the rumble of the apoplectic 7-year-olds on Twitter and decided it was time to extend Oscar's stint to benefit him at the end of the race. As it turned out, that wouldn't have mattered anyway, as when Oscar did finally come into the box, the team revealed that ahead of the weekend, the front right tyre changer had been replaced by a diversity hire. He cocked up again, and as he was marched to the back of the garage to be shot in the head, this race finally settled down for a bit. Further down the field, Alex Albon had been trying to cling on to a points-paying position. That was until his Williams found out about Carlos's retirement and fancied the afternoon off as well. Fortunes weren't very much better for the lone Red Bull of Yuki Tsunoda, who now had to carry the team, doing so by getting into a scrap with Belgrano boy over 15th place. With his afternoon in tatters, he then decided to do us all a favour by punting off the Argentinian at turn 4. With a 10-second penalty and a damaged front wing for the Japanese driver, we'd spend the next 20 laps watching Piastri slowly eke into Norris's lead, excited about the prospect of a great tyre delta at the end of the race. McLaren then pit both cars 1 lap behind the other, scrapping said delta and likely ruining the rest of this one. That also placed Piastri behind the Tsunoda Colapinto battle, where the Alpine driver showed all the spatial awareness of Stevie Wonder as he forced the McLaren onto the grass as it attempted to lap the Argentinian. Hats off to Piastri for at least seeing the funny sides, coming over the team radio to say, and I'm not making this up, Alpine still managed to find a way to f*** me over all these years later. Fair to say Twitter was slightly less forgiving. The f***ing knob cost us a battle for the lead. Personally, I blame Thatcher for not killing his parents. Bloody hell, that's a bit far. This random Twitter man had a point though. Norris's advantage was shrinking, but the laps were ticking down as well. Thankfully, some more lap cars lay ahead, Bortoletto getting into a ding-dong with his manager Fernando Alonso, which ended much more harmoniously than the Schumacher-Vettel equivalent from a few years ago. That battle also held up the charging Piastri, scrapping any final hopes of a late move for the win, and allowing Norris to take his 3rd victory on the season. Now just bear with me as I turn off the comments section for this video. Ferrari Charles Leclerc would complete the podium, and on the subject of our Sunday shoutouts, congrats to Gabriel Bortoletto for achieving the first Brazilian points in 8 years, Lewis Hamilton for only being slightly less than usual, and Liam Lawson, who was another surprise in the top 10 and the highest placing Red Bull driver of the day. You know what, Yuki? It was nice knowing you, pal. We really could have done with 1 more lap in this one, in which case we can blame all of this on Carlos Sainz. The first 20 laps were the makings of a 10 out of 10 race, but the second half let it down somewhat, so I'm going to settle with a solid 7. Let me know your ratings down in the comments below. You know, I was working on this Bortoletto video for the patrons this week. That may just be delayed as I rewrite the last part. Big thank you to them for all of the support, and they got an early preview to this one, so if that sounds interesting to you and you want to help support the channel, go and check out the links in the description. For everybody else, liking and subscribing helps me out a ton as we get closer and closer to my 2025 target of 200,000 subscribers, so make sure you do all that, and then f*** off. Here we go again. Just to clarify, no, I was not at the 2025 British Grand Prix. No one invited me, particularly not the Haas Formula 1 team, and just so we're very, very clear, no, this is not me.
That's rude.
Hey there guys, I'm Will and welcome to the Comedy Review, the show that was deemed too offensive for Pornhub. Yeah, it turns out animal cruelty is banned on there. It's also the show where we talk about things that happen in motorsport. Things like this. Jenson Button abducts a kid, the guy who drew dicks and everything in school gets to design a Formula 1 car, and Aston Martin attempt to be relatable by doing whatever this is.
Every time you kiss a curb, I get jealous. You like a curb, huh? You are like... Embarrassing. Very embarrassing. What does that even mean?
Anyway, we have a lot to get into as per usual, and we start here. Max Verstappen once again kicks off our news segment today as WhatsApp man desperately tried this week to put the recent Mercedes rumours to bed. Unfortunately, a bit like the alleged female employee, they said no. The Silver Arrows also found themselves in hot water with this one, as they remain supportive of current driver George Russell, whilst also updating their livery to have orange stars this weekend. Okay, that's completely unrelated, but the coincidence is funny as f***. The other driver market news surrounded Alpine, because of course it did. With Franco Colapinto's career sinking like half of Argentina's fleet in 1982, news had now broke that the French marquis have approached Porridge Man for a drive, potentially even as early as, well, tomorrow, knowing Alpine. The Finn's experience at Mercedes engines would indeed be valuable when Team Enstone make the switch for 2026, and let's be real, as much of a dumpster fire as that team is, they're probably going to be better than Cadillac, so maybe I can see this happening. Let's just have a moment of silence for Belgrano Boy, who entered the paddock this weekend and quickly contracted a dose of Duan disease as he spoke to the media.
How many tries?
1.
No.
Seriously? Yeah, it's honest, it's like a contract with Alpine, you get 1 shot. Did I say that live?
Colapinto at least has the advantage of being in that seat right now, meaning he has the power to change his public perception, so with that, let's hope he bounces back this weekend. Oh, no, not like that. Now, with this being the British Grand Prix, that meant London was suddenly filled with Formula 1 cars, and so I decided to identify as a high-functioning autistic this week as I attempted to visit all of them. A lot of these were just placed randomly in the fronts of sponsored shops, apart from George Russell's Mercedes, which apparently just vanished from the Adidas outlet midway through the week, in similar fashion to his contract talks for 2026. Williams did a little bit more, opening up their usual fan zone in Piccadilly Circus, this time complete with historic Formula 1 cars, their updated livery for this year's race, and the Lego recreation of Nigel Mansell's 1992 Challenger, alongside this smaller one, and I get the team's commitment to its history, as it's about all they can cling on to these days, but Imola 1994, I would be shouting too loudly about that one. The main highlight, though, had to be the McLaren takeover of Trafalgar Square, partly due to the cars, but also partly due to the fact I got recognised, turning my already inflated ego into space debris. Infiltrating the McLaren fan base was actually easier than I thought in the end. Their superior intelligence saw them all queue up at one of the 2 entrances, making it very easy to get in once all of my bottles have been confiscated by security. Literally, this was the only thing that wasn't allowed into the venue, making you wonder exactly how Lando was able to make an appearance considering he has 20. On a serious note though, really cool event, and we even got a view of the team's new look for the British Grand Prix, the return of the chrome livery, which still has a little bit of orange to help the Papaya Army remember who to cheer for. Let's get into practice then, as a sunny Silverstone played host to a baking hot FP1, and it was British bias all around, as Red Bull allowed rookie Arvid Lindblad to take over Yuki Tsunoda's car, and the entire field let Lewis Hamilton set the fastest time for the sake of his and Italy's mental health. Lindblad, meanwhile, entered the session 14th, in doing so upsetting Liam Lawson in the Penis-mobile, the New Zealander having to remind his fellow driver to use his mirrors, which of course Liam became very accustomed to as he allowed lap cars through at the start of the season. Estonian Paul Aaron was the other rookie substituting for FP1, taking over Hulkenberg's car as the German was suspended by Big Ben for showing far too much skin at the conclusion of last week's race in Austria. That left the 5 car of Gabriel Bortoleto to show his new teammate the ropes, though I don't believe I've seen this line through cops before. As it turned out though, this was a rather popular way to take the old turn 1, as Gasly was another to try it just moments later, in frustrating scenes of Flavio Briatore, who hoped it was Franco Colapinto instead. Silverstone has undergone a raft of changes for this edition of the British Grand Prix, and one particularly special change revolves around the new Lando stand at Stowe, painted in fluorescent yellow, allowing it to be easily identified by anyone who happens to own a cruise missile or two. One particular fan decided to do this in a move that even made Lando Norris question his own life decisions. That was it though for what turned out to be a fairly quiet FP1, and second practice wouldn't be much more exciting, as we were left talking about combat floor upgrades, and let me just take a minute, Brad Pitt's spunk has just somehow made it all the way through my f***ing window. After a tough few weeks, Sainz found himself attracted to his old Ferrari drive out of Woodco, ending the session P16, 1.3 seconds away from eventual pace to Norris, with both Ferraris still hot on Papaya's heels, so that'll be a nice bit of copium for the Scuderia heading into Saturday. Before we get there though, let's find out who's our ex-bell end of the week. Now, with this being the British Grand Prix, and having just talked about the Lando stand, I had a great Nozza simp for our submission today. Jesus, alright then. You see, one person that didn't enjoy practice so much was Red Bull and Max Verstappen, whose car had taken up the traditional British culture of racism and wouldn't therefore go within the postcode of those pesky apexes. That triggered a response from @Gert__yo, an ex-user who still seemingly communicates in hieroglyphics, and one who felt the need to give the reigning world champion some driver coaching. When you're understeering past an apex, number one rule is you don't keep turning. You straighten the wheel and ask for grip again. What's this guy doing? Yeah, you can see the responses to this one already, can't you? Silence, 4-time world champion. 19-year-old Twitter user is talking. Me after winning a rental kart session against a family of 5. 4-time champion Max Verstappen when Twitter user Gert__yo tells him he's driving wrong. Damn, you're right. Send it back to F3. What does that 4-time world champion, 65-time race winner and 117-time podium finisher know about racing anyway? This was possibly the most nominated X-Bell end we've ever had, so well done on that one. And if you'd like to nominate the next, use the hashtag on screen, tag me on the platform, or join our Discord server. Now let's see if Max takes this advice as Saturday rolls around. Oh look, spooky dookie or creepy peepee. Let me know down in the comments below. What? Charles Leclerc would make it 3 different drivers topping the 3 practice sessions in Silverstone in what looked like it was going to be another uneventful session, until about the last 5 minutes where all the shit hit the fan. It all started when Lance Stroll forgot what car he was driving and attempted to enter the support race pit lane. Granted, it looked like he's been driving an F3 car for a while now. Then Ollie Behrman's Haas machine started to publicly strip down the hangar straight. That brought out a red flag as this Silverstone marshal sued the crowd. Oh, for fuck's sake. The track would go green with a few minutes remaining in the sessions. We got to congratulate Gabriel Bortoleto, who made it past cops this time. Sadly, Maggots and Beckett's were a bit too much to ask for. As the Sauber's front left suspension went on strike, the red flags were out again, though that wasn't the end of the chaos, as Behrman fancied shedding a few more parts on his way back to the pit lane, in a move that made Max Verstappen wet himself and got the Brits in a 10th-place grid drop and 4 penalty points for dangerous driving. Still, could always be worse. Your name could be Franco Colapinto, who really needed a good qualifying session in the afternoon, and losing it on the live feed probably wasn't what he had in mind. Right, I guess it's qualifying, so here you go. Fantastic news for the British crowd then. What wasn't so fantastic was Ferrari not fueling Hamilton for enough laps and leaving him at the mercy of the backmarkers as the seconds ticked down in Q1. Heckling on as Belgrano Boy was joined in the drop zone by the usual suspects, Sauber, Special and Liam Lawson. That leads us nicely into Q2, where Snowder came across the line to just squeeze in 10th, and with the whole field on a quick lap behind, yeah, long story short, I think you're f***ed. Joining in would be the Williams cars, Hadjar and Ocon. The Frenchman considerably thrashed by Haas teammate Behrman. Guess it's too bad, he already has that 10th-place grid penalty. We just had the top 10 shootout to go then, and for once, this was very much up in the air. McLaren were quick, but it was between them and Ferrari over who was the team to beat. After the initial runs though, it was advantage Piastri, the Australian pipping teammate Norris, who was soon shuffled down to 3rd, as Hamilton briefly remembered how to drive an F1 car once again. Norris had it all to do on his final lap then, and having set the fastest middle sector of anyone, looked very much to be on the money. Then he bottled the final corner, and that was all she wrote for that one. What followed appeared to be then some sort of Nozza tribute, as Piastri fluffed up club corner even more, and Hamilton stole the Britain's famous driving on the grass technique as he wiped himself out of contention as well. All that was left then was Max Verstappen, who 5 minutes after calling his car undrivable, put together an unreal effort to go a 10th faster than anyone. Damn, maybe we should have listened to that Gert__yo after all. Also, I'm just hearing there's been a shooting incident at the Lando stand, multiple brain injuries. Oh, never mind, they had those beforehand. So having woken up to a wet weather forecast and some more violation on Twitter, we were almost ready to get going for this one. First though, it was time to unveil the trophies. Silverstone, of course known for its famous silverware, and imagine you've just worked your ass off for 3 hours, inscribed your name in the writing of the gods, only to be handed the trophy made from fucking Lego. Hey, on the bright side, at least Lando can rebuild his when he breaks it on the podium again. Anyway, the rain had cleared up for the formation lap, providing a dilemma for the teams, all of whom had initially planned to start on the intermediate tyres. That saw the likes of Leclerc and Russell dive into the pits as the field formed up, giving us one of the strangest starting grids in recent times, where it appeared half of the cars had just given up and gone home. Colapinto also came in, having started in the pit lane to begin with, stalled and got stuck in second gear. Yeah, it was nice knowing you, pal. As Argentina mourned his loss then, the 5 lights went out, and Piastri poked his nose up the inside of Verstappen into turn 1. Ocon then penetrated the penismobile of Lawson, which left him stranded on the Wellington Straight, and the virtual safety car deployed. That came in as we went green for all of about 30 seconds. Gabriel Bortoleto wasn't able to survive drive on slicks when the track was dry, so I'm not quite sure what Sauber were expecting when they placed him on the mediums, only to watch as he turned his C45 into a neon green fidget spinner. So we tried this again on lap 7, Verstappen leading Piastri, who took little time to scythe past the Dutchman as attention turned to teammate Norris, who also made it by after transmitting the bottle onto the Red Bull driver. The McLaren's taking advantage of the drying conditions. Drying, though, wasn't a word we'd be able to use for very much longer though. The rain was intensifying, to the point where even Ben Sulayem couldn't see his micro penis through the spray. That caused the field to pit for fresh inters. As for those who got onto the slicks, well, they'll be in our thoughts and prayers for the remainder of this one. On lap 14, the safety car was deployed, and no, we're not getting a red flag, put that away. We might just have needed one though, as soon as we went back to racing speed, Hajar put the other penismobile right into the wall via Kimi Antonelli's prostate. With the young Italian task now well and truly destroyed, he was out as well, as we prepared to get going again on lap 21, and Oscar Piastri became the new de facto safety car, and unveiled a new love for his brake pedal as it turned out. This ruffled Verstappen on the restarts, quite a lot actually, as the Red Bull driver went to attempt the remainder of this race in hard mode, spinning to the back as Piastri led the field to green. The stewards took a dim view on the Australians' actions, handing the 81 car a 10-second penalty, enough to trigger Piastri's emotions update as the McLaren driver didn't appear very happy with that news. Meanwhile, the rain was busy waterboarding Charles Leclerc, who attempted the new wet line called the straight lining Maggots and Beckett's. And in case you didn't think this race was mental enough, we were only at half distance, and Lance Stroll was on the f***ing podium. To make matters even more insane, Nico Hülkenberg was the car behind, and as the track dried out, again, he had the pace to make the move on the Canadian. Hulk wasn't out of the woods yet though, as behind he had drivers like Hamilton and Russell to contend with. Luckily for Sauber, Pierre Gasly's Frenchness was keeping them at bay, as further back, things continued to resemble the Somme, Behrman going around and Tsunoda getting a 10-second penalty, because apparently the Japanese driver hasn't suffered enough. Haas's day then got worse as Behrman and Ocon attempted their rendition of synchronised f***ing up. Carbon fibre now spewed over the track, but no safety car because we weren't going to risk that shit again. The track was now once again reaching the crossover point, with Russell and Alonso being the first to take the gamble on slick tyres, this edging about as well as my Landover video from a few weeks ago. Hamilton had now closed the gap to Hülkenberg, but also stopped too early, so when the podium curse paused up the German's pit stop, Nico was still able to retain P3, with just 10 laps to go to hold on till the checkered flag. We were just waiting on the McLarens to stop then, Piastri boxing first and serving that 10-second penalty, and unsurprisingly finding Lando Norris ahead of him when the Briton pitted one lap later. Oscar then came over the radio to ask the team if they didn't think the penalty was fair, they should let the cars re-invert and fight it out to the flag. That's the definition of wishful thinking. So after a grueling 52 laps of wet, then dry, then very wet, then dry again racing action, Lando Norris came across the line to take a memorable home win at the British Grand Prix. But quite frankly, who gives a flying f***? Nico Hülkenberg, P19 on the starting grid, P3 at the end. 239 Grand Prix, the longest career without a podium. No longer. And to celebrate, he gets a f***ing Lego trophy. Now, I can't believe this. A Grand Prix of feel-good stories then, and by a country mile the best one of the season. There was hardly a dull lap this afternoon, and giving it just a 10 out of 10 doesn't feel like enough. So instead, let's go with a 77 out of 10. Fair play, Nico Hülkenberg. Now, I'm sure you want my thoughts on that Piastri penalty as well, and to be honest, I don't really see what the problem was to begin with. This feels very much on the edge of what erratic driving is, and while I'm not going to delve to the extremes of claiming this was manufactured for a British victory, like half of the degenerates currently occupying my Twitter feed, I will say this didn't feel like a race Norris won, but more of a race that Piastri lost. Well, that's Formula 1 at the end of the day. And we well and truly have a championship battle on now as we head into the second half of the season. Let me know your race rating down in the comments below, and while we do have no on-track action for the next 2 weeks, I'm sure there'll be plenty of news and analysis to cover on the channel in the meantime, not to mention an IndyCar triple header starting tonight in Mid-Ohio. I'll be back to cover that one tomorrow. If you enjoyed this video though, drop it a like and get subscribed for more. Huge thank you goes out to the patrons and channel members for all of their continued support. Check out the links in the description below on that one. And finally, I direct this to the individuals that called me Percy Pig at the start of this video. F*** off. So F1's had a bit of time off these last few weeks, a perfect opportunity to hold the Goodwood Festival of Speed, this year celebrating 75 years of rich Formula 1 history and allowing the likes of Red Bull to reminisce about when they were good again. Well, shit.
That's rude.
Hey there guys, I'm Will, and welcome to the Comedy Review, the show that has actually achieved more success than Alpine's 100 race project. That's not f***ing difficult, is it? It's also the show where we talk about things that happen in motorsport. Things like this. Fred Vasseur sums up Ferrari's season so far. Carlos Sainz recreates James Vowles' bedroom. This guy lives every McLaren fangirl's dream by sitting on Lando's face.
But it's all part of the memories of Silverstone.
So as usual, we've got a fair bit to get into then. And we start with one man in particular.
What the fuck have the FIA done this week? Oh, Mohammed, what the fuck have you done now?
Yes, the huge news in F1's mini break all surrounded Mohammed Ben Sulayem, who in the latest episode of Apprentice fired Britain's representative on the FIA Senate, Ben Cousins. No, I haven't heard of him either. This, of course, follows the Supreme Chancellor receiving emergency powers over the... Sorry, that's Star Wars, but actually it's not too far away from the truth. Emperor Palpatine here now has the power to hire and fire anyone from the Senate that he wants, and since Cousins here wasn't such a fan of FIA personnel being forced to sign NDAs, that's him out of the door. I received correspondence from the President saying he was appointing my successor. He gave no reason why, and there was no timeline as to when this would happen. As far as I'm aware, I haven't fallen out with him. Honestly, what next? Is he going to threaten to steal someone's lunch money? Or borrow their favourite pen and not give it back? What a f***ing man-child. There was, of course, some other big news this week. Ferrari were testing their new suspension upgrades. Or, no they weren't, it was just a normal filming day, with some convenient new parts added to the car. This sent the population of Italy into utter pandemonium, and with the prospect of a few extra sticks of carbon fibre completely turning the glue factory season around, what does Lewis think of his new bits?
The same as before.
Good, so they're still shit then. No, I think that's about it for the news. Oh, actually, how could I forget? There's a new team boss in town. Alain Penane is now taking over at Racing Bulls. Okay, apparently there's some bigger story I've completely forgotten to talk about, so volunteering to do that in my stead is Dan No Skill. So, here's Dan No Skill.
Hello! Now, as you may know, when FP1 Will was a child, he was groomed. He was sent a letter by Christian Horner when he was a young kid. So instead, he's asked me to do this segment of the video as he's struggling to cope with the loss of his daddy. Christian Horner was fired! This is huge news in the F1 world because until a random Wednesday like 2 weeks ago, the Horn Dog was the longest serving team principal on the F1 grid. He'd been in charge of Red Bull for 20 years, he'd brought the team from the bottom of the grid to the top, and he became an honorary member of the Spice Girls called Horny Spice. Christian's done it all, but included in that all is not just good things, he's also done bad things. Like he allegedly inappropriately messaged members of his team, which is probably how we got this picture of Sergio Perez caked the fuck up. Mwah! Delicioso. Plus, ever since Red Bull's co-founder Dietrich Mateschitz died, there's been a huge power struggle between the new Red Bull bosses, Horner, the one-eyed bastard, and Jos Verstappen. Because there were some rumors that came out just after Horner got fired that the Uvidya family, I pronounced that horribly probably, had lost some of their shares in the company, and that allowed Horner to be removed from his position. In simple terms, someone didn't want Horner there and paid a lot of money to get rid of him. I have managed to get my hands on some leaked messages from Christian Horner himself regarding the situation.
Come on, big boy! Show me your willy!
So as you can hear, that really offers us a lot of insight on what was going through the Horn Dog's head. As always with situations like this, we have some rumors on where Christian Horner might go next. The Tifosi are already bored of Fred.
I don't want to play with you anymore.
So there is a chance Horny Spice will go on over to Ferrari. Great, now not only will Charles Leclerc be depressed, he'll also be touched inappropriately. And then there is also Alpine. And the only reason this move seems to be appealing to Horner is that he'll be given the Toto Wolff treatment, which means an actual share in the business. And when you have a share in the business, it's very hard to kick you out, no matter who you cheat on your wife with. Of course, the huge downside of going to Alpine is, number one, they are French, and number two, they have the Epstein Islands equivalent of Helmut Marko for Horner to deal with, which is Flavio Briatore. So who knows where Christian will actually end up if he even comes back to Formula One. Cheers, Will, for having me on this episode. My name's Dan No Skill. I also do YouTube, and seriously, please subscribe, because if you don't, Fernando Alonso is going to tickle me in the night.
You should probably go and check Dan out. Or don't, he's bigger than me anyway. It's It's been a while, but it was sprint weekend time. That means just a single practice session, and therefore just a single hour for the drivers to get their eye in before sprint qualifying crushed Ferrari fans' hopes and dreams in the afternoon. Now, we've had a few weeks off, but as the session began, we were soon back to normal. A technical problem for Carlos Sainz's car, Williams continuing their mission to drive the Spaniard to an early suicide. Lance Stroll was another to admit he had a problem, and yeah, it's about time. Despite his test day, that totally wasn't a test day, but never mind, Lewis Hamilton still didn't appear to have a handle of his new prancing horse, practicing his corner-cutting skills, which as it turned out would just double as his qualifying runs. Now, Spa is a popular place for the junior ladder towards Formula 1, however some of our rookie cohort needed reminding that Turn 1 indeed existed. You'd think the grandstands full of fans dead ahead might just be a bit of an indication, but there does seem to be a lot of orange in there, so maybe a terror-level event isn't such a bad thing after all. Behrman found an alternative location to have his customary f**k-up, but in the end, those orange fans, particularly the papaya ones, would be rather happy. Piastri topping the session as Norris got his bottle prep out of the way as we geared up for sprint qualifying. All eyes would be on the previous two pole sitters of this format in 2025, Ferrari's Lewis Hamilton and his Mercedes replacement, Kimi Antonelli, so I imagine everyone's surprised when both of those went out in SQ1. Kimi was first, mixing up his banker lap for a bunker lap, playing in the sand and compromising teammate Russell. Hamilton, meanwhile, had it all to do in the dying seconds until he took this never-before-seen line through the bus stop before attempting to ruin everyone else's attempt by just parking like a bell end on corner exit. Incredibly, the Ferrari driver was so this didn't even work, and he had joined Antonelli in the drop zone alongside Albon, Hulkenberg and Belgrano boy. SQ2 was a perfect example and a lesson of track evolution. Here's Liam Lawson going P5 with no time left on the clock. That sounds pretty safe, doesn't it? Well, Spa said no, as everyone in their dementia-ridden Nan managed to go faster. When the dust had settled, the New Zealander was 11th, George Russell found himself down in 13th, and Yuki Tsunoda was out as well. Okay, that one was less of a shock. Championship leader Oscar Piastri, meanwhile, had come into this weekend claiming momentum was still on his side. On the side of his car was all that was left of his entrails as he watched his name plummet down the order, only just to cling on in 10th. He had to redeem himself in the final session of the day, just 8 minutes of SQ3, and if you were at the track in person this weekend, I sure hope you enjoyed staring at empty tarmac for 7 of them. Drivers only went for 1 flying lap at the end of the session, and don't mind me, I'm just getting the bottle counter ready if we need it. We'll let the Britain off for now though, nothing went explicitly wrong with his run, but it was still only good enough for 3rd. Verstappen would go top for a moment before Piastri did pull it back to take pole for Saturday morning sprint. Further back, a big shout out to the Haas boys for 5th and 7th, for Ocon and Behrman respectively, and well done to Pierre Gasly too. P8 in that tractor of a car. Sure hope nothing goes wrong with that on Saturday. So something would go wrong on Gasly's car as Saturday morning rolled around, it promptly pissing itself and being withdrawn from the sprint. The other Alpine of Colapinto was also moved into the pit lane, Alpine having watched his antics in practice 1 and not wanting to risk a repeat with 18 cars in front of him. The lights would go out in the sprint then, and Oscar Piastri would get a monster start from pole. Unfortunately, this is probably the worst place to start from P1, as despite this, Verstappen used the slipstream heading up into Eau Rouge to snag the lead heading into Les Combes at the top of the hill. Leclerc would pull the same move on Norris, shuffling the Briton to 4th, a cracking start for the close racing then. Can't wait to see that continue for the next 15 laps. Oh, hang on a minute, I've just received a message. It's telling me to go myself. In brighter news, Pierre Gasly was out on circuit, despite having already recorded a did not start, so don't bother asking me how that works. Can't lie though, it looks like a bit of a lonely time for the Frenchman out there. On the other side of the circuit, Norris had recovered from his mini bottle and was now back up to 3rd. Championship rival Piastri was the next car up the road, though having a harder time passing the slippery Red Bull of Max Verstappen. An opportunity presented itself when the Dutchman ran wide at the end of lap 10, though even this wasn't enough, the Red Bull staying in front. Maybe Gasly's faring a little bit better. Nah, he's still in no man's land. Let's just cut to the end of the race then, because this section has been so boring it might as well be sponsored by a VPN, and with one more chance, could Piastri clinch back the lead? No. Okay, Verstappen comes home in front, the McLarens round out the podium. As for Gasly, apparently he's retired again. DNS and a DNF in the same race, well, that's some sort of achievement, I guess. Props once again to the Haas lads for a double points finish. Not saying I'm their good luck charm or anything, but if you have a paddock pass going spare, I won't say no. Right, let's do this all again and pray it's actually interesting this time. Grand Prix qualifying acted as the perfect opportunity for Antonelli and Hamilton to redeem themselves, or if you're a little less forgiving, get their f***ing act together. Only the Italian stallion was off the pace yet again, and as he blubbered his way back to the media pen, Lulu could at least be proud he made it through. Oh, never mind, #washed has been corner cutting again. His subsequent demotion back to the bottom 5 saved the salve of Gabriel Bortoletto. He was rather chuffed with this news and has since become public enemy number 1 on social media. No race weekend would be without its Stroll moment as well. He welcomed Hulkenberg to the podium club by forgetting ghosting in the pit lane only exists when you're playing the F1 25 game. The big shock of Q2 was Yuki Tsunoda. making it into the top 10 shootout, but the fact that we're praising this kid for finishing 7th in the Red Bull just shows how far they've fallen, doesn't it? Oh, and while we're on the topic, yes, I'm aware Yuki's only technically got the same car specification as Max now, but it's only taken so long because Tsunoda tried auditioning for the Japanese gymnastics team in Imola, so it's his own fault, and you lot in the comments can go suck on a f***ing egg. Tsunoda made it through at the expense of Haas driver Ollie Behrman, who wasn't very happy with the Red Bull's tactics at the final corner, taking his frustrations out at turn 1, which I wouldn't recommend when you're on a quali lap. Anyway, onto the top 10 shootout then, and would it be a repeat of the Piastri dominance from the day before? Well, no. It appeared the tables had turned as Norris set the pace in the initial runs. That was such a good lap, the 4-car couldn't improve on it at the end of the session, providing a window opportunity to his teammate. Oscar would narrowly miss out, however, though judging from the start of the sprint, maybe P2 isn't the worst place to start anyway. Charles Leclerc did wonders putting that car up in P3 as it was caught, showing all the positive characteristics of the Titan submarine. And according to Twitter, this is also Carlos Sainz's fault for some reason. Speaking of, let's find out who's our ex-Bell End of the week. Actually, I think this might be our ex-Bell End of the year. We've had a lot of good suggestions thrown in this week. In fact, you've probably seen several sprinkled into this comedy review, but they were never going to top one in particular, and it seemed you guys thought so too. Do you ever have that guy at work who has his head shoved so far up his manager's arse it looks like your manager actually has 2 heads and more closely resembles a horrific abomination that should have been put down at birth? Well, as it turns out, F1 Twitter has one of those too. The good news? Well, we live in this fallacy of free speech, so people let him know exactly what they thought about it. For some added context, Tracklim here decided to just casually post the entire 2025 British Grand Prix to his account. Now, as someone who's, shall we say, forced to become a bit of an expert in copyright over the last 12 months, I'm not quite sure this one falls under fair use. Still, people are entertained. No one's realistically going to snitch to F1, are they? Well, that wasn't until Divesh here lived up to his name and turned into a massive f***ing div. Now, sometimes it can be quite challenging to find amusing responses to our Bell Ends of the week. This time, not so much. Peasants used to do unspeakable crimes to people like you. No one will mourn your death. Divesh's morning routine. I hope your socks are always wet. We need to start... Actually, I'm not actually sure I'm allowed to say that one. Now, it's very rare that someone manages to bring all of the corners of this hellspace together. But you know what, Divesh? You've done just that. Now we can all join in unison to call you a massive cunt. Thanks to the masses who alerted me of our potential ex-Bell End of the year, and if you'd like to nominate someone for a future entry, use the hashtag on screen, tag me on the platform, or join our Discord server. Now, on to race day. Oh look, it's how Divesh was born. Sunday opened with a leak sprint calendar for 2026, my ex-girlfriend, and rain. Actually, quite a lot of that. That would be a challenge for those forming up on the grid, though apparently that's not the cool thing anymore, the vibe instead shifting to the pit lane, which greeted Antonelli, Sainz, Alonso and Washed ahead of lights out. We'd find ourselves waiting for that for quite a while though, as after a single formation lap, the visibility was, hang on, let me find a technical term, shit. How do we improve that, you ask? Well, how about we have 20 of the fastest movers of water trundle around until it gets better? No, you'd rather them sit in the pit lane while we all watch a torrential rainstorm come in? Oh, okay, fair enough. That gave us a delay of over an hour, leading to the Alpines being allowed some additional testing in the wet conditions, a dramatic game of Connect 4 between the Red Bull and RB Twitter admins, and a long debate over whether the race had even started yet. Having dabbled in the fine print of the sporting regulations, it was finally deemed that we hadn't, so no need for a red flag meme then, right? No? Oh, well, it was worth a try, wasn't it? When we finally did get racing and were forced into a rolling start because Lando Norris is a little bitch, we could finally add one more to the bottle counter as he mucked up turn 1 and allowed Piastri the run of dreams heading down into Les Combes. The Australian took the lead then as his teammate was busy complaining about having no battery pack. Apparently he'd used it all up on the safety car restart. Exactly where was the real question, however. Now over on Talk Shift this week, I predicted that Hamilton's P4 or higher record at the Belgian Grand Prix was likely under threat. Fair to say after qualifying I was pretty happy about that prediction, so imagine my horror when he starts carving his way through the pack as the circuit began to dry. Life certainly got even better when Ferrari suggested it was time to pit for dry tyres. That call alone, and maybe more the people who made it, was enough to scare the rest of the paddock into waiting another lap. Only for once, maybe this was the right decision. And when it all evened out, the Britain was up into the top 7. McLaren had their own conundrum one lap later, as while they were still in a league of their own, Norris was too close to his teammate to double stack. That gave Piastri the undercut of dreams on lap 13 as Norris took the gamble to try out the hard compound tyres that were so bad by the end of the first sector, he'd already gone from P2 to PTSD. All hope was not over for the 4-car though, as Piastri was going to struggle on the faster degrading medium compound, and lo and behold, the Nozza was slowly bringing the gap down. Okay, granted, he made up about a second in 20 laps, and then proceeded to throw said second away when he shit himself at Pouhon. Usually we'd move on to talk about someone in the midfield at this stage, though a bit like the rest of this race, not a whole lot was going on. Colapinto had provided some early action, but by about lap 10 everyone had made it past him, and sadly this track is too long for us to consider lap traffic for a fair while. Let's return to that leading fight then, and that second tick on the bottle counter has appeared to wake up old Nozza a little bit, closing the gap down to Piastri, who'd opted for pain and just to stick it out on the mediums till the end of the race. At the rate he was catching, Norris could make it up to his teammate in the closing. Oh, never mind, literally as I'm writing this bit, he's f***ed it again. With Sky Sports returning to predicting imaginary rain, that pretty much meant we were done with this one, and a final lock-up at turn 1 on the penultimate lap was enough to put this one away for the 81 machine. Piastri would come across the line then to put himself back on top, Norris too far behind to make a challenge, and you know what? I felt a little bit harsh awarding 4 bottles in this race alone, but additionally, if he hadn't cocked up the start, he'd be in a better position for strategy, and if he'd been able to keep all 4 wheels on the track, he might actually have had the gap to make this one vaguely interesting at the end. So we went through an hour and a half of a rain delay, or let me put that better, an hour and a half of tolerating the existence of Nico f***ing Rosberg for that. How exactly you managed to have a wet to dry race that's also shit, I don't understand, but fair play, Spa. Guess you can take something away from this weekend. I can't have those hours back, so f*** you. In terms of shout-outs, we should still congratulate Lewis Hamilton. My prediction's still safe, but P7 at the flag isn't a bad recovery at all. Well done to Leclerc as well for holding off Verstappen all race long to take a deserved podium. And finally, shout out to the highlights editor, who no doubt has still managed to make their video long enough for mid-roll ads. I honestly think we were robbed of an absolute thriller here, so here's my race rating. Let me know yours down in the comments below. While you're there, drop a like and get subscribed to the channel for hopefully some more entertaining content for the rest of the year. We've got an IndyCar comedy review coming up tomorrow, and I'm pretty sure their opening practice was more entertaining than this entire weekend, so keep an eye out for that. Final big thank you goes out to the members and patrons who got an early preview to this one, got an exclusive video earlier in the week, and can watch my 2026 driver predictions video for next week right now. If that's not a good enough reason to check it out, then I don't know what is. Links are in the description below. Right, now it's time to watch something vaguely interesting. So in the meantime, f*** off. So for a very brief moment last week, if you tuned into the highlights for the 2025 Belgian Grand Prix, you may have noticed that Formula 1 had managed to copyright strike themselves. Obviously, I'm very impartial to this. It's a serious thing, and given my history with FOM, I don't find it funny whatsoever.
That's rude.
Hey there guys, I'm Will and welcome to the Comedy Review, the show that's hotter than a UK heatwave, barbecuing my entire recording studio, and all I get in return are fat jokes. Yeah, let's see what the Discord are saying on that actually. Oh good. It's also the show where we talk about things that happen in motorsport. Things like this. Max Verstappen throws in the towel, AI turns F1 into Star Wars, which feels strangely racist for some reason, and the future of our sport is well and truly in safe hands.
Gomez jumps off the line, smash on the second row of the grid. Newman-G does not get away. Reminiscent and a massive crash further back.
One more to go till the summer break then we start with a once great team that has fallen off a fucking cliff. And for once that isn't Red Bull. Yes, the big news this week was all about the Flaccid Stallions, as they announced they'd signed a multi-year contract extension with team boss Fred Vasseur, with their statement driving home the Frenchman's experience, ability to develop talent, and ending by telling the Italian media to go f*** themselves. Okay, I may have made that last part up. That's great news for the stability of the team heading into 2026. Now they just need to transfer that stability over to the design of their car, which still appears to be handling like a drunk in control of a Sainsbury's shopping trolley. The other big story did lie at Red Bull, as Max Verstappen committed his future to the team for 2026, which kind of screws my predictions video for next week. For the first time in my YouTube career I got something right, and now only my patrons and channel members will believe me. That also means it's likely a matter of time before George Russell and Mercedes sign on the dotted line for next season and beyond. That is, unless the headset executioner hates his driver so much he decides to bring Mick Schumacher back or something during the summer break. Despite the big nature of those two stories, otherwise it was a fairly quiet news week after Belgium, probably because that race was so boring everyone was still asleep. Audi have signed a new title sponsor for 2026, bringing on Revolut, and speaking of, a big thank you to them for sponsoring this video. Nah, I'm kidding, I'm not that big yet, plus what sponsors touching this series with a 10-foot fucking barge pole. Go check out the Patreon if you want to keep my lights on. While it may have been a slow news week, that was all about to change, as on the eve of first practice, Felipe Drugovich was spotted walking out of Aston Martin hospitality with a sledgehammer, and soon after it was reported that Fernando Alonso would sit out FP1 due to a muscle injury in his back. Obviously, I'm joking about the whole sledgehammer thing. We all know the real cause of this injury is from carrying fat Stroll on his back for the last 3 years. That meant Drogovic would step in for the Spaniard during FP1 and potentially for the rest of the weekend, showing the world he'd been preparing for this moment long in advance. Look, here he is, emulating Lance Stroll's line from the opening lap of 2021. Another reserve getting a go in this session was Alpine's Paul Aron, who, if rumours are to be believed, could well be driving full-time before the season's out. He was thus loaned out to Sauber so he could get some practice in the proper Formula 1 car and not be scared off by whatever the French had cooked up for this weekend. The Estonian session wouldn't last very long, however, his vomit-mobile having an existential crisis at the exit of turn 12, sidelining him for the remainder of the hour. The other end of the standings also carried little surprise. Lando Norris doing what he does best, setting the fastest lap of the session while also finding room to test out potential bottle locations for later in the weekend. Maybe he was just copying Lewis Hamilton, the Briton, the most successful driver around here, this the venue of his first win, the last time he changed teams back in 2013. Could we just get a repeat of that 12 years later? Well, it's future will here, and probably f***ing not. Isaac Hadjar was the final surprise of the opening session, finishing a respectable P4 while scaring teammate Lawson in the middle sector, the Kiwi still coming to terms with the possibility of actually overtaking his teammate. That takes us nicely onto second practice then, where the McLaren and Norris domination would continue. The same could not be said for poor old Drogovic, Fernando magically back to full strength, and the Brazilian seen trading in that sledgehammer for a far more effective shotgun. Norris, meanwhile, would be in a hurry to fetch a new papaya race suit after he sold his first one with this bottle at the final corner. And that wouldn't be the only close call for the McLaren team. Norris exiting the pits at the end of the session to find teammate Piastri on a hot lap, and thus coming to the conclusion that he should just try driving into the side of him. That sounds like a good time to check in on our ex-Belender. Actually, we might come back to that. Let's stick to second practice. And good news, Hamilton fans, your boy's quick again. Granted, he's had to straight line the chicane, but baby steps, am I right? At least he wasn't struggling as badly as Red Bull appeared to be. Max Verstappen left crying after FP1, the team kind enough to lend him a towel in the cockpit to dry those tears, though I'm not quite sure Max saw the funny side of the whole ordeal. Right, I think Twitter's calmed down now. Let's get to our ex-Bell end of the week. So one of the big talking points of the Belgian Grand Prix was how the FIA ruined it because they were pussies and scared of a bit of moisture. In fact, the situation was so ridiculous, it actually caused Max Verstappen and Lewis Hamilton to agree on something, that being that the race should have got underway much earlier than it eventually did. That leads us into a tweet from this man, and before we begin, James called, he wants his vowels back. Anyway, at FIA, please remember, if 11 world titles and 170 wins say you can race in the rain, you can race in the f***ing rain. Now, while Verstappen and #blessed may be in agreement here, it doesn't stop Team LH crybabies from displaying their lack of intelligence, as when MRF here, which I imagine stands for, and Yuki, I'm going to need your help with this one, medically retarded f***er, to comment, 12 titles. Where does the 12 come from? 2021. Oh, Jesus Christ. Some brave souls will attempt to make MRF see the error of his ways, others would simply poke the bear even more. I think this username, generated by slapping one's keyboard, sums it up quite nicely, proves how smart LH fans really are. Anyway, cheers to this guy for the submission, and if you'd like to nominate the next ex-Bellend of the week, use the hashtag on screen, tag me on the platform, or join the Discord. Now, on to Saturday. Oh look, it's Bernie Eccleston.
I think more chance of Lewis winning his 8th title than that happening.
Okay. I know you don't think that's going to happen, do you?
It'd be terrible if something happened to him now.
FP3 would bring more of the action we'd seen thus far. Granted, that's still f*** all. Oscar Piastri would finally get one up on his teammate as he went into qualifying as the lead McLaren driver. All eyes were a little further back though, as whatever drugs Fernando was on for his back pain clearly seemed to be working, as the Astons had been flirting with the top 10 all weekend long. The same could not be said for Isaac Hadjar, who wanted to get a better view of the new paddock building as he entered the final corner backwards, in a final hour that would see him prop up the timing tower P20 in the standings. Let's get into that qualifying session then, and on Talk Shift this week, we thought there might be a Yuki Tsunoda resurgence. Well, that proceeded to age well, as the Japanese driver was once again eliminated from Q1, and to make matters worse, of all the people to do it, it was the seat warmer. Lewis Hamilton was another under threat, though used his experience at the Hungaroring to get to safety. Phew, and that would have been awkward, wouldn't it? With Tsunoda joined in the drop zone by Gasly, Ocon, Hulkenberg, and Albon, who's 20th for some reason, we move on to Q2, where Antonelli was fighting to stay alive, resorting to track extending through the final sector on a lap that put him out anyway. Lewis Hamilton, meanwhile, was under threat again, though used his experience at the Hungaroring to... oh, no Alonso actually is out this time, and has also revealed he's been taking lessons at the Lando Norris School of Depressed Post-Session Interviews. Italy, congratulations, your revenge for 2008 is complete. You've finally broken him. Behrman, Sainz and Colapinto would complete the drop zone, leaving us with 10 remaining. That somehow included the likes of a Sauber, the seat warmer and Special. In that Q3 session, Piastri would take first blood in the initial runs, as eyes momentarily turned to George Russell, who went purple in the first 2/3 of the lap, only to desecrate his Pirellis at the end and line up third in his Mercedes. The weekend was finally coming alive in Budapest. Then this happened. What the actual fuck? Aston Martin, keeping Adrian Newey on house arrest, clearly appeared to be working. Even more evident when Alonso shot up to second when the track was empty. And on the subject of shots, yep, I think that might have been Felipe Drugovich. There were still 2 minutes remaining in the session, however, and the biggest surprise was yet to come. In fact, it was so surprising, the F1 TV directors failed to show Charles Leclerc coming across the line out of nowhere to that provisional pole with 13 seconds left on the clock. The McLarens were no longer fighting with each other. In fact, the only fight they appeared to have resembled the sort of thing that your cat's dragged in as you ponder whether to stamp on its head and put it out of its misery or not. All Norris could do was get back ahead of the Aston of Alonso, while Piastri failed to improve and thus remained in P2. Hungary has a habit of throwing up surprise pole positions, and it's done it again, though perhaps the most shocked of the paddock was Charles himself, who appeared to finish all over his Ferrari dashboard upon hearing the news. With Max Verstappen down in 8th, out-qualified by a Sauber, and with possible rain in the air on Sunday, this could well be shaping up to be a good one. Or maybe Sky are just lying to us again. Tell you what, let's just find out. So having woken up to my daily dose of bullying from the Discord, 19 cars lined up on the grid, the second Red Bull was perched in its favourite spot in the pit lane, and we were ready to go racing in Budapest. It was an even start from the front row as Norris looked to challenge immediately from third, only he didn't do that, stamped on the brake 3 parsecs earlier than anyone else, and sacrificed spots to Russell and Alonso in the process. Noss's first lap was in fact so bad he now had the green of a vomit-mobile close in his mirrors. That was Gabriel Bortoletto, who had a mega start, though was now under investigation for getting said start by starting before the start of the race. Anyway, the FIA quickly realised this was bollocks, so just gave teammate Hulkenberg the penalty instead. At the front, meanwhile, Charles Leclerc looked to have genuine leading pace, getting out of Piastri's DRS, while Norris went into his typical Sunday form of trying to unf whatever he did on lap 1. He was now back past the Aston Martin of Alonso, who was busy identifying as a hearse, preventing anyone else from making it through. Red Bull had sent Tsunoda to the pit lane after ordering a load of new parts for his car. On race day, however, it appeared said parts had magically landed on that of his teammate, though. Verstappen looking like a different animal in the early stages of the race. Granted, passing Lawson and Stroll isn't the highest of accolades, the Dutchman was now up into the top 7, and about to storm through the field. Or not, as it turns out. That's the problem with writing these scripts as the race is still going on. This race was in fact so interesting, by lap 10 we were already pondering strategy, and here it appeared there were 3 options. Option 1, taken by Leclerc and Piastri, was to do what everyone else thought going into the Grand Prix and box twice. Option 2, favoured by Lando Norris, because, let's be honest, he hasn't got a whole lot left to lose, was just to try the one stop and gently caress a set of hards through about 40 laps. And then there was option 3, stick with the 2 stop, but extend them to 7 seconds in the pit box because you're Alpine. Wow, that was so bad you even got a Brit feeling bad for an Argentinian. Having been unable to pass the Ferrari of Leclerc on track, McLaren saw the first stop as an opportunity to get Oscar ahead of Leclerc with an undercut. That plan working out as well as, well, anything that comes out of Flavio Briatore's hole. So with the Scuderia performing under pressure for perhaps the first time ever, we bore witness to some cracking fights throughout the midfield. Russell got to gently play with Fernando Alonso's prostate, while Verstappen was busy closing in on Hamilton, which in Budapest typically means only one thing. In fact, the fear of a collision was so great the Ferrari was scared off the road down at turn 4. It was now time for the leader's second stops, Oscar waiting a few laps longer to get a tyre delta on Leclerc for the end of the race. As it turned out, that wasn't necessary at all, the Scuderia somehow breaking the Monegasque car in the second pit stop, leading to him becoming a very displeased sitting duck for the remainder of this one. That meant Piastri looked like the best driver on the planet when he swooped around the outside of the Ferrari on lap 51, and went up the road to snatch the lead back from Norris. Charles is complaining throughout the second half of the race, went on for so long, at one stage it even broke the TV graphics, and now the Mercedes of George Russell fancy to sniff at his spot on the podium, which funnily enough didn't really improve the Ferrari driver's mood. Leclerc thus went on a self-destructive killing spree, as he took the mantra of if I can't have a P3 finish then no one can, the 63 car eventually making sneaking it by with 8 to go, and Charles receiving a penalty for this last move, and yeah, fair enough, he was acting like a fucking lunatic in that one. Despite that, he would eventually come home to finish 4th, still seething about Ferrari ruining his race, until he had a meeting with upper management, after which, it strangely enough, wasn't Ferrari's fault anymore. All of that has almost made me forget about the battle for the lead, Norris still hanging on through traffic as Piastri stormed after the Britain's arsehole in the closing laps, even stealing his FP2 tactics with just a couple of tours to go. That marked the last real opportunity, however, the Australian unable to recover for a final attempt on the last lap, and watched as his teammate cut down his championship lead to just 9 points heading into the summer break. That meant Lando's bottle at the start actually got him the win in this one, the superior one-stop only on the cars to begin with because his own incompetence had resigned him to 4th in the other strategy. Now to his fans on Twitter, who appear to be implying he simply f***ed up the start on purpose, well, you can guess what I think about that. But fair play to Lando Norris today, who, lap 1 aside, drove an incredible Grand Prix to close this championship right up heading into the last 11 races of the season. Other shout-outs go out to Alonso and Bortoleto for some huge performances inside the top 10, and to Ferrari for ruining yet another Lewis Hamilton run of form and thus pissing off Colton H on social media. Good job guys, well done. Here's my race rating then, let me know yours in the comments below, and apologies for being a little late in getting this one out to you all. If you can't tell through my voice, I'm a little bit sick right now, though it would make me feel much better if you liked the video and got subscribed for more throughout the rest of 2025. We're gunning for 200,000 subscribers by the end of the year, and I'm really going to need your support in making that happen. I'll have a couple more videos coming out next week, one of which is already out for members and patrons right now, so big thanks to them, and go see the links in the description below. But until then, have a good one everybody. No, wait, I got the outro wrong. I mean, f*** off. Mercedes Toto Wolff aware of celebrity status, and AI deepfake. Nah, I need another summer break.
That's rude.
Hey there guys, I'm Will, and welcome to the Comedy Review, the show where making fun of Zach Brown is considered friendly fire. Right, listen here, you little shit. It's also the show where we talk about things that happen in motorsport. Things like this. The American dream makes Valtteri Bottas wet. Mercedes push women in the workplace by sending this one to the kitchen. And Red Bull unveil their driver plans for 2026.
Thanks for letting me borrow your pen.
Thanks for letting me borrow your car.
Wait.
You were expecting a joke about cats and dogs there, weren't you? You racist bigot. Anyway, too bad. Christian Lundgaard's already f***ed it. A lot's happened across F1 summer break. Colapinto still managed to satisfy his crash fetish, Ollie Behrman got to cosplay as Emperor Palpatine, and Oscar Piastri became a meme. But really, I think we all just wanted Formula 1 back. Sky Sports immediately making us regret that decision when this discounted bollock appeared on our screen. Let's move on to some better news, albeit news that was so obvious it didn't really need to be announced at all. I think actually we've got a segment for that, don't we? Cadillac have announced their drivers for 2026, fishing around in the F1 bargain bin and pulling out a wild Valtteri Bottas and Sergio Perez. And as per any decision in Formula 1, people absolutely hate it. Personally, I think this is a fantastic decision. And while yes, an 11th team could have provided 2 fresh faces with an opportunity in Formula 1, has still waited half a decade before testing out some new talent, and look how well that went. On a serious note, you've kind of got to feel a little bad for the pair, having fought so hard to return to the top flight of motorsport and these be ridiculed as boring or fat. No, hang on, sorry, that's just me. But even poor Bottas couldn't have his spot in FP2 without being photobombed by a Mercedes engineer who appeared to have just let out a little more than just a fart. Elsewhere in the news, Flavio Briatore was in the headlines once again, criticising the move to place Franco Colapinto in the car, while seemingly forgetting he was the one that made that decision in the first place. It's never great when even your social media admin is posting clips of the team packing up early and going home, only they weren't actually allowed to, after Alpine were forced to seek special dispensation from the FIA to unf*** Franco Colapinto's chassis after the Argentinian binned it during a Pirelli tyre test following the Hungarian Grand Prix. That meant no summer break for the Alpine employees, well, for those who haven't been fired by Briatore yet. Tell you what, it's been a long time away, let's just get on to FP1. F1 drivers went all over the globe in their month off, and their love for the beach was more than apparent when FP1 rolled around. Tsunoda one of the first to go for a spin, then taking the Lance Stroll approach of driving through the gravel to return to the circuit. Luckily, Yuki used that special thing he has to get through to the other side. What was that called again? Oh yeah, talent. Speaking of talent, or perhaps lack of it, and Lewis Hamilton was spotted giving his portrayal of the Black Swan in the first sector before the Manu replacement Mercedes went for a more permanent stay in the gravel at turn 8. That brought out the red flag as Kimi begged to be allowed to rejoin the session. Quite surprising he even needs to ask, given he's become fairly good at bidding it in FP1s over his short time in Formula 1. Always eager to learn from the youth, Silver Arrow's teammate George Russell tried out one of Antonelli's lines when we got back to green, but quickly settled on the conclusion that driving on the black stuff was for some reason faster. The highlights then go on to talk about James Hunt, which is usually code for not much else happened for the rest of the session, which is technically true, the next incident only coming after it had concluded. Max Verstappen taking his practice start, then just not being bothered to complete the rest of the lap. At this point, Norris led Piastri, and special apparently, as we became inundated with reports of heavy rain coming towards the circuit. Said moisture never arrived, but here's a nice tweet as we start Friday afternoon's running. Lance had a strong opening practice session. What can he do in FP2? Well, bin it in the wall as it turns out. After a brief red flag intermission, Isaac Hadjar became the next one in the wars, his RB going back into holiday mode as it pulled off at the side of the track. FP2 also saw the triumphant return of Logan Sargent as Williams went into this weekend seeking more experience. When it comes to binning it around here, and Captain America is a bit of a pro when it comes to that sort of thing. A second red flag was required to retrieve the 23 car from the gravel, providing Oscar Piastri the perfect opportunity to assassinate George Russell for some reason. We didn't see the reaction of the Mercedes garage, though I assume it looked a little something like this. In the end, there was so much drama in FP2, it's almost easy to forget that Lewis Hamilton went for a wee spin again. But not me, so enjoy this one, Team LH. Norris would lock up the top of the timing tower once again, followed closely behind by Alonso and Piastri, as the rain predictions returned for FP3 the following day. And I think we all know where this is going, don't we? So yeah, the rain didn't show up. Shock, with Sky Sports seemingly preparing their coverage for the McLaren Express train on Sunday. And it would be Lando Norris once again coming out on top at the end of Saturday's FP3. A shoe-in for pole then, sure hope that doesn't proceed to age like f***ing milk. Elsewhere, Kimi Antonelli was back out on circuit, though struggling with downshifts and apparent pace as he couldn't muster any higher than 17th. Max Verstappen also had a go at Pierre Gasly, for no apparent reason other than the fact that he's French. The pit lane also continued to be a point of contention for George Russell, as he came across Fernando Alonso reminiscing about pre-1994 and forgetting there's a speed limit there nowadays. The Aston Martins were having a rather fun session though, still in the mix after Friday, and looking like there could be challengers up the front end of the grid. Lance still found some time for a strollism though. Here he is complaining about being held up by Tsunoda, and thus in the process holding up the silver arrow of Antonelli.
This guy is a complete idiot, huh? Complete idiot, huh? Complete idiot, huh? Complete idiot, huh?
On to qualifying then, where Aston stands an opportunity to have their best Saturday performance since 2023. Oh, never mind, Specials f***ed it already.
This guy is a complete idiot, huh?
That booked up one slot in the Q1 drop zone, though that still wasn't enough to see Franco Colapinto progress. The Argentinian out alongside the Haas pair and Nico Hülkenberg, who appears to only do well from the rear of the field, and so now seems like he deliberately tries to start from there. With the midfield so close, Q2 is usually the place where we see a couple of surprises, so let's jump to the dying seconds as the highlights are focusing on a Fox instead, which sort of shows how interesting this session really was. Yuki Tsunoda hit a new low when he set a lap time identical to that of the remaining Sauber of Bortoleto, and joining them in the elimination zone was Gasly, Antonelli and Albon, who was about as happy with that development as someone who'd just stuck their cock in a paper shredder. All that was left then was the top 10 shootout, and as usual, I think we need to prime the bottle counter at this point in the weekend, just in case we need it at all. Norris had dominated proceedings up to this point, but Piastri clawed some advantage back throughout qualifying. At the time they'd come across the line for their first runs in Q3, the distance between them was so small even Nikita Mazepin's genitalia struggled to plug the gap. Just 12 milliseconds in favour of the Australian, not even worth a bottle on Lando's part. Both drivers were pushing to the absolute limit. While we waited for the papaya pair to fit some fresh rubber and go again, the big question was if anyone could get close to their effort to the top of the times, which is a bit like asking a nun if they could win a gangbang contest. We'd focus again on the championship battle then, as the McLarens went for one last gasp at the end of the session. This time Norris quicker than his teammate, though before the Quadrant fans have their orgasm, it's worth informing them that he was still slower than Piastri's initial effort. That put the Australian on pole as Verstappen slotted into P3. Further back, Charles Leclerc had been nice enough to let Lewis Hamilton get a taste of being the lead Ferrari on the initial runs, but moved back ahead as the the flag fell. And the big shout out goes to Racing Bull star Isaac Hadjar, who came home fourth due to some divine act of God. Unfortunately for the Frenchman, he's now being complimented by Helmut Marko, which means the likely early promotion to Red Bull and thus the end of his career. Anyway, on the subject of careers, let's find someone who has none. It's our ex-Bell End of the Week. With a whole summer break to choose from then, who will be our victim today? Let's spin the wheel and, oh, it's a close one, but it's a Lewis Hamilton stamp, because apparently they've not suffered enough already in this video. This all starts with the rumours last week of four-time IndyCar champion Alex Palou being tipped for a Red Bull drive in 2026. I made a whole video on that if you want to check it out, which was uploaded just as said rumours were proved to be bollocks, but watch it anyway to make me feel better about myself. Stan Report here decided that he needed to share his expert opinion on the matter, and with the likes of Kubica and Schumacher on your profile, maybe for once we're not dealing with a DTS pleb. Nope, turns out even the traditional fans can be bellends too. The Verstappen camp's worst nightmare. Palou would turn Max into a stay-at-home father. When another user questioned our esteemed prick on the matter, he responded with this: Palou is dominating a spec series. The last spec series Verstappen completed, he finished third and lost to Esteban Ocon. So you heard it here first, ladies and gentlemen. Esteban Ocon is better than Max Verstappen. So let's just cut to the best replies for this one, shall we? As Stan's report was quickly torn up and thrown in the bin. That still doesn't mean anything. Lance Stroll dominated the spec series, F3, and then went straight into F1, for example. Please someone give this idiot a brain. Verstappen is a four-time world champion, buddy. What is Esteban doing? And potentially my favourite reply to an ex-Bell End of the Week ever, so Hamilton is worse than Ocon. Thanks for confirming. Big thank you to these Bell End hunters for making me aware of this one, and if you'd like to nominate the next ex-Bell End of the Week, use the hashtag on screen, tag me on the platform, or join our Discord server. Now, time to get to race day. Oh look, William Story's posting feet pics. So Sunday rolls around, and guess what the alleged weather forecast is? So as we prepared for a completely dry race, and hashtag Bless got himself under investigation for a yellow flag infringement before it had even started, we got ready for 5 red lights and watched on as Norris bottled the start, and see that's why we had it ready beforehand. Verstappen made the move despite having all the control of a Morgan turn with the chainsaw. Slightly further back, Hadjar remained in fourth, but was now the cork in the bottle. Great news for Lewis Hamilton, who got to pretend he had pace again. Lap 9, and Norris was able to unbottle himself, pulling admittedly a fantastic move around the outside of Verstappen into turn 1. With all our likely passes under our belt then, we got our pillows ready as Sky started pleading God's piss again. Oh hang on, apparently the track surface is slippery. Is it actually real this time? No, it's just Bortoletto's front wing. F1's wet dream would finally come true on lap 20, only for the teams to ignore it and switch onto hards anyway. Also, it appears Zach Brown's joined the third right gear for some reason. Lewis Hamilton, meanwhile, had realised the undercut was extremely powerful, asking Ferrari to pit him and get ahead of Russell and Leclerc. The Scuderia thought this was a fantastic idea for Charles Leclerc's weekend, leading to hashtag Blessed rage quitting and frustration. One safety car intervention, and Norris attempted assassination later, and Piastri led the field back to green on lap 27. Lawson and Sainz doing battle into turn 1, both racers having their best races in recent memory until they collided and picked up punctures. Also, this is Sainz's fault because reasons. As the Spaniard decorated the circuit in pieces of Williams, we got a virtual safety car and Alpine entering their gang crime era. When that ended, Charles Leclerc seized the opportunity to pull off the overtake of the year on George Russell, which was immediately noted by the stewards because F1 is not allowed to be fun anymore. I'll be honest, I zoned out for the next few laps, woken up by Ferrari trying out strategy again. Charles Leclerc was happy on his tyres, which of course meant it was time for a pit stop, putting him out ahead of the Italian Mafia, or Osama Bentinelli, which I actually quite like better. Either way, living up to his name as he went to get revenge on his teammates and introduced the turn 3 barriers to the second Scarlet Ferrari. With Leclerc's 16 car now repurposed into a crimson red fidget spinner and the Monegasque opting for a photo shoot on the sand dunes, the safety car was back out and we were left with a 15-lap sprint to the finish, and more rumours of rain, which quite frankly we couldn't give a f*** about anymore. Lando Norris had maintained second at the restart, though was reporting different weather conditions in the form of smoke and fire. The 4-car out with a vaping addiction and his 5-year-old fan base in hysterics, which doesn't make me happy whatsoever. What makes me very happy is the sight of Isaac Hadjar in third. Now he only had 4 laps to hold on as Piastri led Verstappen to green, and the invisible rain returned for the 347th f***ing time. Piastri managed things sublimely at the front though, to take the win from Verstappen and extend his championship lead to 34 points from Lando Norris. But the equally big story was the man a few cars behind, Isaac Hadjar, P3. A sublime race all round, and if you told me the guy balling into the arms of Anthony Hamilton in Melbourne at the start of the year would end up on the podium, I'd have found you a psychiatrist, which granted Hadjar will need once he gets his promotion to the main team in 2026. Other shout-outs go out to Behrman and Stroll, who came for the back to points, and to Kimi Antonelli, who also fought back to finish inside the top 10. Oh, actually, hang on, he's got another penalty, this time for speeding in the pit lane, and what's even more impressive is he's seemingly managed that all while on 3 wheels. Returning to the Grand Prix on a whole, though, and it's giving Malaysia 2016 vibes. To be clear, that's not the reason I'm giving it an 8 out of 10, but for the Lando stand still watching, you've at least got a bit longer for your boy to bring it back. This was a really big swing in the championship, which is now bordering Piastri's to lose, and I'm just saying that because I know how well things that come out of my gob age. Look, I just want an exciting end to the year. If you've enjoyed this video though, I've been struggling to keep the lights on throughout the summer break, so now F1's back, we're gearing up for a jam-packed end to the season. Liking and subscribing really helps me out as we get closer and closer to that magical 200k. If you want to go the extra mile and get some exclusive content too, check out the Patreon down in the description below. I'll be back very soon with the final IndyCar race of the season. Until then, and it's felt like a while since I last said this, off. So here's something that wasn't on my 2025 bingo card. Apparently, I appear in a Roblox game now. Charming. Also, whoever coded my character to go between all the food shops can go themselves.
That's rude.
Hey there guys, I'm Will, and welcome to the Comedy Review, the show where a man talks about cars he can't fit in. Hey Will, what do you do for work? I don't know, I get slagged off by smiley faces for a living. It's also the show where we talk about things that happen in motorsport. Things like this. Nico Hülkenberg unveils his Monza package, anti-immigration protests in Milan as Ferrari still house asylum seeker Lewis Hamilton, and Oscar Piastri presents my favourite meme of 2025.
Ooh, what's this button? What's he doing?
We're at the Temple of Speed, and as usual, there's a lot to cover. Starting, well, right here. The big news this week, well apart from Hulk and balls here, was the inevitable Twitter fallout following Lando Norris's retirement from Zandvoort last week. Oscar Piastri, now with a sizable lead in the drivers' standings, though in fairness, he's doing a great job of hiding his happiness around the whole situation.
Yeah, it's obviously never nice to see that kind of thing. Unfortunately, it is a part of racing, but...
Engine supplier Mercedes were quick to confirm it wasn't anything to do with them, not that they were the ones feeling most of the heat. That was directed to Andrea Stella, apparently seen smiling at Lando's downfall. And Quadrant fans, if this is a smile, then maybe this should be the next thing in your happy meal. In other news, Ferrari debut a one-off look this weekend with a stunning livery meant to hark back to the 1975 season, where Claire Regazzoni won the Italian Grand Prix and Niki Lauda took home the championship. It also reminds me of the 2016 car, which, like 2025, was also a little bit shit. That could also describe Lewis Hamilton's mood coming into this one. The Briton handed the post-race penalty in Zandvoort, which would see a grid draw for Monza this weekend, and all over an incident that happened before the lights had even gone out in the Netherlands, because apparently Team LH hasn't suffered enough. Elsewhere, Isaac Hadjar was still on cloud 9 following his first Formula 1 podium last Sunday, and having literally split the trophy with the team, the result inevitably began stirring rumours of a move up to the main outfit, perhaps even as early as the last few races of 2025. So I'd just like to take a moment to appreciate this lad's career. It's been a great run, but I guess all good things come to an end. Right, what else is new? Monaco signed a new long-term contract extension, and Adrian Newey's on drugs. Not sure if those two things are related, but let's get into Friday practice. As per usual, FP1 would see various rookies take up spots of our regular slabs of meat as opening practice kicked off at the Autodromo Nazionale de Monza. Lando Norris wasn't one of those rookies, he just spent the first hour driving like one. The other McLaren, meanwhile, fielded junior Irishman Alex Dunn, whose P16 was the highlight of his weekend, given his subsequent F2 outing was probably thwarted by the efforts of Osama bin Lindblad. I didn't come up with that one, but I had to give it some recognition. Plus, we'll probably be using it a lot in the Comedy Review next year. Paul Aaron was the other reserve taking part in FP1, filling the shoes of Franco Colapinto, and doing his best to honour the Argentinian's gesture with this tribute into the second chicane. Elsewhere, the RBs were on a mission to find their favourite gravel trap, Williams to find their favourite way of pissing off Pierre Gasly, and George Russell showed off his best Lando Norris impression, though I felt it was missing that little bit of depression and sympathy pandering at the end. It looked as though McLaren wouldn't have it all their own way in Monza, as that Britain could only muster 6th by the flag, in a session topped by Lewis Hamilton and the 2 Ferraris. I hope the Scuderia enjoyed that, because it's probably the last you'll see of it all weekend. McLaren were back on top for FP2, Norris topping the timesheets, though we did get this strange bit of breaking news from Alex Jakes.
Not to be outdone, Norris also had issue with his fades.
With the 5-year-old girls in tears then, the Ferraris now wanted to make the Tifosi feel the same way, both Leclerc and Hamilton making their mark on the Monza layout by way of decorating the tarmac with little bits of gravel trap. Lance Stroll found himself in the rare scenario of coming across a driver slower than him, though was able to restore order by later holding up Tsunoda at the Parabolica. And we couldn't wrap this section up without a few shout-outs, Carlos Sainz coming home P3 for Williams, and Taliban Tonelli getting one practice session further than he did last year before ending up in the Stones. Now, on to Saturday. Well, actually no, because it's time for our ex-Bellend of the Week. I'm not even going to big it up this week. Of course, it's another f***ing Lando fan. I've never hated Zach and Andrea more than I do today. Like, it physically repulsed me to see them next to Lando, and this in itself speaks a lot about the hate I've harboured for this team. Oh, Jesus Christ, where do we even start with this one? This all comes from, well, according to her profile, 23-year-old, or perhaps that's months, at Heart Forever, who's apparently also in her suicide era. And, you know, have you ever had thoughts about maybe hurrying up? You people live in the most twisted reality. Typical Drive to Survive fan. You are very, very unwell. You Lando fans are worse than Max fans. Damn, who thought we'd see the day? Big thank you to Anwen here for bringing this deluded bellend to my attention. And if you'd like to nominate the next ex-bellend of the week, use the hashtag on screen, tag me on the platform, or join our Discord server. Now then, on to Quali Day. Oh look, it's Hulk and Balls again. Saturday morning, we bring the breaking news that Pierre Gasly is a f***ing idiot, signing an extension with Alpine until at least 2028, seemingly in doing so, revealing he's also a massive fan of self-harm. Meanwhile, Lando Norris was busy topping FP3, so can't wait to see how he'll lose that come qualifying, and Charles Leclerc was getting a Parabola King from his Ferrari, who had apparently grown fond of the gravel traps following Friday and did its best to be reunited at multiple points across the session. Lewis Hamilton was also quick when he was straightlining turn 1, his slow and painful fall from grace continuing as he was caught on the radio begging his team to make him faster. Max Verstappen had problems of a different sort, the Dutchman having to put up with the French as Esteban Ocon wanted to get his sole and only overtake of the weekend in on the run-up to the first chicane. That takes us nicely into qualifying, and as per usual, Antonelli finds himself under pressure, the alarm bells really ringing when he puts in a lap 1/10 off that of Tsunoda. Fortunately for the Italian crowd, Kimi would make it through, the same not being able to be said for Liam Lawson. Actually, I haven't got a clue what he was doing out there. Teammate Isaac Hadjar then got a bit too scared of those Red Bull rumours, opting to take himself out of Q1 in the hope that Helmut Marko might just go away. The rest of the drop zone will be made up of the Alpines and Stroll, and so with no further surprises, we move on to Q2. Lando Norris took a different approach in this session, hoping if he got all his bottles out of the way, he might just get through the top 10 shootout unscathed. You have to make it there first, however, and after a nervy first lap, the Briton found himself perilously close to the bottom 5. While he was able to lift himself to safety in the dying seconds, the same could not be said for anyone driving a Williams, a box, or a striking pair of bollocks. Not jealous whatsoever. Now let's just find out what McLaren gets pole. Only that wouldn't be as certain as we first thought. Piastri edging his teammate on the initial runs, only to be displaced himself by the Ferrari of Leclerc. Hamilton and Russell then split the McLarens before Verstappen snatched up provisional pole for himself. With Bolding McBoldface impressed then, we still had one run to go. Piastri jumping the Ferraris, but still half a tenth away from Verstappen's time at the top. Next across the line was Norris, whose anti-bottling tactics actually paid off, up to a provisional pole. Not that the garage seemed particularly impressed, maybe they just knew the TV directors had cut to them too soon, as Max was back across the line and back into P1. A classic qualifying session then, setting up a thrilling battle for race day. So if you've enjoyed the video up to now, here's your opportunity to like and subscribe. Now let's get to it. Race day, and after Hulk and Balls was unsacrimoniously killed off on the formation lap, it was time for lights out and for Lando Norris to try his famous drive on the grass tactic again. Shockingly enough, that didn't work. Luckily for the bottle job, Max had just decided to straight line turn 1 anyway. Just down the road, Leclerc had got ahead of Piastri, the Australian the second driver this weekend, to show off his genitalia as he retook the Ferrari around the outside of Lesmo 1. Verstappen was told to give back the lead at the start of lap 2, but not wanting to be left out, Oscar Piastri decided he loved overtaking Charles Leclerc so much, he he wanted to do it again. 2 laps later, and Verstappen was back on Lando's tail and back into the lead, before deciding it was 2023 again as he shot off into the distance. Piastri was also back into third, and, well, what an opening few laps then. What were Crofty's words? Who says you can't overtake around the temple of speed? Well, with the benefit of hindsight, I'd now like to tell Crofty he can go and f*** himself. Let's check in on Special then. He just got Esteban Ocon a penalty in a move that was so relevant it took the TV director 10 minutes to find the footage of the thing. Carlos Sainz was the next one in trouble, deciding he didn't fancy the same chicane nor the alternate route set out in the race director's instructions. The stewards only handed him a reprimand, however, potentially to balance out the unsolicited face f***ing he received last week in Zandvoort. As Norris tested that bottle territory, Alonso and Bortoletto were having fun in the pits, the Spaniard able to get past his protege before his front suspension shot itself out of Ascari a few laps later. We turn to the battle between past and future Red Bull rejects then. Liam Lawson making his feelings known, though how he was in a position to pass Yuki Tsunoda in the first place, I have no idea. Turn 4 would soon claim 2 more victims as Carlos Sainz tried to move on Oliver Behrman, the Haas driver opting to choose death instead, ruining both of their races and picking up 2 more penalty points, taking his total to 10. You can kill the man, but not the idea. As you could tell, this was turning into a thrilling Grand Prix, so thrilling in fact, Sky Sports thought they could retain their viewership by suggesting Max Verstappen could spontaneously combust at any moment. As it turned out, he didn't, and on lap 38, boxed with a hard compound of tyre. Norris, meanwhile, wanted to do the opposite of that, go long, then switch to the softs in an attempt to challenge Max at the end. This was McLaren though, and they hadn't f***ed up strategy yet, so here we go. When called to box, Norris denied the call, suggesting they pit Piastri first. And you know what? I'm going to let the Aussie do the honours on this one.
Ooh, what's his button? What's he doing?
Oh, set the fireworks off.
So while Piastri boxed just fine, Lando had just left himself vulnerable to the undercut. There will be no undercut, came the call from the team. Only that's a little hard to orchestrate when you leave your guy in the pit box 4 seconds longer than you're f***ing meant to. That led to the hilarious scenes of Piastri coming out ahead and McLaren scrambling as they begged their driver to let his championship rival back through. Take that championship setting out of it, and we're looking at a repeat of Hungary last year, where if you remember the positions were reversed and Piastri was on for his first win. You may also remember, well unless you're a Lando fan on Twitter, that the Briton was a whiny little bitch for half the race before we let Oscar back through. There being none of that this time round as Piastri relinquished second, much to the amusement of race leader Max Verstappen, who found it so funny he nearly drove right off the circuit. The Dutchman would cruise home to a comfortable victory, the first outside of the Horny Horner era I might add, as the McLarens completed the podium in a race that brings with it, well, a fair bit of discussion. I put out on Twitter that had things been reversed, I didn't think Lando would have done the same now, considering how close the championship fight is with the man he'd be letting by. That was too much to comprehend for his fan base, so I highly suggest you head over there if you fancy a laugh, and maybe the opportunity to lose a few brain cells while you're at it. Ooh, Lando would have swapped no matter if the championship is on or not. Congratulations, maybe he'll shag you now. At least the drama at the end made the race somewhat watchable, the fastest F1 race in history in fact, and thank f***, because as soon as Crofty mentioned the abundance of overtakes, they all went away and it turned into a bit of a snooze fest. Let me know your ratings down in the comments below. We should mention some shout outs as well, and fair play to Gabi Bortoletto for another strong points finish, as well as pit lane to 10th for Isaac Hadjar, though not the best result if you don't want that Red Bull seat next year. Finally, Lewis Hamilton did his job, so that's nice too, I guess. F1 takes a break next week, which I can only assume is because of 9/11, and they were too afraid of how I'd link that in with Taliban Tonelli. Still, I'll be covering something though, so if you enjoyed the video, get subscribed as you really won't want to miss what's next. Big thank you to the members and patrons as well, and if you'd like to see next Sunday's video, well, right now, go and check that out in the description below. Anyway, I'll be back soon with another video. Until then, you know the gist by now. F*** off. Oh good, I really love this trend. Anyone know how I can fit AFP1 Will in my header? Never mind, I somehow got to fit him in. Yep, brilliant, let's just roll the f***ing intro already.
That's rude.
Hey there guys, I'm Will, and welcome to the Comedy Review, the show that is as good as Mahavir Raghunathan's racing career. Well, the guy just got a podium, so go jump off a bridge. It's also the show where we talk about things that happen in motorsport. Things like this. Aston Martin unveil Lance Stroll's new wheels. The championship battle turns violent. This Lando fan gets a bit too excited when meeting his idol. And before I post this, you might want to put some headphones in. Quite a lot to get into, and we start with some troubling news. How is this okay? He just walked into the paddock, is removed by security twice, yet still comes back, and the teams accept this trespassing. How disrespectful to not even have a paddock pass and just treating the paddock as if the world revolves around him. I can't believe this. This sounds serious, not to mention a massive security breach on F1's end. Oh, hang on, it's just this pussy. Yes, as Thursday rolled around, it seemed that all we could talk about was not the championship fights, not the fact that Lance Stroll still exists. No, it was all about this cat, who seemed to terrorise the paddock and everyone within it. That said, Yuki Tsunoda sure seemed to have loved him. Sorry, I overlaid the wrong footage over that bit. In other news, there's a new candidate for presidency of the FIA, Laura Villas, who no one had heard of a few days ago, announcing her bid to run against Mohammed Ben Sulayem, and immediately becoming highly popular amongst F1's majority male fan base. I wonder why that might be. That wasn't the only good news surrounding the FIA this week, as in another historic first, they admitted that they were wrong. Carlos Sainz's Dutch Grand Prix penalty being overturned by Williams' appeal. Granted, it changes nothing with the official result, but to be fair, any win for Carlos is a big deal right now. Over in the land of fairy tales, otherwise known as the Alpine Formula One team, we have our latest bit of gossip in the 2026 driver market. Flavio Briatore addressing the media this week and boldly claiming that the drive alongside Pierre Gasly next season is between incumbent Belgrano boy and the team's reserve driver Paul Aron. Briatore also took this opportunity to call all of the current crop of F2 drivers which is a little awkward when you remember there are a couple of Alpine juniors in that field. Last up is the big news. Amon McLaren could theoretically wrap up the Constructors' title this weekend. The fallout from the Italian Grand Prix was still very much the conversation 2 weeks later in Baku. The outfit seemingly having opened a massive can of worms after having Oscar Piastri clean up the team's latest puddle of sick for them by letting title rival Lando Norris through at the end of the race. That caused mass hysteria among the McLaren fan base, leading to the team going as far as to block several LN4 cult members on Twitter. I also got cancelled in the crossfire, and if you want the lowdown on that, I already covered it in this video right here, which proceeded to get me cancelled again. Granted, the genocide joke in that probably didn't help. On the bright side, Lando Norris was at least in high spirits coming into this one.
I mean, I'm reasonably confident. I think we're in this position now because of how strong we've been this year, so I'd be wrong not to have any confidence that we're going to have another good weekend.
Let's see how well that ages then. Friday then, and first practice, where another driver surprisingly optimistic was Ferrari's Lewis Hamilton, claiming he had made some real gains in the last fortnight, and oh, never mind, he's already in the wall. Oscar Piastri was another flirting with the confines of the Baku circuit, though as it turned out, that would soon become the least of his troubles, a power unit issue sidelining the championship leader and providing an early advantage to teammate Nozza. At this point, we were all expecting Papaya Rules to step in, and for Zach Brown to enforce Lando's engine be broken as well. I mean, he could have just sat on it, I would have done the trick. This didn't happen though, former McLaren driver Carlos Sainz not deeming this very fair, and thus bringing out the red flag by dislodging some rubber out of the curbs in the final sector. That meant we lost almost half of the session, and if you're wondering where all the spinning heads have got to, we've long made it clear that the red flag meme was confined to qualifying and race day only. So, if anything, I'm glad to see the circuit getting them out of its system early. Gee, sure hope that doesn't age badly later on. Nozza would return to top the session when we eventually got back to green, Piastri recovering to P2. Now let's get on to FP2, where things start to actually get interesting. Lewis Hamilton would lead a Ferrari 1-2 in the afternoon session, prompting the obvious question, who mixed up the Scuderia's driver trackers? Okay, no, let's be serious. What the flying f*** happened to the McLarens? Lando Norris would clip the barriers coming off turn 2, then deciding he could do one better, gave the concrete a larger spank 2 corners later, turning his papaya machine into a crab in the process.
I'd be wrong not to have any confidence that we're going to have another good weekend.
I don't usually award bottles during practice sessions, but at a track like Baku, where it's so vital to get your eye in early, you know what, Oscar? You do the honours again.
Oh, what's this button? What's he doing?
Oh, set the fireworks off.
Of course, we can't forget about Papaya Rules, and later on, Piastri made sure to hit the barriers too, for good measure. Franco Colapinto decided it was this line he wanted to try and emulate, in a session where he was also assaulted by what appears to be an apple, or water balloon, or maybe Baku cat in the bid to escape Yuki Tsunoda. Hopefully that joke scared off the McLaren fans, because it's time for our ex-Bell End of the Week. So in a week where I've been called names, sent death threats, and been cancelled by these high-functioning oxygen thieves, I was going to stay away from them this time round. Okay, no, I wasn't. Here's the submission. Oscar Piastri next. Seems mundane enough, until you realise this is quote tweeting the Charlie Kirk assassination. Norris logs, and now deleted the account, and God, I can't think why, had this in her bio: is everything we had as good as gone? Well, if we're talking about your future career then, yeah, well, probably yes. This tweet was in fact so divisive, even fellow cultists came out to tear this lass a new one. And since said tweet was, funnily enough, deleted rather quickly after, they took aim at her photographs of the moon instead. You're a horrible human being. You don't deserve a platform. You're weird as f***. Nobody cares about your f***ass moon pictures, bro. Glad the moon can illuminate what a piece of shit you are. I should probably post credit for the initial screenshot then, given the Lando fan that took it decided to try and cancel me over that as well. And if you think the Piastri lot have reclaimed the moral high ground, well, they proceeded to immediately throw that away by constructing their own rendition a couple of hours later. This may well have been the most nominated Expel end of the week so far, and a big thank you to everyone who brought this to my attention. It's impossible to credit you all, so here's the first one I could find. But if you'd like to make a submission for next time out, use the hashtag on screen, tag me on the platform, or join the Discord. And at the end of the day, if we've learned anything out of this, it's that if a Lando stand ever was shot in the head, they'd probably be okay, given there's all to damage in there anyway. Oh look, actually, I don't know what this is.
Rest in fucking peace, Doris!
Saturday brought the news that the Azerbaijan Grand Prix had signed a contract to remain on the F1 calendar until at least 2030, as well as the bombshell that Carlos Sainz had decided to identify as an Alpine driver. I've heard all toasters, forks and plug sockets have since been removed from the Spaniard's motorhome. The wind had picked up around the Baku city circuit, providing the ultimate excuse for the 20 fastest drivers in the world to play ballet dancer and explore Azerbaijan's back alleys. Oscar Piastri had 2 scares during the final practice hour, potentially preempting Norris bottles before they happened. None would manifest though, and the Briton would overcome early setup struggles to set the fastest time in the morning, ahead of Red Bull's Max Verstappen. Another driver looking to have strong form heading into qualifying was Alex Albon, which was great news for the rest of the grid when he ripped his front left tyre off early doors in Q1. Alright, we can let them spin now. Q1 would resume with 19 drivers remaining in contention until Nico Hülkenberg took the low downforce package to extreme lengths, revealing his discrimination for front wings as he left his down at the turn 3 runoff. All good though, he's got his car going again, so no need for another red flag. We get going, again, with only enough time for a single lap shootout at the end of the session. Hülkenberg able to miraculously lift himself out of the drop zone and need to be promptly sent back to the gulag by Special of all people. Esteban Ocon would be next to join them, the Frenchman out-qualified by his rookie teammate, which is rather awkward when you discover his car was also illegal and disqualified later that afternoon. And making up the final spots in the Q1 elimination squad was the Alpine pair, Gasly going straight on in the first sector of his final lap. His teammate, Colapinto, meanwhile, may have been hit with an apple in FP2 that was yet to discover any of Isaac Newton's other laws. For instance, every action has an equal and opposite reaction, so if you drive into the wall under yellows, Flavio Briatore will castrate you. It's all over at least, so no need for a... Sure, fine, just do your thing. With 3 red flags already and the evening fast approaching, a new challenge was appearing on the horizon, the sun blinding drivers through half of the corners, prompting Charles Leclerc to radio in and ask the team to do something about it. Don't worry, Charles, I'm sure they've just got the light switch around the back somewhere. Meanwhile, in the land of the feasible, Ollie Bearman started Q2 of the mind. Why not make FP1 Will hate himself, as the Haas was spotted with the Norris FP2 setup on board, and guess it's time for red flag number 4. With so many cars running into issues, it's quite frankly a miracle that despite it all, Lewis Hamilton was still unable to progress into Q3. Like, come on man, even Tsunoda's made it through. Our expectations were low, but holy f***. Joining the pair of Britons was the Aston Martin duo and Gabriel Bortoletto, and with a lot of the excess fat now trimmed, we could look forward to a calm and incident-free final... Oh, for fuck... Charles Leclerc was looking for a 5th consecutive pole position, the previous 4 claimed in a variety of different ways. The Monegasque opting for the 2021 approach this time round, and he forgot about setting a provisional P1 time before slamming his Ferrari into the wall. And just in case this qualifying session wasn't crazy enough, there was now rain coming down. Sainz and the RB cars only want to set viable lap times in the dry, meaning Williams now stood a chance at stealing a surprise pole at the one street circuit where you can overtake. Carlos's luck really has no limits, does it? Anyway, we would get going again, and with just under 4 minutes left in the session, the McLarens were now dueling it out before the rain intensified. While Norris had been on the scorcher of a lap, I guess that's one way of stopping it. This, however, set up a golden scenario for old Nozza though. His rival was now consigned to P9, and the Briton had the opportunity to put it at least on the front row and take a huge points chunk away from the Aussie in the standings. All he had to do was put in one decent lap. Could he do it? Oh, you bet he can't.
I'd be wrong not to have any confidence that we're going to have another good weekend.
So with Norris in 7th, things were looking even better for provisional pole sitter Sainz, who was able to go even quicker at the top of the table, but Carlos Sainz can't have nice things, and the man screaming that for his entire career has been Max Verstappen, who went half a second clear of the Williams and claimed pole for his own. Huge shout out to Carlos though for, well, surviving and thus getting to start on the front row, and big ups to Liam Lawson as well. P3 on the grid for Sunday. Now, if you were doing this at the start of the year, you might not have become so much of a meme in 2025. Anyway, with the 2 hours of quali over and me wanting to just go to bed, let's see what Sunday has in store. Sunday began in typical fashion as reports of invisible rain were floated around to maximise Sky Sports viewing figures, the sheer thought of which almost made Isaac Hadjar's RB kill itself. Oscar Piastri got the best reaction off the line, which as it turns out is quite easy when you go before the lights have even gone out. That would have garnered the Aussie a 5-second penalty, though Piastri had a way of getting out of that too. It's called driving straight into the wall at turn 5, which works, though I'm not too sure it's best for his championship in the long run. With the safety car out then, and poor Alonso being caught in the Piastri jump-start crossfire, we were ready to go back to green, with Verstappen controlling the restart from Sainz, and Norris opting to fully assess the situation, which I'm assuming is why he's left a gap big enough for your mum between himself and Isaac Hadjar. Another one caught out would be Mercedes driver George Russell, under the weather coming into this one, and thus rather surprised when he saw hallucinations of Kimi Antonelli defending his position into turn 1. A little further back, Hadjar's RB was trying to commit suicide again, providing a chance for Lando Norris on lap 6. The Briton would then literally hit a stray bottle 2 tours later, maybe a foreshadowing of what was to come. Oscar Piastri, meanwhile, was busy hiding from his McLaren team and admiring his own 2 bottles as he watched on from the sidelines, giving him the perfect vantage point of Alex Albon making his opinion on Alpine DRS trains abundantly clear. Colapinto was able to continue here as Albon was served up with a 10-second penalty. Back towards the front, George Russell had recovered back into 5th and was now stuck behind teammate Antonelli. The Italian was having a decent afternoon for once though, and not wanting to damage his newfound confidence by ordering him aside, the Silver Arrows instead opted to bring the 12 car into the pits and just forget about him for the remainder of this one. Now if you could tell me what happened between them and lap 38, well I'm all ears. I definitely watched it, though I guess you can only see Norris stuck in the train for so many laps before you find yourself in some sort of trance. Hey, maybe that's how his fangirls are born. McLaren looked to rectify the situation by utilising the overcut to get the Briton out ahead of Lawson and Leclerc. Only the front right tyre changer fancied some of the online abuse this week as the 4 car got held up 2 races on the trot and emerged back in P8 with just over 10 laps left to run. A normal start would have seen him get as high as 6th, maybe even P5 once Tsunoda came into the pits, though for some reason Leclerc chose to ignore the strange radio calls talking about papaya rules and fair racing as he pushed on after the Red Bull. Right at the front, Carlos Sainz had been driving an incredible race, still in 2nd, though now looking behind at the challenge from Russell and the Mercedes. Sainz was busy trying to navigate strategy from within the cockpit, seemingly forgetting he wasn't with Ferrari anymore and could instead leave that up to the pit wall. But really there was no scenario in which the Williams driver would stay ahead. George showing McLaren what a successful overcut looked like as he emerged in P2 in the closing stages. As the Spaniard's attention turned to the other Silver Arrow behind, the end of this race was being set up very similarly to that from last year. Norris had finally got past Leclerc and was shaping up the second Red Bull for P6. 2024's rendition of this was, well, exciting because it had Sergio Perez in it, and he was busy doing Sergio Perez things that afternoon. Instead, we got to watch the bottle job cruise in behind Yuki Tsunoda on a weekend we had not just 1, but now 2 huge opportunities to cut down the gap to Piastri in the standings. Okay, sure, that pit stop can't be helped, but this race on its own, and the P7 finish at the end of it, classifies as another one for the count in my book. And if you disagree, well, it's my show, so go f*** yourself. Max Verstappen would take home back-to-back dominant victories then, Russell in 2nd, and Carlos Sainz bringing the feel-good story in with his first rostrum appearance of 2025 in 3rd. This also means Carlos has got a podium in a Williams before Hamilton in the Ferrari, and look, I'm just coming for all of the fan bases today. Other shout-outs should go to Lawson and Tsunoda for big scores within the top 10, though in Yuki's case, the fact he gets a shout-out and still finish behind the guy he supposedly replaced at the start of the year is a tad bit concerning. Oh, and also to Lewis Hamilton, who was let past Leclerc in the closing stages and tried to give said spot back on the run-up to the line, only he couldn't even manage that in the end. Piastri was a lucky boy this weekend, choosing to do his best Lando impression the one time the team didn't have the pace for the top 3. He also escapes a grid drop for Singapore, thanks to some rule the FIA probably brought in yesterday. Oh, and if you are a Norris fan and angry about that, probably worth remembering the exact same thing happened to Lando after his war crime at the Canadian Grand Prix earlier in the year. This race on the whole, though, I just felt it had more to give, considering the grid we started with and how so many cars have been out of position. It ended up feeling a tad bit underwhelming. Regardless, what do I know? Here's my rating, let me know yours down in the comments below. That's all for the comedy review this week then. If you enjoyed it, be sure to drop it a like and get subscribed. Oh, and check out this video if you want to watch something slightly more entertaining than the 2025 Azerbaijan Grand Prix. My next 10 times list is already out for members and patrons, which feels like a good time to thank them for all the support as well. Links down in the description if you'd like to check any of that out. Anyway, Singapore up next, which is usually a bit of a bogey trap for anyone with a dominant car. Plenty of fun there then, but in the meantime, that's all from me, so why are you still here? F*** off. Oh look, Shelley using AI to put you in the heart of the Ferrari garage. I'm sure that won't be used for nefarious reasons whatsoever.
Hi Osama, are you ready? You're going to need this.
That's rude.
Hey there guys, I'm Will, and welcome to the Comedy Review, the show that's darker than holy shit. It's also the show where we talk about things that happen in motorsport. Things like this. Max Verstappen tries out being a virgin, George Russell experiences life as the working class, and NASCAR does, well, NASCAR things. As per usual, lots to get into, starting right here. All the talk in the last fortnight has surrounded Max Verstappen, coming off the back of his second race win in a row in Baku, and whether he can now take the championship fight to the nursery in the final 7 races of the season. I've already spoken about it all in this video, but what makes the surprise title challenge even more impressive is that he's seemingly managing it all while off completing side objectives at the same time. Verstappen partnered up with who I'm still convinced is that guy who likes trains a bit too much from TikTok for his first GT3 race at the Nordschleife last weekend, and proceeded to promptly whoop the asses of the field, the Flying Dutchman over a minute ahead of second place before handing driving duties to Francis here for the second half of the event.
It was really not made easy for me.
Like a Ferrari, their first official race win of 2025, enough to rile Team LH back up and kill Lewis's beloved dog Roscoe. Sorry, no, I've been told I'm not allowed to make jokes about that. This was truly an upsetting time for everyone involved, and it was at least great to see the F1 community come together to rally around the Briton and tell PETA to promptly go and f*** themselves. In brighter news then, Romain Grosjean was back, and for once, not on fire, testing a Formula 1 car for the first time since he identified as a secondary school science experiment in Bahrain 2020. The Frenchman received a guard of honour as he returned into the pits, with even other teams getting in on the action. Not Mercedes though, they're still praying the world forgets about their promise to him 5 years ago. As practice kicked off then for the Singapore Grand Prix, the heat was turning up in more ways than one. The FIA declaring the weekend would take place under heat hazard conditions, meaning each driver had to fit one of these elongated catheters, conveniently shaped like an M, because Mohammed Bowles syndrome has to make everything about him. Alex Albon's Williams got a bit hot under the collar that didn't receive the same luxury, spontaneously combusting in the pit lane in protest, which was about the most interesting thing FP1 had to offer. With the session taking place during the day, it made run plans pretty obsolete, and times about as representative as your mum. Yeah, actually, I don't know what that one even means, to be honest. That's probably why Fernando Alonso entered the session fastest of anyone, his Aston Martin topping the times from Leclerc and Verstappen. The McLarens, meanwhile, were 5th and 6th, Piastri getting held up by Hamilton's latest attempt at a qualifying lap, but also apparently having an issue with his knob. That wouldn't be the only Ferrari-McLaren fracas on Friday, as Leclerc revealed he was solely on Team Oscar when emerging from the garage and shoving Nozza into the wall. It hadn't been an ideal start for last year's race winner, and that continued in FP2. The Briton 4/10 off pace to teammate Piastri, and thus reverting to the woe is me, I'm so shit mentality to garner sympathy on social media. Still, could be worse. You could be George Russell, who, as we saw earlier, was forced to walk into work earlier this week, evidently out of practice as he gave his W16 a nose job midway through the session. That brought out one of 2 red flags in this one, the other caused by Liam Lawson. The Kiwi admitted that despite a season's best finish of 5th at the Azerbaijan Grand Prix, he was yet to receive a call from Helmut Marko, as apparently they only come after the bad ones. Liam was thus eager to hear from the Cyclops as he turned his V-Cub into the world's most expensive bicycle in the closing moments of Friday. An awkward moment then for Lawson, whose team now had to work all the way through the night to repair the car for Saturday. At least Hajar was second in FP2, so maybe Liam could just return the favour, or maybe he can bin it again. Yeah, I guess he can do that too. Lawson's barrier fetish brought out the third red flag of the weekend. As he went on to hide in Parc Fermé, Max Verstappen was flying in his Red Bull as he took it to P1 ahead of qualifying that afternoon. The team have a new front wing this weekend, styled in great finesse by means of an angle grinder. Only now it was paying off. Well, at least for one side of the garage, Tsunoda was down in 18th. The Japanese driver was much better in his role as a mobile chicane for the Ferraris, who were apparently happy about their session, despite finishing 8th and 10th. Williams were another team on the back foot, fresh off Carlos Sainz's podium in Baku. Both the Spaniard and teammate Alex Albon were showing off their affection for Marina Bay's runoff areas. Granted, at least none of them have exploded this time, so every cloud, I guess. FP3 would end with our daily Colapinto moment, the Argentinian surprise when Max Verstappen refused to despawn down at turn 14. Franco's form wouldn't improve come qualifying that afternoon, out in Q1, though at least ahead of teammate Pierre Gasly, whose Alpine had remembered it was French and promptly killed itself in disgust. That yellow flag could have caused disruption for the cars on their final laps behind, when they decided f*** it and just floored it through there anyway. That saw Hülkenberg and Tsunoda escape to fight another day, as the Alpines were joined in the elimination zone by Ocon, Bortoletto and Special. Q2 saw panic from Charles Leclerc's side of the Ferrari garage, as the Monegasque failed time and time again to get a clean lap together in the second session of qualifying. He'd make it at the death to push the Sauber of Hülkenberg out, as Yuki Tsunoda opted to box early, content with his spot at the bottom of the timing tower. Lawson and the Williams cars would make up the rest of that drop zone, an alright recovery for the Grove squad considering their struggles so far this weekend. Oh, never mind, they've just been disqualified. On to Q3 then, and all eyes were firmly on the Mercedes of George Russell. The Briton had looked sublime all evening long and strung together a stellar lap to go fastest on the initial runs, all while telling Singaporean Concrete to go and do one. Ollie Behrman was the Britain's closest competitor. Just kidding, he was the only other one to set a lap time. In fact, it was Max Verstappen in P2. The McLaren's only 3rd and 5th. No prizes for guessing the order on that one. Norris at least had one final lap to improve his position, only in typical Lando fashion, he didn't. Thankfully, he escapes the bottle count as everyone appeared to be in the same boat. Nossa instead decided his time was much better spent playing a prank on best buddy Max Verstappen, one the Dutchman didn't find particularly funny when it impeded his chances of challenging Russell's time for pole. It was the Mercedes driver on top then headed into Sunday, but with multiple teams in the mix, that shapes things up nicely for race day. But before that, it's time to find out who's our ex-bell end of the week. So I'm going to do something rogue this week. I'm not going to pick a Lando Norris fan, nor am I going to gun for Team LH. We did that earlier anyway. Instead, this account was brought to my attention at Crash Must Happen, who is coincidentally a Max Verstappen supporter, so hey, at least unlike other stand accounts, this one appears to have the gift of sight. Oh shit, now I wish someone would take mine away. If Lecum manages to take Norris or Piastri out Sunday on God, I'm writing a 10k fanfic where he impregnates Max. Now sorry, what the f*** is wrong with you all? Normally, this is the point where we'd find some of the more sane users on the platform tearing this post for a new one. Only this time, everyone seems to actually want this. Right, who created Drive to Survive? I want to f***ing bomb them. As it happened though, karma was still able to run its course, as this monumental rage bait failed, and instead, Crash Must Happen began receiving followers, which apparently they didn't even want. Enough, stop following me because of this, and do not accuse me of being a Lestappy. Yeah, I don't know what that is either. I'd literally be rather called Hitler. Well, it's your lucky day, because guess who just got invited into the Ferrari motorhome?
Hi, Adolf. Are you ready? You're going to need this.
Big thanks to this for making me read this, and if you want to nominate the next ex-bell end of the week, use the hashtag on screen, tag me on the platform, or join the Discord server. Now, let's just move on and get on to Sunday. Oh look, it's Nico Rosberg's rectum. Sunday night would arrive with the predictable scenes of an Alpine and the Williams in the pit lane, and then Lewis Hamilton and his traditional high spirits coming into the race.
What's it going to take to get another win here?
Miracle.
That miracle could just have presented itself in the form of God's piss as the cars formed up to the grid, half the track wet and half the track dry as the lights went out in Marina Bay. As it turned out, that fact would mean... Hang on, let me just check my notes right here. Oh yeah. all. Russell would get away well, with Piastri looking to challenge Verstappen into turn 1. What the Australian hadn't considered, however, was his teammate actually getting a good start and making a bit of a run himself. That saw Norris get past his championship rival into third, colliding with both Piastri and Verstappen in the process, and thus setting his teammate onto his very own villain arc. As the Australian radioed in to see if papaya rules allowed him to clothesline Norris in return, Charles Leclerc had also made the start of dreams to be up behind the McLaren pair. Could the Monegasque now cause a further upset? Well, given the highlights have just jumped to lap 26, I'm guessing that's a hard no. Russell and Verstappen had boxed at this stage, McLaren playing a game of Simon Says in the pit lane to force the Dutchman to cover an imaginary undercut, though now the Woking squad faced a bit of a dilemma. Norris was holding out in the lead, so to build a tyre offset, while Piastri was now at risk of being undercut by Leclerc. Since Norris was in front, he was asked if it would be at all allowable to let the team box his teammate first, and hand him the advantage. Norris initially agreeing to that request before realising he wasn't going to fall for that shit again. That meant Piastri was at the mercy of the papaya sloppy seconds in his pit stop, which to the uninitiated means losing several sloppy seconds to the lucky fan from Twitter they let have a go at taking off his rear left wheel. Fortunately, the 81 car didn't lose any positions. Fernando Alonso, who had been running a fantastic race up to this point, wasn't so lucky, however, spending 10 seconds to ponder how he was going to castrate his strategy team before coming over the radio to tell them in the most polite of terms to shut the f*** up. Back at the front, Max Verstappen was entering that stage of the race where he needs to find something to complain about, spinning the wheel and landing on, downshifts. Who could have seen that one coming? This time, the problem looked more serious, however, as his advancements towards Russell in the lead were halted by this moment at turn... I haven't got a clue, they all look the f***ing same around here. You'll probably have noticed there wasn't a whole lot of... what was that again? Oh yeah, racing going on in this one. The Marina Bay layout making it difficult to overtake, though as it turns out, if you give the leading car an engine issue, you end up with a Titanic scrap for 13th place. Alpine had a different issue. One of its cars was being driven by Franco Colapinto, who was busy terrorising the Saubers, and that scrap would soon become a problem for the leaders, who were very quickly catching up behind. Now, we've seen backmarkers have an impact on the championship fight once before, and not wanting any of that, Nico Hülkenberg found a more extravagant way of removing himself from the equation. Norris was loving all this though, using the traffic to get within DRS range of Max for second, even putting this half move around the outside of the Dutchman on lap 53. Finally, after all the build-up, all the suspense, this race would at least end with a cracker of a battle between two title protagonists. Just kidding, it was as f***ing boring as the rest of this one. A late drive for Hamilton's brakes, not wanting to be brakes anymore aside, Russell would remind us he still existed as he came across the line to secure a dominant victory, and the Verstappen-Norris podium meant McLaren now take the Constructors' Championship in 2025, which was so much of a formality I'd actually forgotten to put it in this initial script. I won't sugarcoat it, this race was pretty dull. A 3 out of 10 for me, and even then I think that's a bit generous. On the bright side, the clubs team off in the championship fight between the school children, and Max's second place keeps him on track to cut that lead down by the end of the year. With some Red Bull favoured tracks on the horizon as well, I think this one's far from over. We should wrap up with some shout-outs. Alonso did well to battle his way back into the points, and Sainz too, coming from his quali disqualification to 10th, which appears to have been missed by practically everybody. Let me know yours down in the comments below. It's now 2 weeks before the championship moves on to COTA, but I'll have plenty of content for you in the meantime, including this video on Mick Schumacher's future, which members and patrons can watch right now. Big thank you to them for all of the continued support. If you enjoyed this video, then I'd appreciate a like and subscribe as well. We're still gunning for that 200k by the end of the year, and every little helps in that regard. I'll be back very soon with another video, but until then, have a good one. No, hang on, I've forgotten again. I mean, f*** off. So here's some good news. Doritos are to be the proud sponsors of the Las Vegas Grand Prix, and this shouldn't take long. Yep, I'm being called out by a f***ing donut now.
That's rude.
Hey there guys, I'm Will, and welcome to the Comedy Review, the show with a host who has a face for radio and a voice for... that's just rude. It's also the show where we talk about things that happen in motorsport. Things like this. Franco Colapinto struggles to pass a minivan, Lance Stroll gets violent, again, and Ollie Behrman does, well, whatever this is. A hell of a lot to cover then, and to any paedophiles watching, keep it in your pants, because we start at the daycare. Following their latest rubbing of wheels, which is apparently the end of the fucking world if you're a McLaren fan on Twitter, Lando Norris was quick to clear the air in Austin, boldly claiming that he has faced repercussions for his move on the first lap in Singapore, which, considering this is McLaren, probably means he spent an hour on the Woking naughty step, or not been allowed his Xbox for a week. That response only drove fans more insane, and yeah, don't worry, our ex-Bellend of the week is coming later. Meanwhile, McLaren would remain in the news, this time in the world of IndyCar, as the court case between the team and failed signing Alex Palou continues to rumble on in the background, and reveal that people in Formula One are actually assholes. I mean, who could have seen that one coming? Some of the biggest revelations rolled around big boss Zach Brown, who allegedly had no say in the Piastri signing and also held stakes in Lando Norris's Quadrant brand. No bonus points for guessing how social media reacted to that one. I'll be honest, I can't be bothered to talk about papaya anymore. In other news, George Russell's been finally signed on at Mercedes, which I keep forgetting I have a segment for. The Britta was confirmed alongside Kimi Antonelli for 2026, and no further. And if you're wondering what that big shadow is, I think Toto Wolff's been thinking about Max Verstappen again. Right, what else is new? Oh yeah, it's the turn of our other favourite addition to the comedy review this year.
What the fuck have the FIA done this week? Oh, Mohammed, what the fuck have you done now?
I'll be honest, I didn't think I'd have to use that intro much beyond this season, as it looked increasingly likely people would rather have Vladimir Putin take over the reins of the FIA for Mohammed Ben Shitstick over here. Candidates were lining up to mount a challenge. You had former steward Tim Mayer, fan favourite Laura Villas, and then this Belgian TV presenter with a highly unfortunate name. But now Big Ben looks set to be unopposed, his rivals signalling their intention to drop out of the leadership race, all because to officially compete you need the backing of various vice presidents from across the globe, a point that despite all the press conferences and Instagram statements, none of them appear to have thought about yet. Making this ever so slightly more challenging is the fact that South America only have one individual capable of pledging support, presumably because bowel syndrome here has fired the rest of them. The one who remains is Fabiana Eccleston, winner of the most patient woman on the planet, as she still waits for husband Bernie to die, though as it turns out she might not be much better, offering her vote to MBS and practically guaranteeing he'll now be president for the rest of time. How exactly that's allowed to happen, I don't know, but I say we just take our mind off that all by getting into the racing and finding out what new liveries we have for this weekend. Oh wait, no, go back. Haas rocked up to the circuit of the Americas, sporting their standard patriotic look, though IndyCar did it better if you ask me. Anyway, they were rather put out when 5 other teams rocked up with new paint jobs, to the point where their design was so irrelevant this entire bit of script had to be added in post. Why exactly Austin is so special to warrant new liveries for over half the field is beyond me. But first up with the new Constructors Champions, McLaren, cancelled this week for allegedly being too white, then doubling down on that with their look for this weekend. Aston Martin were next to show off a maths-themed livery, the AMR 25, adorned with a plethora of equations which aimed at justifying why fielding Lance Stroll is still a good idea. On a serious note, this looks amazing. Too bad the team can't use these magical symbols to build a faster car though. On the subject of speed, VCarb have gone for what they describe as a tortoiseshell livery, and what I describe as f***ing ugly. Genuinely, can we have that penis look back? Alpine had some long-awaited yellow for the next few rounds, and still managed to be as disappointed as they've been all year, but then we have Williams, and I'm gonna need a minute. This look harks back to the early 2000s, one of my favourite paint jobs of all time, at a time when the team was still half good. And can we start the petition to keep this on for the rest of the year? Or decade, I don't mind. With the DTS fans highly confuddled then, I say it's about time we move into the single practice session of the weekend. And I'm glad I've padded the first bit of this review, because, well, not much really happened. Isaac Hadjar fell asleep halfway through the session, though in fairness, he was much worse a day later, and that issue appeared to plague the entire VCarb team. Race engineer Pierre Hamlin caught dreaming of 2026 and Valtteri Bottas being back on circuit. Williams were also in trouble, their 2002 throwback extending to their reliability as Sainz was called into the pits with a gearbox issue. Not an ideal start to the weekend, though at least he was joined by the rest of the paddock when Special was caught stripping in the middle sector. Once the red flag was brought back in, Norris would comfortably end the session on top, with double embarrassment for Piastri as he could only muster third behind one of the Chernobyl cars. Hulk would be joined in the top 4 by the Aston Martin of Fernando Alonso, setting them both up for a great sprint weekend. Gee, I sure hope that doesn't age badly later on. Now it was time for a shortened qualifying session to set the grid for the sprint. Only Red Bull seemed a bit confused by all that, as Yuki was sent out too late to set a competitive lap time at the end. Let's face it though, it's not like he's making it much further anyway. Gabi Bortoleto and Esteban Ocon would find themselves in the same boat, and joining them in the SQ1 drop zone would be Colapinto and Behrman, who might progress as he spent more time in the simulator and less time doing this. Also, Tsunoda was so slow, TV graphics appeared to have demoted him back to V-carb already. Speaking of the white balls, Lawson would end the second part of qualifying with no time on the board after exceeding track limits out of the penultimate corner. It's apparently the fault of the Scuderia, who had developed force powers. Yeah, I don't know either. The glue factory weren't safe either though, and as the time in the second session ticked to a close, it looked like one of them, or Talabantinelli, would find themselves stuck in the drop zone. Leclerc was first to complete a lap and push his teammate into said bottom 5, only for #Blessed to improve his time as well, just scraping in 10th as the placeholder in his old seat got a reward of a relaxing break in the garage while the final runners battled it out for sprint pole. On to that final session then, and having topped everything up to this point, it was little surprise to see the papaya hue of Norris on the top of the times once again. Championship leader Piastri looked nowhere near as hot, slotting into second and leaving an appetising little gap for the Red Bull of Verstappen to squeeze in. Only the Dutchman decided to scrap that and storm past both for pole. 700th's the gap, and with that I think it's about time we jump onto the sprint. Oh, hang on a minute. Nico Hülkenberg got 4th. How the f*** did that happen? With a mixed up starting grid then, this might be a sprint we could all get excited about. Yeah, we had no idea. The lights go out, Verstappen gets away well, Norris doesn't, nothing special there. Then Piastri sacrifices his good getaway to try and get a cut back on his teammate, unaware that Nico Hülkenberg seemingly still exists. Good for Oscar to recall papaya rules in this moment, as if one car's heading out, it's only fair that the other one goes too. So after all that, Piastri, dead, Lando, dead, McLaren fans, I wish they were dead. Anyway, the safety car was out, and we have a hell of a lot to tidy up here. In all that melee, Tsunoda had managed to jump like 10 positions, Special had managed to hit someone as well, and Sainz was somehow up to 3rd, only behind Verstappen and George Russell, which means there's our excitement for the rest of this one. Fernando Alonso momentarily found himself in P2 before he discovered he'd also been assassinated. In an incident so crazy, Nico Hülkenberg managed to run over his own front wing about 11 corners after initially losing it. Sometimes the comedy review simply writes itself. But looking back at the McLarens, and what was it Piastri said the other week? If he has to avoid another car by crashing into his teammate, that's a pretty shit job of avoiding. That's not aged particularly well, has it? We go green again on lap 5, Russell chasing after Verstappen, and I won't leave you in suspense, and just cut straight to the international incident, shall we? The Briton appeared out of the shadow realm to send one down the inside, both cars going off track, but no penalties awarded, unlike last year. Oh yeah, sorry, I forgot, I couldn't give a fuck. With the battle for the lead over then, the Ferraris were now going at it, and if you're wondering how #Blessed has got so close to Leclerc, it's because the Monegasque made a mistake, don't get too excited. It was still bad enough to see the 16 car lose position to his teammate into turn 12. Formula 1 fans in for a treat this morning, 2 whole overtaking attempts, which was about to become 3 when Antonelli got a gold star for passing the Haas of Behrman. Well, by means of a post-race penalty, but it still counts. All of this action appears to be getting to the drivers' heads, however, evident when Special had to read all the equations on his front wing to calculate why he thought it was sensible to pile drive Ocon into turn 1, then run away on 3 wheels. What the f*** is he doing? That brought out the safety car for the remainder of this one, and guaranteed victory, as well as 8 championship points for Max Verstappen. Russell coming home second, and Sainz securing a brilliant P3 for the retro Williams squad. And with the trio being handed commemoratory crotch shields for finishing on the podium, it was about time we did this, well, all over again. Isaac Hadjar has never driven the circuit of the Americas before, but he was clearly building confidence. Just look, here he is, taking it in reverse. Anyway, as the Frenchman practices taekwondo skills, we've got to have one of these. Alex Albon hasn't got out of Q1 since 2022, but that was set to change as he took his Williams to P8 at the death of the first session of the afternoon. Oh, never mind, it appears he's done that by making his own track up. That, plus another lap deletion from Special, saved Colapinto another Q1 exit, Bortoleto, Ocon, and what was left of Isaac Hadjar completing the drop zone. McLaren's pace looked particularly shit at this stage, especially for Oscar Piastri, who had to burn through another set of soft compound tyres just to keep out of the drop zone in Q2. Instead, the qualifying gods would deny Nico Hülkenberg once again, and joining him with the 2 Alpines, Lawson and Tsunoda, who's back in his Red Bull now, brownie points to the TV director on that one. On to the important session then, and having fitted the replacement anus to his McLaren following the sprint, sprint, Nozzle was keen to shake his new booty around the final corner on his way to provisional pole for about 5 seconds before Verstappen blew his time out of the water. Piastri, meanwhile, could only muster 7th on his banker run thanks to his worn tyres, which I'm sure is probably Zak Brown's fault somehow. Still, could be worse. Just look at Charles Leclerc's attempt. The final runs were where it mattered, however, as the Monegasque kept his Ferrari pointing in a straight line this time to go second at the flag. That rate of improvement could have put Verstappen's time in jeopardy. Red Bull thus taking the smart decision to learn from their mistake with Snowden the day before and give the Dutchman plenty of time to start his final lap. Just kidding, they f***ed up again. In the end, though, it wouldn't matter. Norris was able to put himself back on the front row, but couldn't come close to the Flying Dutchman, as Piastri could only muster 6th, and at what point do we need to consider a separate bottle count for this guy? Verstappen at the front then, ready for Grand Prix Sunday, although not quite. What about our ex-bell end of the week? So after pit stop woes impacted the other side of the McLaren garage last time out, for once we get to appreciate the other side of the papaya fandom. And oh boy, Norris Sons, maybe I've been too hard on you.
Dear McLaren, this is for fucking Austria Piaggio what you guys do to him. I fucking hate this team. Fucking bird.
Okay, hold up, I have questions. Firstly, why has your lighter got cum on it? Actually, I don't want to know. Secondly, of all the places to burn a picture of Lando Norris, where's the most sensible place to do it? Oh, I know, on a field of fucking grass.
You will be fucking it on, I swear to God.
It's not even catching fire.
Fuck you guys.
Not the teardrop landing on Zak Brown's crotch. This might genuinely be the best video I've ever seen. Oh yeah, that'll do it. Thank you for crashing out. I appreciate it. Touch the grass while you're there. Wholly unemployed. And yeah, I think this one speaks for itself. Anyway, big ups to this dedicated Bellend Hunter for bringing this beautiful video to my attention, and if you'd like to nominate the next ex-Bellend of the week, use the hashtag on screen, tag me on the platform, or just join the Discord server. Now, on to Grand Prix Sunday. Oh look, it's Carlos Sainz being racist.
De repente vemos un gato salir de debajo de unas mesas, salir corriendo y meterse en la cocina del restaurante chino. Total, el pato le ha quedado y jamás volvió a salir aquel gato. Entonces, claro, os podéis imaginar nuestra imaginación, las vueltas que dio y lo que pudo pasar con aquel gato.
Lap 1 was a little cleaner this time round, Verstappen getting a supreme getaway once again as Piastri made up a spot into 5th and Norris lost a place because this is a race start in 2025. That at least gave us something to watch as the Red Bull sailed up the road and towards certain victory, Norris challenging Leclerc to get back into 2nd whilst completing side quests that seem to involve picking up as many track limits violations as one can. Still, could be worse. You could be driving for Williams. Alex Albon wasn't having a fantastic afternoon, putting himself into a spin on the opening lap. Fortunately, teammate Carlos Sainz was still in the points. Oh, never mind, spoke too soon on that one. At least Lance Stroll had done his homework overnight and remembered how to complete an overtake into turn 1 whilst retaining every single part of your Formula 1 car. Norris would finally get through Leclerc on lap 21, with the Ferrari's tyres now ever so slightly dead. It looked like Hamilton behind was in a much better position to challenge. Why not swap the cars round then? But of course not. Let's have Charles hold up Lewis for over half the lap, then box him because we're Ferrari and we love being f***ing shit. On the subject of shit strategies, McLaren had finally remembered they fielded 2 cars in this one and asked poor Oscar Piastri what he thought about a soft set to the end. The Aussie wasn't particularly convinced by that idea, suggesting he extended his pain on the mediums. McLaren thus pitted the 81 car onto a worn set of softs. Okay, yeah, maybe the 81 stands up a point. At least he held the benefit of being the first McLaren to pit. As we all know, for the second, one of the wheel guns likes to have a midlife crisis and decides to identify as a useless waste of f***ing space. Sure enough, Norris' stop was slow and he was back staring down the prostate of Charles Leclerc's Ferrari. Not his fault, but he also locked up on the in-lap, so adding another one to the counter. Slightly further back, Ollie Behrman was feeling a bit rogue, attempting, God forbid, an overtake on Yuki Tsunoda's Red Bull, which went, well, not particularly well. Returning to the fight for second, Norris' challenge on Leclerc wasn't going much better. His tyres were dead with 13 laps left to run, and with the track limits warning still looming over the 4 car, it dropped back into no man's land. That looked to remove the final battle from this one, as we got set to feast our eyes for the final 10 laps on the thrilling scrap between Isaac Hadjar and Pierre Gasly for 16th. Poor Sky Sports couldn't even cry rain because it had already been declared a heat hazard, and who the f*** was going to believe that anyway? Thankfully, Lando Norris would come to the rescue. His tyres were still dead, but Leclerc's up ahead were even deader and practically cremated by this stage. MONZA was now back on the case, and this bottle to be aside made the pass with a handful to go and returned to second place for the flag. Max Verstappen would remind us he still existed then when the Dutchman crossed the line after 56 laps to claim what felt like the most dominant victory of 2025. Norris and Leclerc rounding out the podium, and Hamilton meanwhile surviving to fourth after a puncture on the last lap left him vulnerable to Piastri. The Briton just seems to have a fetish for these last lap dramas at the moment. As for the race on the whole, well, I'm not really sure where to rank this one. A lot of action in the end, after even the commentators appeared to write it off, but overall, nothing really to scream and shout about either. That's my rating, so let me know yours down in the comments below. Beyond the top three, other shout-outs should go to Hulkenberg and Behrman for scoring points, the Ferrari strategy team for not actually being as shit as we first feared, and David Croft for some supreme levels of bollocks in this one. Meanwhile, Oscar Piastri's biggest impact this weekend was into the side of his teammate. The championship lead is being whittled down from multiple fronts, and it really is starting to turn into a three-way fight as we get into the final few races of the season. I'll be covering all of that, so if you enjoyed the comedy review, hit that like button and get subscribed for more. Big ups also to the members and patrons who got early access to this one. Links are down in the description below if you'd like to check all of that out. I should probably wrap this video up by wishing you all a happy Diwali, which I've been made more than well aware of through this recording thanks to all the fireworks outside the studio, just in case you wondered why it sounded like I'm filming the comedy review from Kiev this week. Anyway, on that lovely, probably cancelable note, I'm off to bed, so f*** off. So this happened again. FOM have decided to nuke the channel and claim 15 videos, including some IndyCar ones, because apparently they own that now as well. I dispute and appeal said claims, and rather incredibly, 13 were actually released. Our Lord and Saviours saying sorry by still striking the channel straight after. Not really sure what happens from here, but we're going to take extra care this week by crediting all the copyright holders in the bottom corner of the screen. Also go and check out the Patreon for any content I can't get back onto YouTube. Right, sympathy plea over. Let's roll that intro.
That's rude.
Hey there guys, I'm Will, and welcome to the Comedy Review, the show with more intelligence and for f***'s sake, not again. It's also the show where we talk about things that happen in motorsport. Things like this. Kimi Antonelli cream pies his engineer, Fernando Alonso gets bummed, and Lando Norris reacts to Oscar Piastri's new dance moves.
That looks disgusting.
A hell of a lot to get into then, starting with this. Where else can we begin than with McLaren, who have now removed Lando Norris's repercussions following the sprint in Austin in America's biggest terrorist attack since Gorlock here sat down. As it turned out though, that wasn't the only controversy involving Team Papaya at the start of the US Grand Prix, the other also to do with Red Bull, because of course it did. Lando Norris here has been using tape as a reference when lining his car up on the grid. Doesn't violate any sporting code, but what apparently does is when Red Bull mechanics think it's funny to rip it off before lights go out, in the F1 equivalent to stealing your lunchbox. A very expensive lunchbox as it turns out. The Milton Keynes-based squad fined $50,000 for the offence and prompting Nozza to laugh off the situation, claiming he doesn't use it anyway, which rather shows if I'm being totally honest. Finally in the news, we have our weekly reminder that Alpine still exist. They're very unhappy with Franco Colapinto. The Argentinian made a bold effort to make the US GP highlights longer than 3 minutes at the end of the race, being told to hold position behind teammate Pierre Gasly, only to decide that he doesn't understand English anymore. That move, as you can imagine, didn't go down particularly well with the Playboy Bunny over here, claiming they were disappointed in their driver, who was still adamant in the Mexico paddock that risking his future was worth P17. We should probably get to practice, but given recent events, I'm a bit scared to show footage of that. Plus, our expert end of the week ties in rather nicely to what we just spoke about. You know what, McLaren fans? I'm going to give you a break this week. Even after the team revealed Piastri would sit out FP1 in the season finale, I'm going to park that treasure trove for now and instead turn my attention to all you lovely Argentinians out there. I'm asking to be shot, aren't I? This is Football Con DRS, and I don't understand any of that. If I'm honest, my usual way of communicating with these guys is showing these two images next to each other. Anyway, this dude posted an image of Franco's tyres following the race in Austin, along with the following caption. Here's how the tyre ended up, but hold positions, you grandma. Let's go Franco. Maybe his name should be Football Con DTS, because that's clearly where this imbecile has spawned from. Breaking, Argentina discovers marbles. Please keep talking only about football. Here is proof that F1 and football should not be mixed. Shavings. Yeah, I don't know either. Hopefully, like DRS, this guy also f***s off at the end of the year. Anyway, if you'd like to nominate the next X-Bellend of the week, use the hashtag on screen, tag me on the platform, or join the Discord server. Now, let's finally get to FP1. Oh look, it's my comment section.
Listen here, funny man. You're not funny.
Now, are you a Sky Stream or Sky Glass customer? Did you know then that you can watch all the onboards and listen to the team radio, all while keeping up with the live feed? You probably did, because Crofty never shuts the f*** up about it. Only in FP1, that system became the first retirement of the weekend, so we had to listen to the Crofster repeatedly apologising instead, which was somehow even more annoying. Other than that, we had a host of rookies join the field for FP1, starting with Ryo Hirakawa at Haas, who divulged this week he spends millions for this sort of opportunity, probably in insurance premiums, given this is what he just did while practicing with the team in Zandvoort. Jack Crawford was in for special, which was probably the safer bet considering his track record around Mexico. Paul Aaron went alongside Colapinto and Alpine, and the ultimate battle of mid, RB and Ferrari seemingly have run out of junior talent, so just put Iwasa and Antonio Fuoco in the car. British Logan Sargent was in for Williams, so Ward filled Norris's shoes at McLaren, and Red Bull fielded their next version of the Verstappen paper bin. Arvid Lindblad, who entered the session ahead of Tsunoda, coinciding with reports that Helmut Marko has been spotted with a shotgun. Finally, Mercedes replaced George Russell with their reserve, Frederick Vesti, and with the Briton now in need of something to do, the Silver Arrows dressed him up as cultural appropriation and hid him amongst the fans. Honestly, I'm surprised in this woke day and age people didn't kick off about all this. Imagine getting to the Japanese Grand Prix and throwing Lewis Hamilton into a ninja outfit. Or we're racing in Thailand. Quick, dress Lando Norris up as a lady boy. Aston Martin would soon copy this trend, not the lady boy one, but also not the first time they've done that with Mercedes. Though Fernando Alonso here and he got as far as the pit lane, they probably didn't want to put him amongst the crowds considering what happened last time. I'm quite glad all that was going on off circuit, as on it we bore witness to all. Piastri had been hard at work studying race lines ahead of this one. Here he is emulating Verstappen's approach from 2024. With literally nothing else of note then, Leclerc would top FP1 from Antonelli and Hulkenberg. Both kicked Saubers in the top 5, though given they were the only team not fielding a fetus in this one, maybe that's not as big of a surprise as it sounds. The big boys will be back in time for FP2, and for nothing to happen once again. This is turning into a great comedy review, isn't it? Nozza was back in the cockpit of his McLaren, spending the session reminiscing past bottles, and another to return, well at least for now, was RB driver Liam Lawson, who has a new first name, f***ing Lawson, as he held up Antonelli in the stadium section. Turn 10 provided the biggest highlights of the day, Hamilton another to struggle here, the Briton spending his first bit of track time playing with the radioactive cars on his way to P5 at the end of Friday. It would be Verstappen leading the way though, Norris the lead McLaren in 4th, which doesn't sound great until you find his teammate a solid 8 positions further back than that. Not fantastic for the championship leader then, though as it turns out, us content creators aren't the only one FOM hates this weekend. Saturday morning would bring a third opportunity to give us some action then, or as it turned out, a third opportunity to be completely and utterly shit. This is what I get for saying I like Mexico on Talk Shift, isn't it? Subtle plug to go check that out, by the way. Now, I am going to shout bias here. The highlights package were very keen to show Norris's wide moment at turn 4 in this session, yet they completely gloss over whatever the f*** of a racing line Hamilton's doing back there. The Briton would express surprise on Saturday that he actually had some pace for once, but still spent the session turning his Ferrari into the world's most expensive lawnmower. Alex Albon was another exploring the deeper confines of the circuit, claiming his car felt weird, which it might do once you've locked up so much you've turned your tyre into a square. Norris would go into qualifying on top then, Piastri a little closer, but still over half a second further back. With the Ferrari seemingly in the mix as well, this could, for the first time all weekend, be actually interesting. Let's just jump to quali then and find out. Antonelli came into this one claiming to have had the best Friday ever, so naturally he was the one on the bubble as we approach the end of Q1. The Italian would save himself some of Toto's lashings, though the same couldn't be said of Alex Albon. He was out and had to watch James Vowles toss himself off over Carlos's onboards for the remainder of this one. Joining the Thai driver in the Q1 drop zone was Bortoletto, Special and the 2 Alpines. Colapinto ordering the curbs to do his bidding on his final run, though a bit like him, they didn't appear to be listening to instructions. With such a short lap though, the times at the top were going to be tight, and that could pose a risk to the big hitters in Q2. Piastri in particular was trying not to die and had to surpass the time of a Red Bull if he wanted to remain in contention. Thankfully, that Red Bull was Yuki Tsunoda, so in the end it was all okay. Ocon, Hulkenberg and Alonso would join Yuki in the drop zone, with the 15-car field tail-ended by Lawson, who was actually knows what he was doing in Q2. Over to the final 10 then, and it was Verstappen who set the early pace, and he to be beaten comfortably by Norris, the 4-car looking planted at this point in the session. It was at this point though that the Ferrari of Hamilton shot up into second, and if he could get up there, what exactly was Leclerc cooking up? Well, provisional pole as it turned out, the Monegasque storming to the top with one set of runs still to go. With such an advantage over championship rival Piastri then, we should probably put this on our screen, but as it happened, we wouldn't need it. Lando Norris would proceed to put in arguably one of the best laps of his career and fly to the top of the table in Mexico. The Ferraris could only muster second and third, and Verstappen fifth, begging the obvious question, where the hell was the other McLaren? P8 as it happens, which will be elevated to P7 after Sainz got a penalty for fondling a 19-year-old in COTA, but this was a massive blow to his championship, prompting many lines of inquiry going into Sunday. What the f***? What the f***? And which Red Bull car would take off this year? Seriously, that shit keeps happening here for some reason. Race day would kick off with this rather unfortunate graphic from the Haas Formula 1 team, and a reminder that the pole man has only led through turn 1 on a single occasion in the past 4 years. Charles Leclerc was very keen to make that one in 5 as the lights went out, even if that meant making up his own circuit in order to make that a reality. This start is very reminiscent of that seen in 2023, with the Red Bull starting 5th, finding a gap round the outside, and being promptly sent into Narnia going into turn 1, though Max Verstappen isn't Sergio Perez, so he managed it without the need to hit the stratosphere. Anyway, Leclerc would hand P1 back to Nozzo one corner later, and as Special had his special moment in the rear, we all sat back, took a breath, and tried to work out exactly what happened there. Oscar Piastri had a good view of it all. He'd dropped back to 9th and was continuing his almighty bottle, staring down Yuki Tsunoda's prostate. The other Red Bull of Verstappen was trying to get past ex-boyfriend Hamilton, throwing one down the inside and spooking the Briton so much he returned to his FP2 racing lines a couple of corners later. That was great news for Ollie Behrman, who benefited from the following cluster to slot into 4th, and also good fun for anyone who enjoyed reading Twitter back in 2021. Max Verstappen, you shitty bastard, I genuinely hope that f***ing jet ski chews you up and spits you the f*** out next time you want to go and get bent over by Toto Wolff. You nonce. Is it too late for a second submission for Expellant of the Week? Team LH will be even less pleased to discover their boy was about to receive a 10-second time penalty for his inventive interpretation of track limits. Their sympathy from the neutral fans were rather lacking, however. All this now meant Ollie Behrman in the house was up to 3rd. Carlos Sainz was another in trouble with the stewards, James Vowles leaving his vibrator in the car pre-race, causing it to jump in the pits and push the Spaniard over the speed limit. We'll return to that one later. Piastri, meanwhile, would finally make it past Tsunoda on lap 8 and was now chasing after the Mercedes pair of Russell and Antonelli. The 63 car claimed he was faster and wanted to be let through. Mercedes responding, quite aptly, with, well, overtake then, a response that didn't make Russell best pleased. That unhappiness only grew when the team thought it was a good idea to remind him to keep his tyres and brakes in check. Still, could always be worse. You could be Yuki Tsunoda. Red Bull had forgotten to hand him his P45 and he was busy trundling around, being passed by anyone and everyone. This prompted a little bit of empathy from Sky Sports' Karun Chandok, who claimed he'd been in that strategy situation before, only in his case said strategy was signing for HRT. Mercedes had finally allowed George to pass his teammate by this stage, and as he chased after Behrman in front, James Vowles' vibrator continued to cause issues for Carlos Sainz. He'd now been caught speeding in the pit lane again, the stewards penalising him by making him drive straight through the pit lane. Oh, you evil bastards. I've been trying to dodge the strategy conversation if I'm honest, because I have absolutely no clue what was going on in that one. At least Red Bull appeared to be in a similar boat, GP just as confused over the 1 or 2 stop as the rest of us. Too bad he was accidentally broadcasting to the live feed. Max was in fact on the 1 stop, and that had jumped him up into 3rd once the Behrman train headed for the pit lane. Now the Dutchman was chasing down the Ferrari for Leclerc for 2nd, and at the same time Oscar Piastri had finally remembered he was a racing driver and making moves past the Mercedes of Russell, which I'm sure did plenty to lift his spirits. As the Mercedes team pulled straws over who had to tell the Briton he now had to give his position back to Antonelli, that left us with a thrilling climax to this one, as Verstappen tried to put down the prancing horse ahead and Behrman attempted to hold off Piastri in P4. Only Sainz had finally got fed up of receiving penalties and opted to kill himself out of the final corner. With his car ever so slightly poking into the runoff, it was time to call a VSC and ruin this, just like FOM have been to everything this week. After qualifying, Lando Norris was heard in the media pen saying, quote, "Let's see how many seconds I can win by." Now, in the job that I'm in, when one hears that, they immediately pray for one's engine to go f*** itself. But fair play to Lando Norris today, the Briton dominating proceedings, taking the win, and with that, the championship lead. It was a shame about the end there, but a pretty decent Mexican Grand Prix in the end. Here's my race rating, let me know yours down in the comments below, and my big shout-outs this week kind of have to go to Ollie Behrman and FOM, who've apparently decided to take up a side hustle in end-of-life services for the on-track marshals. We end then, as we started, slagging off Formula 1 for being useless shitsticks in every capacity, and as that thought brings us all together in unison, I ask you to like and subscribe and leave the hashtag down in the comment section for even more engagement. Big ups to the members and patrons as well, links are down in the description if you'd like early access and exclusive content. Oh, and I've got something pretty big going down on my Instagram, hopefully this week, so maybe give that a follow ahead of time. Once you've done that, you all know what to do. Off. So Franco Colapinto's been re-signed for 2026, and oh look, someone's mentioned me below the post. Good thing we've got that translation feature on X to work out what he's... You know what, I'm kind of wishing I hadn't asked.
That's rude.
there, guys, I'm Will, and welcome to the Comedy Review, the show that has somehow jinxed Piastri into becoming Bottle O'Norris 2.0. Nah, I'm sure he'll turn it around this weekend. Alright, maybe not. It's also the show where we talk about things that happen in motorsport. Things like this. Franco Colapinto cosplays as a nonce. Sebastian Vettel pictured with Lawson and Sonoda. And speaking of Liam Lawson, he's asking the question we're all wondering.
What am I doing here?
A lot to get into as usual, and for once, we're not starting with McLaren. As mentioned at the top of the show then, Franco Colapinto was in the news this week, Alpine deciding it wants to do a virtual lap around the Interlagos circuit, though opting not to use their podium finisher from 2024, and instead turning to Belgrano boy over here.
I have really good memories on this side.
What, memories like this? It was good news for Franco fans, however. The Argentinian confirmed alongside Le Baguette for 2026, coinciding with other reports that Paul Aron has been found dead in Briatore's basement. As Colapinto was spotted treating his horse the same way he treats his racing cars, that leaves just 3 seats remaining on the grid for next season, those being the ones controlled by the Cyclops at Red Bull and VCarb, and plenty of questions there then. And as it turns out, their one confirmed driver doesn't appear to know the answers themselves.
Yuki, where do you go?
Formula E, probably. VCarb's incumbent driver, well, for now, Liam Lawson was also in hot bother with the stewards after attempting his own special livery in Mexico. The white of his racing bulls interspliced with the internal organs of the Mexican marshals. Okay, all jokes aside, this is clearly not the Kiwis' fault. Oh, never mind, according to some Mexican racing bureau you've never heard of, it is. As the FIA did the unthinkable and said something fans actually liked, we wrap up with some shorter stories. Charles Leclerc's got engaged, no bonuses for guessing how Twitter reacted to that one, and Aston Martin unveiled a collaboration with Toy Story. As it turns out, you haven't got a friend in Adrian Newey, who held an internal review of his department and fired everyone after concluding that they were shit. Right, should we get on to practice? It was yet another sprint weekend, thus we had just one practice session for the drivers to dial in. And with Colapinto much more comfortable, having just had his contract extended, maybe Yuki Tsunoda could take a page out of the Argentinian's book and follow suit. Or maybe he could do that, I guess it works too. With the Japanese driver now missing the majority of the session, we can turn our attention to the new special livery debuting this weekend. Williams running in Gulf colours, causing mass confusion amongst the McLaren fan base, who still believe that they came up with that. This livery was supposedly driven by words, which judging by their early pace, included underwhelming, slow, and why the f*** are we even here? Anyway, on the subject of words, Alex Albon was quoted as saying he preferred driving around Interlagos when it's wet, probably because he gets to spend half of it with his feet up. Traffic was causing problems out there, Oscar Piastri, one of those under fire, before having a scary moment out of the centre S's. Good thing he held that though, just imagine how bad it would be if it hit the wall. Despite this being a sprint weekend, teams get one less set of tyres to play with. Ferrari opted not to use that second set in this session, probably after watching Lewis Hamilton do this to his first. Max Verstappen was another struggling out there, his championship fight hitting desperation levels, clear as he began reminiscing his 2021 racing lines on his way to P17 come the end of the hour. On the other end of the timing boards were the McLaren duo, Piastri claiming top spot, his elation lasting all of 30 seconds before Norris edged him at the death. It's worth noting how we now have 2 bottle counts running, and if you want to find out how we got that second one, I recommend checking out this video. Anyway, with my plugs concluded, let's get to the sessions that really matter. The field would get even closer as we approached SQ1, meaning one mistake could easily see you out before the first hurdle. Mistakes like running wide, or locking up, or thinking it was a good idea to put Yuki Tsunoda in the car. The Japanese driver wasn't the only big name heading out, as Carlos Sainz decided to do something, whatever that was. It wasn't a competitive lap time. The Spaniard last as the session came to an end. Lawson and Ocon would soon follow in the Williams' footsteps, and propping up those eliminated was the recently re-signed Colapinto, who had the added embarrassment of being knocked out by Special over here. The mistakes would continue in SQ2, this time Ferrari seemingly implementing strategic lockups onto their flying laps. Both drivers were under pressure as the session came to an end, Leclerc clinging on to 9th, so deciding to implement Operation Double Yellow to prevent anyone from going quicker. That could have been a factor that knocked out his own teammate, but don't worry, Ferrari had sent him out too late anyway, and he failed to even start his final lap because the pit was still run by mouth-breathing Joining #Blessed on the sidelines was Albon, Gasly, Portoletto and Behrman, leaving us with just 10 cars and the final shootout for sprint pole. That meant it was time for Mercedes to show their hand, Antonelli and Russell second and third after the opening runs. meaning the Silver Arrows had finally found some performance, or Piastri was just doing Piastri things again. Thankfully for the championship, the Australian was on a much more competitive run as the session came to a close, though this was still only good enough for third, Kimi shocking the world by actually being competitive and putting the 12 car on the front row alongside Nozza, who looked pretty untouchable from start to finish in this one. That brought an end to Friday, and with a potential cyclone on the way, we should probably jump to the sprint. But first, I think it's time we heard from our ex-Bell End of the Week. So just in case you're thick, that whole Operation Double Yellow thing was called a joke. Unfortunately, Lewis Hamilton fans have never looked in the mirror, so don't know what one of those are. This arsehole is a motherfucker. No matter how arse Georgie was, he's not vicious like this piece of scumbag. This comes from Petai Tox F1, an apparent social media influencer who, after about 30 seconds of research, has really blown me away. But this is only the first time they've been nominated for this segment. With the FB1 fans collaborating on this submission, we get a rare case of the Bellend, Bellents, because they can't f***ing spell either, showing generational head loss as they justify their own insanity by just telling everyone who disagrees with them that they should not so politely go away. Take this for example. Delusional take. Leclerc made a mistake and spun. Was unfortunate for Lewis. That's all. Oh yeah, if I'm delusional, I can say you were delusional because you don't see what we saw. Piss off, this is not your playground. Well, at least they're self-aware to call Twitter for what it is. The poster goes on to violate this individual by telling them they smell. Well, clearly you have issues, take care. Yeah, I couldn't have said it better myself. Us FP1 followers gotta stick together, and yeah, I couldn't agree more. Big ups to everyone who brought this one to my attention, and if you'd like to nominate the next ex-Bell End of the Week, use the hashtag on screen, tag me on the platform, or join the Discord server. Now, onto the sprint. Oh look, actually, why do I keep getting these on my feed? So Saturday would roll around, and conveniently, that cyclone had decided to f*** off. So as we geared up for the sprint, it was dry tyres all round, with the track lightly dusted in standing water. I mean, what could possibly go wrong? Well, not much into turn one as it would turn out, everyone surviving as Nozza would lead the way from Antonelli and Piastri. Further back, Behrman and Lawson were squabbling, the Kiwi forced onto the grass, then deciding he didn't want to play with the Haas anymore as he sent him tumbling down the order. The FIA didn't really know what to do with this one, so decided, f*** it, we'll penalise both of them. At this point, the race would begin to settle down. Norris held an advantage out front, and Antonelli held off Piastri, who was having a much better sprint week. Oh, for God's sake, he's done it again. Lando Norris had driven over the curb on lap 6, displacing some standing water, which by complete accident sent his teammate spinning into the wall. And he wasn't the only one, as Hulkenberg was soon seen joining the Australian in the runoff before Colapinto remembered his true calling around Sao Paulo and binned it as well. With us looking at a scarily accurate recreation of 2003 then, we were all wondering the same thing. How have the Piastri fans cope with all this? Not very well, as it turns out. Dear McLaren F1 team, attached to this email is a video of me ending my life. That's not going to be enough to distract you from the red flag, is it? We'd attempt to start this race again then on lap 9, Norris not getting the best of restarts and offering up an opportunity for the Mercedes drivers behind. They were too busy play fighting with themselves. Further back, Max Verstappen was busy trying to keep his title hopes alive, scrapping with Alonso and moving into 4th as the Mercs went at it again, and the PR team put in an order for several pairs of replacement headphones for the pit wall. Antonelli would win out in that battle and now go after race leader Norris, whose McLaren team would watch those struggle on the softs in the first portion of the race before the red flag, and thus made the highly intelligent decision to put the 4 car on the red sidewall rubber anyway. That put Nozza under pressure in the closing laps of the race, with Alonso also feeling the heat from the 2 Ferraris in 5th. 2 battles going on at the exact same time was always going to be too much for the race directors to handle, focusing on what was obviously not going to change while showing the Leclerc fight in the microscopic box in the corner of the screen, only to cut away at the exact point the Ferrari dives down the inside. I'd show that to you, but yeah, there you go, surprise, surprise. Much further back, the Sauber of Gabriel Bortoleto was still hunting for a spot in the top 10, though quickly discovered what happens when you turn with the DRS flap still open. Just imagine the Jet 2 holiday meme over this, the greedy f***ers claim it these days. None of that would hold up Lando Norris though, the Briton coming across the line to extend his championship lead, Antonelli and Russell completing the top 3. And now it was time to do all of this all over again. On to qualifying then, and the hard-working track team had managed to fix all the barriers down at turn 1. Oh, never mind, Porsche Super Cup have broken them again. That at least gave the Sauber team more time to patchwork quilt what was left of Bortoleto's 5 car, though the likelihood of that getting out was on par with that of finding intelligence in the Norris fans' brain. As they remained hard at work, there was trouble brewing down at Red Bull, and it wasn't Yuki in the drop zone. I think they've just grown to accept that at this point. After struggling for pace in the sprint, Max Verstappen demanded some drastic changes for his RB21 ahead of Grand Prix qualifying, in the hope that they would make his car function more like a car and less like a Tesco shopping trolley. Instead, Red Bull's modifications proceeded to make the one machine worse, the Dutchman out of the first part of qualifying on pace for the first time in his career, and making it more likely that Max will catch the bubonic plague than the McLarens at the top of the championship table. Ocon and Colapinto would soon join the Red Bull pair. Meanwhile, down at Sauber, there were rounds of applause. Bortoletto's car finally fixed and ready to... Oh, the session's over, never mind. On to Q2 then, and there was no Leclerc intervention to prevent Hamilton progressing into the top 10 shootout this time. Well, hang on, it doesn't appear he's made it anyway. The Astons and Williams machines would join the Briton, who had just been out-qualified by Hulkenberg, by the way, and as the remaining Team LH fans head for that dislike button, we can crack on with Q3. Behrman looking like a potential underdog after flying across the afternoon so far, in the good way as opposed to what Gabby P did. The Haas driver would set the benchmark on the initial runs that was quickly displaced by Leclerc and Piastri. Norris meanwhile had thrown away his first attempt down at turn 1, leaving with it all to do as the session came to a close. Fortunes would be flipped this time around, Norris finding all the pace to put himself back on top, and Piastri floundering around like a dead fish, leaving him 4th, only closing the gap on Norris and our bottle counter. Antonelli would surprise then to line up P2 for Mercedes, and shout out also to the V-car pair, 5th and 7th for Hadjar and Lawson, but you know what, maybe putting Max in one of those cars ain't such a bad idea after all. Sunday would open with Ferrari forcing their incumbent sacks of skin to congratulate their WEC squad for winning the World Championship. Not that they would have any clue what winning means. Anyway, we then got a driver's parade that involved tiny cars and locking up anyone health and safety related in the cupboard until it was all over. As part of the carnage, Aston Martin invaded McLaren, V-Carbon Haas produced this rendition of the human centipede, and Kimi Antonelli vanished halfway through, so I think it's safe to assume he's now dead. Getting to the action then, it would be an even start off the line, Nozza holding off Antonelli as Piastri swapped out fighting for a championship with playing with the V-Carb drivers. Further back, all hell was breaking loose, Gabriel Bortoletto acquainting himself with Lance Stroll and Lance Stroll's new best friend, the tyre barrier. Don't worry though, Brazilian fans, your homeboy may be out, but your adopted son is still in this one. Oh, never mind, he's just driven into the back of Colapinto. By now, the safety car was out, and if the sprint had taught us anything, it was that overtaking isn't the easiest around the Interlagos circuit this year, prompting Oscar Piastri to change tactics on the restart, the Australian having a nice little crack at double homicide. With Leclerc's Ferrari now identifying as a tricycle, and Yuki Tsunoda getting some new Brazilian fans by punting off special, all that chaos had brought Max Verstappen into the mix. He was up to 13th, and you know what, maybe this championship fight is on after all. Oh, never mind, he's picked up a puncture. Still, could be worse. You could be Lewis Hamilton, who had so little pace he was being passed by Alpine. #Bless was on the radio complaining about holes in his floor, Ferrari's solution being a fresh set of tyres, which is like handing a plaster to a cancer patient. Lando Norris was in a much nicer boat, extending his lead to 4 seconds over Piastri at this stage, and likely put in an even better mood when news came in that the Aussie had a 10-second penalty on top of that. At this point, the green flag pit stops were underway, which explains why Verstappen is back up to 4th. Hang on, wait, he's pitted as well. F***ing hell, what did Red Bull do to that thing overnight? While the Dutchman was riding a wave, matters weren't going quite as swimmingly on the other side of the garage. Turns out punting off a driver still gets you a penalty, even when said driver is special over here. Red Bull then touched the car during the serving of said penalty in the hope that Yuki Tsunoda would just kill himself and solve their driver issues for them. Norris would come in for his stop on lap 31, ending up behind Verstappen, albeit not for long, the Dutchman on 23 lap older rubber, and soon being dispatched by the 4 car. It would be another 8 laps before the team remembered Piastri was in this race too, pitting him onto the softs in what had to be a slow stop due to the penalty. Luckily, that's McLaren's speciality these days. With Ferrari finally putting Hamilton out of his misery, we were entering the endgame of this one, with several key questions still looming. What could Oscar now do from P7? How far could Verstappen rise up the order? And by how many seconds is Lando Norris going to dominate by? Or maybe it wasn't quite that simple, as Nozza would have to pit again on lap 51, coming out behind Piastri and Verstappen, a question mark looming over both over whether they had to pit themselves. Said question would be answered fairly quickly. Oscar boxed out the way of his teammate and back into 7th with a lot of work to do. Verstappen would follow suit a few laps later, but pit onto the softs and begin chasing after the race lead. First up was King Prefect George Russell, whose brakes were about as useful as your mum, and sure enough, the Dutchman was by around the outside on, rather ironically, lap 63. Next up was Antonelli in second, though by this point Verstappen's softs were ever so slightly dead, and recovering that P2 looked to be more of a challenge. The pair went at it for the final laps as Piastri attempted to snag P4 from the ailing Russell. though even when Kimi risked another pair of Toto Wolff's headphones by running wide on the final lap, it wouldn't be enough. Norris took his 7th win of the year, Antonelli with his best race finish in 2nd, and Verstappen going from the pit lane to 3rd. A pretty mental race all round, that one. Other shout-outs had to go to BAHRAIN in P6 and the V-Carb pair for strong top 10 finishes as well. Here's my rating for that one. Let me know yours down in the comments below. As far as the championship is concerned, barring an ultra bottle, I think NOSA basically has it at this stage. But we still have 3 rounds in the sprint to go, and I'll be covering all of that right here on the channel. So make sure you get subscribed for all of that throughout the rest of the month. Big thank you to the members and patrons who got an early access preview to this one. They also get exclusive videos like the one last week on Ollie Bearman. So go check that out using the link down below. Unless you're a Hamilton fan, in which case you might not like it so much. No race next week, so I'll find something else to talk out of my arse about. Until then, you know the drill by now. F*** off. That might just be the worst sound in the world. Hey, at least it's Vegas. I'm getting up at stupid o'clock will still be worth it. Hang on, what do you mean it's been red flag?
That's rude.
Hey there guys, I'm Will, and welcome to the Comedy Review, the show where we all watch Lewis Hamilton drive like his fuck me. It's also the show where we talk about things that happen in motorsport. Things like this. Charles Leclerc raises awareness for road safety. Mercedes prepare Bottas for Cadillac by trapping him in a bin bag. And Charles Leclerc raises more awareness for road safety. So it's Vegas, and we've taken a few risks already, so let's play it safe for a bit and talk about women. The Intelligent Life at Sky Sports were hard at work this week, announcing a game-changing new platform exclusively for the fairer sex called Halo, which rather ironically ascended to heaven just 3 days later when the boffins behind it discovered the 21st century woman isn't interested in matcha or pink sparkly text. Seriously, where are all the Charles Leclerc dick pics? That's all we need to make this a success. This platform was so tone-deaf, most reverse social media thinking this example was a genuine post. When you can't tell the difference, I think it's about time you take your Halo and curb stomp yourself to death with it. Incredibly, that wasn't the most embarrassing news story of the week. Franco Colapinto hit a new low when he lost an argument against Special Hair. Yeah, the Argentinian decided to stick his scrotum into the Canadian's business when he criticised Lance of always crashing into people, following Stroll's most recent offence of fondling barely legal Gabriel Bortoleto on the first lap in Brazil. Franco claims Stroll is always touching people without their consent. Alright, that might not be the exact quote, but he is in fairness a good person to judge, considering he's one of the only drivers out there capable of qualifying behind him. Special wasn't going down without a fight, however, and upon being asked about this beef in the Las Vegas press conference, said, quote, he should probably focus on his own things and try to score some points this year. As Franco went in search of the Stroll helicopter, with the aim of strategically placing his head between the rotor blades, we should probably talk about Ferrari, because they've been in the news as well. Following a less than ideal Brazilian Grand Prix, where Charles Leclerc identified as a tricycle and Lewis Hamilton identified as 2025 Lewis Hamilton, Supreme Leader John Elkann spawned in to unleash his fury at the state of his own team, claiming the drivers need to think more about driving, whilst forgetting there appeared to be one of those little microphone thingies in his face. I spoke about all that in detail in last week's video, and yes, that really is the thumbnail I went with. Meanwhile, the team continued to embarrass themselves in the build-up to the Las Vegas Grand Prix, Hamilton having to go on record to confirm he still thinks, and then being caught illegally testing the SF25 at a football game before FP1. Speaking of, shall we get to that already? With the cars finally hitting the track for free practice, I think it's time we look at this weekend's liveries. Sauber up first, dousing their car in a checkered flag to remind us the time of the neon green Sickmobile is almost f***ing over. Next up were V-Carb, who this week spent their time shoving their drivers' heads in the photocopier for some reason, perhaps to blind them in preparation for whatever colour this is supposed to be. In fairness, I actually think this looks alright. It will just never beat the perfect V-Carb livery for me, that obviously being the time when they hired this guy to cover it in genitalia. Alpine were another to unveil an updated look for the remainder of the year, prompting a fan-base-wide case of the Mandela effect as the community tried to work out exactly what had changed. All that leaves us with is Williams then, who raced this weekend in an all-black colour scheme, which is actually quite cool, but it's promoting AI so it can die with Halo in the depths of hell. As my unwavering positivity probably shows, I quite enjoy these change-ups in colour, especially when FP1 has been and gone with f*** all to actually talk about. Charles Leclerc was able to show off his premium thinking ability as he topped the session for the glue factory. Alex Albon a miraculous P2, considering half his time was spent exploring the runoff. Drivers were looking for any advantage they could around the Las Vegas streets, several discovering it was actually much faster to navigate the turn 7-8 chicane by just driving straight over it. Up at the top of the championship, Norris was continuing his late season trend of getting all his bottles out the way early, the championship leader seemingly tricking the rest of the field into thinking this was a viable racing line. That left the Briton able to go fastest at the end of FP2 as the mistakes continued to roll in for everyone else. Nossa's brush with the barrier was enough to get the British buyer's seal of approval, Charles Leclerc seeking similar validation, and this ending up as one might expect. The other Ferrari of Hamilton, potentially for the first time all year, actually looked rather quick, though his best effort was thwarted by Nico Hülkenberg pretending to be a Cadillac car next year. And then, just as we were getting going, the session was stopped by the abrupt appearance of my ex-girlfriend on the Las Vegas Sphere. Hey, maybe if I don't call it a red flag, the viewers won't notice. Wait, shit. As has become tradition in Vegas, this stoppage wasn't due to anyone hitting the wall. Instead, one of the street's drain covers had made a bid for freedom. That gave Charles Leclerc's gearbox some unwarranted ideas as it gave up the ghost when the session went back to green. At least the Monegasque got lost, so there was no need for another. Right, this drain cover can go f*** itself. Drivers had complained throughout Thursday that the Las Vegas street circuit had about as much grip as your mum's frontal cavity, so I'm sure they were delighted to rock up on Friday evening to find it had been raining all day, and now the track was even worse. Intermediate conditions caused Liam Lawson's racing balls to shit out carbon like a gluten-intolerant person at a farmer's market, and the rest of the grid weren't faring much better. Then McLaren opted to be the first to fit the sauce, because who better to trial the damp conditions than the bottle rangers over here? Miraculously, no one would find the wall or each other, despite Lewis Hamilton's best efforts. Not quite sure whether he expected Lawson to just despawn here or something. Other than our regular selection of off-track moments, this one apparently someone else's fault according to Max Verstappen, it was business as usual out there. And topping the times come the end of the session was 2024 race winner George Russell, holder of the track record around the Vegas streets, and for some reason, I can't see that going anywhere.
It's raining.
The impending monsoon would be the least of the Mercedes team's worries entering qualifying, when both cars nearly found themselves disqualified due to a mandatory FIA email finding its way straight into the Federation's junk folder, likely a lasting consequence of 2021. With this thankfully resolved, it was now down to the drivers to head out onto the circuit and do their best to not die as the standing water turned this Friday evening into one of the trickiest qualifying sessions of the season. Ollie Behrman seemed particularly interested in this piece of advertising. That said, could always be worse. Alex Albon ignored this snap of oversteer going into the final sector. It's Williams a little bit more blunt second time around as it spewed him into the wall with 15 seconds still to go. The tyre driver was able to drag what was left of his car back to the pit lane, so no red flag, and f*** all of you wanted one just to see me suffer with that meme again, though he'd be a small fish in a big pond when you looked at the several other big names making up that Q1 drop zone. Gabriel Bortoletto was no real surprise, but Kimi Antonelli had been quick all weekend up to this point. Yuki Tsunoda was feeling the pressure in 19th, or actually he wasn't, as the team hadn't put enough of it into the Japanese driver's tyres, and that made it all the more embarrassing when he still went 3/10 faster than Ferrari's Lewis Hamilton, who'd gone from talking about nightmares in Brazil to, quote, not killing himself. Can't wait to hear from John Elkann when he Google translates that one. Charles Leclerc's prancing horse would make it through, but it still couldn't resist briefly killing itself towards the end of that session. The Monegasque coming over the radio to inform the team its engine had just switched off, the pit wall quick to respond with, turn it back on again. You know, I didn't think he'd thought of that. Q2 will continue this high-speed game of chicken, Colapinto eager to show off the newly painted parts of his Alpine by going sideways through the final sector. It will come as little surprise then to find that while this made BWT very happy indeed, it's not the most ideal way to extract lap time. Franco 15th and last as the second session came to an end. Teammate Pierre Gasly was on a slightly better run of form, displacing Hülkenberg at the death to book himself a spot in the top 10 shootout. Special on the Hasbear making up the final drivers eliminated as we got ready for the battle for pole. This is where Oscar Piastri really needed to up his game, or find that game in the first place if he was to stay alive in this championship. Shall we check in on that? Yep, I think he's fucked. As Nossa went off to rub salt in the wounds, Mercedes' pace had fallen off a cliff. George Russell revealing he really liked it wet. Now strapped onto a set of Inters, he could only muster the pace for P4. The last dash of laps were turning this one on its head. Sainz taking provisional pole, only to be cruelly denied by Max Verstappen's Red Bull, and then we turn to Lando Norris bottling it for old time's sake. But I think it's fair to immediately remove said bottle when we look at what he managed to do in the opening 2 sectors. As he relished that pole position, all eyes turned to Charles Leclerc, who'd gone exploring the runoff again. The track marshals were a bit late to respond to this one, throwing the yellow flags once the Monegasque carried on his way, and coincidentally ruining the run of Oscar Piastri, though I'm still adding a bottle to the count as he's seemed far more interested in exploring the cause of said yellow than just powering on with his lap. Nossa and Verstappen make up the front row then, with Piastri only 5th, which is probably a good qualifying from him these days, and a mixed up field further back. A lot to look forward to for race day then, though before that, I think it's time we check in on our ex-bell end of the week. So, I'm about to do something I've never done before on this series. I'm going to defend Lando Norris. That car is a fucking joke. He tried his hardest to bottle the final sector, but the car still carried him through to pole, on a track they're meant to be slow at, by the way. Fuck you. All that tried to argue this was a close season. This almighty showing of intelligence coming the way of Luke, a Charles Leclerc fan who's at his limit, just in case you happen to care. We should really be giving props to this brave soul, daring to criticise Lord Nosso on the one platform whose apparent mission statement these days is to pile drive the Briton and use the friction generated by his rectum as a new form of renewable energy. Yeah, have fun getting that image out of your head. Alexa, play Cry Me a River by Michael Bublé. On repeat. When your ex-teammate outqualifies you in the 5th fastest car. I thought the rain equalised things according to you guys. Focus on the puddle bottling his lap, methinks. This did little to calm our original bell end. I hope you choke on your championship champagne. Big ups to this pigeon for the nomination this week, and if you'd like to put forward the next ex-bell end of the week, use the hashtag on screen, tag me on the platform, or join the Discord server. Now, on to race day. Oh look, Kostecki signs massive Dick Johnson racing extension. There's quite a lot to that one, isn't there? Grand Prix Saturday started as any Vegas race would, Formula 1 finally finding a new role for Michael Massey as he welcomed the drivers to the grid, because this is what we all woke up at 4 AM for, isn't it? Once Mickey and Minnie had finally f***ed off, we could get to lights out. Norris aggressively covering off Verstappen into turn 1, so fixated on the Dutchman, he forgot that little braking thing F1 cars sometimes need to do. That gifted Max the race lead, whilst further back, all hell was breaking loose. Gabriel Bortoletto forgetting about this one and opting just to take revenge on Lance Stroll, sacrificing Pierre Gasly in the process, as Liam Lawson auditioned to be Australia's most hated man when he banged wheels with supposed title contender Piastri. Norris's day was about to get a whole lot worse when Russell muscled his way by. Meanwhile, fellow Briton Ollie Behrman was experiencing the start of dreams, making up 4 spots on the opening lap that we won't get to see because that's called action and TV directors haven't got a fucking clue what that is. They do love the Hunger Games though, as lap 2 began with several sacrificial marshals still down in the runoff area at turn 1, just in case Norris fancied a second trip down there, complemented with some papaya on papaya bowling. Oh, that's handy, let's throw that out now we're all past the slabs of meat on the track. Piastri would regain his P5 starting position when Lawson's front wing made an enemy of the LN4 fanbase and proceeded to fall off. Don't fret though, 2 and 3-year-olds, your nemesis was about to bottle it again and lose position to Charles Leclerc, or Charles Leclerc if you're David Croft in Sky Sports commentary. Over on the other side of the glue factory, Lewis Hamilton had picked up his excuse for being shit this weekend, Alex Albon's Williams clipping the back of the 44 machine, though exactly how that should have been possible in the first place is anyone's guess. Either way, this marked the start of a torrid evening for Albon here, diving into the pits, frantically pointing at his front wing, the team getting him back out in record time, probably due to them ignoring him and not actually changing it. Matters would get even worse when the FIA shattered the Thai driver's cornflakes and handed him a 5-second penalty, and he wasn't the only one in trouble. Kimi Antonelli getting done for jumping the start, though exactly how was up there with questions such as the meaning of life, or why is Isaac Hadjar's nose so fucking big? The Italian was on a rogue one-stop strategy in this one, as he pitted early, battling his way up from the rear of the field. And here's something you won't see every day, Oscar Piastri just gained a position. Antonelli was also on the rise, gaining a handful of positions in the pit stops, and finding himself clinging onto 4th as we entered the second half of the Grand Prix. George Russell was just up the road and defending second from Norris, though pitting earlier put the grid's resident Tory at a disadvantage. Nossa by on lap 34 and now looking right up the road at race leader Verstappen. A thrilling end to this one then. 16 laps for the Briton to catch up. Oh, no, we're on to the final one now. Yeah, that shot was exciting, wasn't it? As a matter of fact though, it was. McLaren now in crisis mode with Lando running out of fuel and Russell fighting back to take away that P2 finish. That final lap battle summed this whole race up, however. Tons of promise, only to wait around and watch as none of it came to fruition. Max Verstappen thus crossed the lines to take another late victory in 2025, Lando just about holding on in second, and Russell completing the top 3. In a fantastic race really, as it made sure anyone who did wake up at 4 AM to watch it live could now very easily go back to sleep again. For the brave few that did keep the TV on, there was even more disappointment in store. The main coverage seemingly ended early as the live feed switched over to F1 Kids. The top 3 whisked away in a pink Lego Cadillac driven by Terry Crews, who was quick to demonstrate why he only hosts America's Got Talent and doesn't actually compete in it.
Making my way downtown, walking fast, faces fast, and I'm homebound.
Okay, I have questions. 1, how many different types of drugs is he on? 2, do they pay him to sound like Mickey Mouse when he laughs, or does he just genuinely sound like that? Michael Massey was back to cap off an underwhelming Las Vegas Grand Prix then, made even more so when you realise this performance wasn't even live. At least I can wrap this up quickly, beg you all to like and subscribe, thank the members and patrons who got a preview of this early, and finally, as is tradition, tell you all to f*** off. You see, the Las Vegas Grand Prix must have a clause in its contract. There must be a minimum level of drama. Thus, McLaren saw both cars investigated for excessive plank wear, and Max Verstappen would be gifted the 2025 championship on a plate. Sorry, I think I've been reading Twitter too much again. After a grueling 4 hours that I'm more than happy to admit I just slept through, the news was made official. Championship leader Norris was stripped to his second place finish. Piastri was also out from 4th, yet somehow gains in this situation. And Max Verstappen now finds himself tied on points with the Australian, 24 behind Lando, with 2 rounds left to go. It's a long shot, but this championship might not just be over just yet. Oh, and Aston Martin are firing Andy Cowell. I guess they thought they'd just slip that in there and hope no one would notice. Hey, I just feel for all the sleep-deprived journalists out there. The whole thing really seemed to be getting to poor Ted Kravitz a bit.
And if you know anybody who might turn me on, in chance be a fine thing.
That gives us the final doubleheader then, with a little more now to play for. So if you enjoyed the comedy review, hit that like button and get subscribed, because I'll be covering all of that right here on the channel. Now, I can finally say it. F*** off. So some exciting personal news to kick us off. Thanks to Castor, I got invited to Red Bull's factory the other week. Should we take a look at the comments on that one? They brought you to test the suspension of the RB22. He's excited to announce he finally found a room big enough to fit him in. Thank goodness they didn't let you sit in one of the cars. And people say bullying doesn't work. Will probably wet himself standing next to that Red Bull with the number 3 Lamau. Yeah, no, that wasn't piss. Okay, on a serious note, big thanks to Castor for the invite, and if you want 15% off on top of their usual Black Friday deals, use the code on screen and the link in the description below. Why is Zach Brown at Red Bull HQ? I'll go and die already.
That's rude.
Hey there guys, I'm Will, and welcome to the Comedy Review, the show where its host only wears sportswear if he's getting sponsored. Alright, listen here, you little shit. It's also the show where we talk about things that happen in motorsport. Things like this. Esteban Ocon finds a 67th chromosome. Charles Leclerc sums up life at Ferrari. And I actually can't think of anything else. I know, let's just check out Mercedes socials. Oh, look, here's Bottas in the fridge. This is usually, say, where I have a lot to talk about, but this time we actually kind of don't. You see, F1 heads to Qatar this week, where usually the best part of the weekend is when everyone gets to go home. It's too hot, the gravel kills you, all in a country where you're more likely to find a woman with a successful career than you are an overtaker around this shit drone. Don't worry though, we've got a sprint this year, making this the one instance where I might actually deem a second practice session more entertaining than a quote-unquote race. Anyway, let's park that terrible news and talk about special. That ought to lighten the mood. Rumours surfaced following the Las Vegas Grand Prix that Aston Martin CEO Andy Cowell was set to be shot in the head. You may well have missed that, of course. It was rather drowned out by all those McLaren fans crying their wank sock was only 24 points ahead with 2 races to go. Aston Martin's PR team have now caught wind of the rumours, and apparently there was a greater need for Andy in the team's engine department. So the question now remains, who takes over his role as team principal? Several big names are in the mix. Horny Horner, Andreas Sai, why did I ever leave McLaren? Even the man Cowell replaced 14 months ago, Martin Whitmarsh, just in case you needed more evidence to prove this was not a fest in any way possible. In the end, the paddock was taken by surprise when Aero Jesus Adrian Newey pulled a Thanos and said, fine, I'll do it myself, taking on the role of team leader and designer and consultant and dinner lady and janitor and that guy that has to mop up daddy specials dribble every now and again. With 7 other high-ranking officials assassinated just 3 weeks ago, at what point does this organisation start to look like the new Alpine? Or perhaps they were the original Alpine. They hired their Make-A-Wish driver years ago. Just a single practice session then. Terrible news for McLaren, who blamed that fact in Las Vegas for their double disqualification due to plank wear, and George Russell was very quick to start writing my comedy review for me. There'd be an extra element of strategy in this one, as Pirelli announced that this race would be a mandatory two-stop in order to prevent the Losail circuit from stoning its tyres that they were a woman who contemplated free will. Anyway, that's an awfully clever way to announce your compounds are shit, isn't it? If it sounds like we're doing a lot of the new stuff in this section dedicated to practice, that probably sums up just how exciting it was out there in FP1, in which Oscar Piastri shocked the world by going fastest for once. Fellow bottle ranger Lando Norris was instead preoccupied with testing his racing lines for qualifying, and Max Verstappen wasn't safe out there either, blaming this off on his steering wheel, seemingly forgetting the fact that he was the one holding it. Further back, the Alpines were doing the rest of the paddock a service by holding them up and allowing for the only overtakes of the weekend. Their playmate, Yuki Tsunoda, was encountering issues of his own though, the engineer over the radio to claim Bottas was approaching from behind. A scary prospect, though don't worry, I think he's still in the fridge. Also, Yuki, I get the feeling that won't be an issue for you next year. We'd end the hour with some qualifying simulation runs and some more riveting off-track moments, this including the two Ferraris, who actually weren't on fast laps, though as you're about to see, it's kind of hard to work out the difference. Ferrari looked to have their mojo back in SQ1, Leclerc P6 on his final effort in the 16 car. Now we just wait for #Bless to join him. Oh, actually, maybe not. Lawson would be the other surprise elimination from the first part of sprint qualifying, the pair joined by Special and Team Special as the remaining 15 moved on to SQ2. That session would see a rather unique strategy put in place by Nico Hülkenberg to remain in the top 10, the Sauber driver scattering gravel all over the road at the final corner, setting up what was effectively a spike strip for the remainder of the field. It wouldn't work, however, the 27 car 14th, just behind his teammate, and the Haas machines failing to progress as well, which quite frankly they deserve after this shit earlier in the week. The last spot in the drop zone was set to be between Isaac Hadjar and Kimi Antonelli, though with the Frenchman set to move up to Red Bull in 2026, Kimi was kind enough to let him experience one last SQ3 before ending his career alongside Max Verstappen. Oh, never mind, Isaac's lap's been deleted. I've forgotten about that, but I've written the joke now, so deal with it. Up at the top of the table, Norris had pipped Piastri to P1, but now this was where it really mattered. As we sat ready for the inevitable bottle that was to come, it spawned from a rather peculiar place. Max Verstappen quite enjoyed bouncing when he was making his kid last year, though now it appears he's not so much a fan. His RB22 looking for sloppy seconds as it spat the Dutchman into the runoff and ripped his own floor off. That meant Verstappen's pace was so bad, it made Yuki Tsunoda look good, the Japanese driver beating his Red Bull teammate for the first time in a qualifying session all year. Checking in on the nursery then, and Piastri done the time good enough to take pole and snag the track record for that matter. Lando Norris was hot on his heels though, until he tried out the Hülkenberg line through the final corner and discovered that rather f***s up your lap. George Russell was thus able to sneak into P2 ahead of the sprint, lining up alongside Oscar Piastri, which you'd think McLaren would look happy about if I'm honest. Four drivers would opt to gut their cars and start from the pit lane for the sprint, so 16 machines would line up on the starting grid, Oscar Piastri would lead from pole, and Oscar Piastri would take his first sprint win of the season. Oh wait, you want more than that? Alright then, brace yourselves. This try not to sleep challenge would see the Australian get away from pole, and after Russell nearly incurred the hatred of the UK's 6-year-old population, the top three would come out of turn 1 exactly as they'd entered it. Max Verstappen was on the move however, barging past a hard-fighting Lando Fernando. Yeah, nice. Max Verstappen was on the move, however, barging past a hard-fighting Fernando Alonso before moving into 4th ahead of his teammate, who I imagine was reminded of his well-being ahead of turn 4. Max thus went on the charge after Lando in 3rd, and as we waited for that to not happen, we could watch as Charles Leclerc went on the mission to baptise every piece of runoff with his Ferrari floor. Anyway, here's Verstappen having a look down the inside of Lando Norris. Hope you enjoyed that, as you're never going to see it again. And at this point, the McLaren broke the DRS, and we got a lovely title contender parade for the remaining 16 tours of this one. Further down the field, Carlos Sainz was putting on a Magic Mike performance to keep fans engaged. Leclerc got some experience with the runoff. He was now giving guided tours to Liam Lawson. This defence completely legal to the point where the Kiwi had to hand P13 back, because these race guidelines really work, don't they? Fernando Alonso had also been doing a great job in 6th, though this off was enough for Kimi Antonelli to complete the only non-lap 1 legal overtake of the afternoon, heading into lap 13. If you wanted to see more of that, tough, you had to put up with the track limits penalties instead. Yuki Tsunoda having the best race of his Red Bull career in P5, though about to throw all that away when he abused the white lines one time too many. He'd momentarily lose that 5th spot, though gain it back when Antonelli was handed the penalty as well, before it was then rescinded and then given back again, because FIA reasons I guess. Meanwhile, Piastri came across the line to take victory. In a sprint, even F1 couldn't push to 8 minutes for their highlights package. Russell and Norris would complete the top 3, Verstappen 4th, and meaning he had to finish ahead of Lando on Sunday if he wants to keep his championship hopes alive, as Nozza bottled the removal of his own balaclava. I meanwhile am just trying to stay alive myself, which gets increasingly more difficult when you see what our ex-Bell end of the week has been up to. going international this week. Most of you can't read this yet, but I think that username kind of speaks for itself. This while watching the Qatar GP as Lando Norris's car catches fire from a fatal crash, the firefighters can't get him out, and there's a heart-wrenching silence while the commentator says the driver isn't moving. Would it surprise you if I said this guy was from Argentina? I hope this backfired to you. It will be a joyous day when no one shows up to your funeral. Your mum on the GIF. Yeah, I think this one speaks for itself. Big thank you to everyone who submitted it, and if you'd like to nominate the next Expelland of the week, use the hashtag on screen, tag me on the platform, or join our Discord server. Now, time to put ourselves all through that again for the Grand Prix. Oh look.
Gabriella. Why you have a picture of me in your room? Do you love me that much?
I can't wait for these guys to f*** off after next week. Another qualifying session and another Q1 elimination for Lewis Hamilton. Ferrari had spent all night changing the car, but according to hashtag Blessed, had somehow made it worse. I think he's just got back to the UK. Franco Colapinto was also out in Q1 as he was ribbed by his own social media admin. He'd find himself sharing the honour with Ocon, Special and Tsunoda. Looks like we really are back to normal. Q2 would be, well, quite frankly, f***ing boring. The Kick Saubers were out as they fondled each other on their live streams. Behrman, Lawson and Albon would complete the final drop zone of the weekend. Up at the front though, both McLarens are on top form so far, and that will continue heading into the top 10 shootout. Lando edging his teammate by 35 milliseconds on the initial runs and leaving Oscar with it all to do if he wanted to keep his streak running at the end of the session. There are a few more twists and turns to come before that though. Charles Leclerc getting a 360-degree view of the Losail International Circuit, and Carlos Sainz bringing half his garage floor with him as he headed out onto the track, which of course means we need a red flag, and yeah, here we go again. We get going in time for one final set of runs from the championship trio. Piastri clapping back to go a 10th faster than his teammate, both McLarens clearly back to their early season form, as Norris has just bottled it yet again. So as the team remembered to celebrate this time round, Verstappen would slot into third and complete the top three. Piastri would pose next to this man, showing far too much skin for the Qatari government. As he was taken away to be executed, it was time for the Grand Prix. Race day would start with Colapinto being consigned to the pit lane again. You know what, when you have to change your car so much during a weekend, might it just be the slab of meat in the middle that's the problem instead? What's that? Package from Argentina? Lando Norris would get the best start off the line, according to David Croft, a stat that was immediately proven to be a massive lie. Verstappen taking advantage of the clean side of the grid, and I don't care if I get some flack for this. At this point in the season, that's being added to the count. There was nothing else to report on lap 1, so we look further down the field. Nico Hülkenberg scrapping with Pierre Gasly in the battle for P9. In Qatar though, overtaking is the same as hugging in public, which means it's illegal, and this move saw Hulk literally stoned on the exit of turn 1. That brought out the safety car at the perfect time. 50 laps remaining, thus 2 stints of 25 laps that obey Pirelli's shit tyre rule. Everyone should be coming into the pit lane, right? Right?
You idiot! You're honestly an idiot. I don't know what's wrong with you. But your ego is pissing me off. You think you're the shit. You think you're so high and mighty.
As everyone peeled in, McLaren opted to stay out, abiding by papaya rules once again. If one driver is to be f***ed, the other one should be too. Time to dig out this graphic again. Notter and Piastri thus found themselves a pit stop down, in a move seemingly taken from Ferrari's advent calendar of shit strategies. On the bright side, this race might now be somewhat interesting. Lando will be reminded to get close on the restart, which you'd think is advice he didn't need, though still threw it away and put himself at risk to Verstappen as we got going again on lap 10. And now the extended highlights jump to lap 25, which says a lot, doesn't it? Piastri and Norris were in for their pit stops at this stage, Lando at risk to Fernando Alonso in 6th, who was stockpiling a train of cars to pounce if McLaren decided to make it 2 bottles for the price of 1. The Briton would hang on, however, and go after Verstappen in the lead, Sainz and Antonelli making up the provisional podium, having gained into the safety car. Piastri would make short work of the Italian on lap 30. Norris, meanwhile, decided studying the intricacies of the Mercedes diffuser was far more important than its crumbling title challenge. Luckily for him, the rest of the field now had to come in. Ollie Behrman facing the music for whatever exactly was going on here, the Briton whacking his steering wheel in frustration and making a noise I've never heard a human make before. McLaren, meanwhile, still believing they were the ones on the right strategy and the remaining 18 cars were just stupid, were busy telling their drivers they now needed to be faster than Max. Problem was, that wasn't happening. Lando whinging on the radio and sending his rear end into Narnia.
Hang on a minute, Oscar. Papaya rules. Make sure you do that too.
Ollie Bearman's day was getting worse. His botched pit stop had now brought on an additional penalty, the Haas driver serving it before promptly rage quitting and going home. Piastri had also had enough, deciding f*** his strategy team, and was making the calls himself, pitting early to try and have time to fight back towards race leader Verstappen in the closing stages of the race. As the Australian came into box, Norris's attempts to go faster than Verstappen were going so well the Dutchman was now right on his tail, the McLaren holding up his championship rival to the point where when he did eventually pit, he found himself not just behind the Red Bull, but also with Sainz and Antonelli in the way. The Spaniard could now smell a second podium on the year. Meanwhile, Fernando Alonso went for a dramatic spin. I'll be honest, I just thought I'd fallen asleep and dreamed that one up. As Russell was the next to discover overtaking around the sail isn't allowed, this one was quickly and thankfully coming to a close. A few laps too early for Isaac Hadjar, whose front tyre did the cool thing in Qatar, killing itself and seeing him trundle to the end on 3 wheels. Antonelli another to bottle it at the flag, giving up P4 for Norris as Verstappen started his final tour. Piastri's efforts to catch up to the Dutchman had gone about as well as my attempts to get a girlfriend this year, Max crossing the line to snatch P2 in the drivers and just be 12 points off Norris heading into the finale next week. Oscar now sits 16 points behind, though is still in it, and Sainz held on to complete this weekend's podium, so that's nice I guess. Things I would rather do than come back here include ripping my own cock off and skull f***ing myself to death with it. Thankfully, the McLaren Omega bottle gave us something to look forward to throughout this one, even if in the end we got very little out of it. Let me know what you thought of it down in the comments below, and if you enjoyed the comedy review, well, I'll be back next week to find out how McLaren throw it all away. So hit that like button like it's Ollie Bearman's steering wheel and get subscribed as we aim for 200k by the end of the season. Actually, I don't think that's happening, is it, lads? Big thank you to Castor once again. If you're watching this video when it comes out, their Black Friday deals are still on, so you can use the link in the description and the code FP1WILL15 to get an additional 15% off on top of that. I won't lie, that also helps support me and the channel as well. But with my corporate pandering out the way, for the penultimate time this year, f*** off. So here we are at last, one final Grand Prix to wrap up the year, and I have absolutely no idea what to do for this bit. I mean, I could talk about the title, but that would probably piss someone off. I could mention 2021, but that would piss even more people off. I could plug my podcast, Talk Shift. No, actually, no one listens to that either. This is really underwhelming, isn't it? Guess we should just roll that intro then.
That's rude.
Hey there guys, I'm Will, and welcome to the Comedy Review, the show that would come out more quickly if the presenter took a break from eating everything, or if he didn't get pissed out of his mind watching qualifying in the pub last night. It's also the show where we talk about things that happen in motorsport. Things like this. Mercedes wave off some old flaps. This Williams mechanic joins the Third Reich. And AI-generated content has gone way too far. For one last time this year, we have a fair bit to talk about. Starting, well, with the obvious. The 2025 Formula 1 season kicked off 266 days ago, and, well, quite a lot has changed. We all thought this season would be a straight fight between McLaren and Ferrari. We all thought Lewis Hamilton was still a good Formula 1 driver. We all thought Yuki Tsunoda had a long and successful F1 career ahead of him. Even that tastes like milk this week. What we were left with may have been very different to what we all imagined going into the year, but as we go into the final round at Abu Dhabi, we have a three-way title fight. The Bottle Rangers and Sid from Ice Age dueling it out to see who wins the world's most expensive fleshlight. So what content creator would I be if I didn't set the ground rules coming into this one? Put simply, if Nossa finishes on the podium, he wins no matter what. If for some reason that doesn't happen, teammate Oscar Piastri would need to finish in the top 2 to keep his title hopes alive, and Verstappen in the top 3. But as I write this on Sunday morning, it's going to take a McLaren mega bottle for the Briton not to leave Abu Dhabi as world champion. Good thing we haven't had any of those recently. The big question walking into this one was whether McLaren chose to implement team orders if it allowed one of their drivers to take the title from Max. Both Norris and Piastri rubbishing said claims in the Thursday press conferences, only for McLaren to immediately call bullshit on themselves as papaya rules were officially burnt at the stake to the joy of, well, let's be honest, everybody. Red Bull were also in the news this week, announcing their driver lineups for 2026. Arvid Lindblad will partner Liam Lawson at VCarb. Max Verstappen's latest sex toy was revealed as 21-year-old Frenchman Isaac Hadjar, with Yuki Tsunoda falling short of next year's grid, spending it locked in Red Bull's simulator room with the decomposing corpse of ex-teammate Daniel Ricciardo. I made a video going into more detail on that earlier this week if you're interested, but that wasn't the only headline surrounding the Milton Keynes-based squad after Qatar. As it turns out, motorsport advisor Helmut Marko was a world-renowned which is ironic considering he lacks the depth of one. That's not really breaking news, but Specsavers here caused uproar this week, accusing Kimi Antonelli of deliberately allowing Lando Norris through at the end of the Qatar Grand Prix, leading to an army of social media mouth breathers tormenting the young Italian on Instagram. Antonelli was forced to black out his profile, and Red Bull published an apology statement, which was quite impressive really, considering they managed to do so without the use of the word sorry. Anyway, should we move on and get to FP1? Friday kicked off as one might expect in Abu Dhabi, mass panic as the 10 teams realised they still needed to run some fresh fetuses, leading to an opening session resembling something more akin to Gary Glitter's dungeon. Among the new arrivals were Pato O'Ward, who took up title contender Oscar Piastri's seat, which I'm sure won't piss off anyone whatsoever, VTEC Logan Sargent, Luke Browning driving for Williams, Alpine reject Paul Aaron filling in for Alpine, and latest Super Formula champion Ayumu Iwasa getting as close as he'll ever get to Formula 1 as he hopped in the shoes of Liam Lawson. Ryo Hirakawa was back for Haas, following the announcement of Toyota becoming a title sponsor in 2026, and Yuki Tsunoda found himself replaced by potential future Yuki Tsunoda, Arvind Lindblad, as he got a go in his Red Bull. Ferrari have been wishing they had 2 Leclercs in the car for most of this year, and an FP1 would get their wish, as Hamilton was swapped out for Charles' brother Arthur once again, this causing absolute chaos for the drivers' race engineers, though judging from last week they still seem to think Bottas is on the grid, so I'd say they're f***ed either way. Most interesting of these debutants lied with Aston Martin, who had to delegate both cars to rookies, Jack Crawford the logical choice on one side of the garage, though for their second machine came a bit of a problem. You see, test and reserve driver Felipe Drogovic had got so disillusioned wiping the arse of Lawrence Stroll, he's opted to subjugate himself to the perils of the Vacuum Cleaner World Championship instead, and that meant Aston Martin needed to find someone else to fill their driving duties for Friday morning, eventually settling on Lord Farquaad here. This is Cian Shields, familiar to those who watch Formula 2 and enjoy paying particular attention to the bottom corner of the timing tower. The Scotsman sat 24th in the standings in a championship that only fields 22 cars. F1 were kind enough to outline his full racing pedigree on the broadcast, just in case you thought there may be some reason why Aston have decided to parachute him in, other than to test possible new locations for a chicane around Abu Dhabi's layout. Unsurprisingly, Farquaad would prop up the competitive order yet again, before going back to do what he did best in Formula 2. On the other end of proceedings, Lando Norris was looking awfully comfortable in his McLaren, taking top spot from Verstappen, the Dutchman claiming his car was broken, quote, everywhere, which is about as useful as Anne Frank's drum kit. With anything remotely sexual banned in Qatar, Charles Leclerc was eager to show off his arsehole once again at the hairpin, the spin prompting a snide remark from brother Arthur, who, if he focused less on the TV screens, might just have been good enough to make it to Formula 1. Anyway, we'd wrap up FP1 coverage with Paul Aaron showing Alpine where they didn't pick him for 2026, and our standard display of McLaren almost bottles, even though War getting in on the action as the morning session came to an end. With Oscar Piastri more or less summing that one up for us, he was at least back behind the wheel for FP2, and immediately getting reacquainted with his McLaren, as well as all the painted runoff areas. Norris and Verstappen weren't without incident either, the pair having to avoid each other out of turn 1, this of course being bigged up on social media like Verstappen had just murdered Baku cat or something. Hamilton was back in his Ferrari and tried to make up for lost time, seen carefully replicating Leclerc's lines from first practice. Problem was, he'd just picked the wrong one. Anyway, a Colapinto off would round this one up for us. Norris again topping Verstappen at the top of the times. As for Piastri, you know what, actually I just don't want to talk about that. It's our final Expel end of the week then, and as I was trawling through the nominations, looking for our next papaya victim, I ended up finding something even better. About an hour ago, I was surrounded by 10 to 15 Hamilton fans. With knives. For the thing, it seems like Mick MV33 here simply decided to take a holiday into the heart of London. I won't go into detail about what happened, but I'm still alive and I didn't beg for forgiveness or run away. Crikey, look at this hard man. You're so brave and tough, man. Where's the victim card? Did this happen? No. No, but in yellow. Me with the Argentinian fan base. No, that's not my burner account. Big up to this guy for the suggestion, and if you'd like to nominate the next Expel end of the week, use the hashtag on screen, tag me on the platform, or just join the Discord server. Now, on to Saturday. Oh look, it's something for the Lewis Hamilton fans.
It's a late lunge by Verstappen, who takes the lead of the race!
So now the 6-year-olds have kindly f***ed off, I can reveal I was actually just being kind, as hashtag Washed was back in action for FP3 and straight into the tyre barriers.
Crofty, he's trying to put in reverse. Should we tell him he's missing a tyre?
Jesus man, I think he's already dead. As Hamilton went on to become the most useful he's been all year as he tidied up the crash site, only to promptly tell this cameraman to shove his lens up his rectum, the 19 other more competent drivers were still turning laps, Yuki Tsunoda preparing for his run plan on Sunday as he practiced killing Lando Norris. Kimi Antonelli was another getting into trouble, getting his own back on helmet Marco by driving into the side of Tsunoda later in the session. Problem was, knowing Marco, he probably enjoyed that. As for the championship fights, none of the contenders would find their way to the top spot in FP3, that position instead being claimed by Mercedes' George Russell, setting us up for a thrilling qualifying with everything to play for, and very little guaranteed. Well, apart from Hamilton going out in Q1. That made the Briton the first driver to qualify 16th in an Abu Dhabi title decider since Nicholas Latifi. The Hamilton fans have not taken too kindly to that one. Joining him in the drop zone were the two Alpines, Hulkenberg and Albon. Tsunoda just hanging on in 15th, pretty important as he'll be rather crucial later on. The big shock from Q2 was Kimi Antonelli, only 14th fastest by the flag and out-qualified by the likes of Bortoletto and the Pukemobile and Fernando Alonso, whose dementia's gone so bad he decided just to not show up to his fan commitments this weekend. Either that or maybe he just doesn't give a f***. Lebiguer would also surprise for Haas as he reminded us how he still existed by slotting into 9th, and with that, all was left to decide was the top 10 shootout. All evidence was pointing to this being the Norris show, the Briton dominant throughout Friday. After the first set of runs, however, the McLaren garage was oddly silent, almost as if Oscar was the one that got pole. He was ahead of Norris, though ahead of both of them was Max Verstappen, the Dutchman coming out of nowhere to go 3/10 faster than the McLarens in a lap that, while we didn't know it yet, would already be good enough to take pole. Nozza would pip his teammate to second at the end, as any hopes of George Russell spoiling the party was dashed by this diarrhea moment out of the final turn. Max Verstappen then was on pole for the title decider, and the real question was, how the hell had he done that? Well, the answer, as it turned out, was Yuki Tsunoda, the Japanese driver rewarded for being competent for once, by means of being turned into Verstappen's toe slave for the entirety of Q3, a role by the looks of things he looks completely thrilled about. I suppose then we should flick over to December 7th, 2025. Actually, December 7th, that seems familiar somehow. Hang on. Oh my god. Sunday would open with Alpine out in the inner complexities of their Formula 1 car, safe in the knowledge that this was the end of the era for these technical regulations, and they were Alpine, so no one's copying that shit anyway. Let's get down to business though. As we all readied the bottle counter, it turns out we wouldn't need it. Norris holding on to second and not dropping like a stone that we've grown accustomed to in 2025. Oscar Piastri wasn't going down without a fight though, sticking with his teammate and swooping around the outside of turn 9. I wonder how the Lando fans took that one. Not very well then. Fernando Alonso, meanwhile, had decided to poke his nose into areas it definitely didn't belong, fighting with Leclerc for P4, which is either a huge compliment to the team at Aston Martin, or further proof that the SF25 deserves to die. The Spaniard could only play competent for so long, however, and soon enough, George Russell was on his tail. Meanwhile, Leclerc used this as an opportunity to run away and start chasing after Norris in third. The Briton was apparently in complete control at this stage of the race, which I assume is why the Ferrari is able to have a look here around the outside and nearly bump him out of championship contention. All credit to Norris though, he resisted the multi-pack of bottles in this one and held his own till the next challenge, the random lottery of the McLaren pit crew. 2.1 seconds was plenty good enough to get him back on his way. Problem was, Drive to Survive had called and asked for some overtaking, which is about as plentiful in Abu Dhabi as virgins at a Taliban bachelor party. The 4-car now found itself staring down the prostate of Kimi Antonelli and several other backmarkers, but the aid of fresh rubber and the threat of F1 Twitter made these guys get out of the way fairly easily, even special if he even knew what was going on. Next up the road, however, was Yuki Tsunoda, told to do what he had to do in order to keep Lando Norris behind. Sadly, the Japanese driver is no Sergio Perez though, and the only way he knew to do that was to weave like a f***ing lunatic and push the Briton off track when he tried to make it by. With both drivers now under investigation and social media having a full-on f***ing brain aneurysm, Norris decided he'd rather have a penalty than attempt to do that again and shot back off up the road. Sergio Perez, meanwhile, cashing in on this drama is one of the best things I've seen on this godforsaken platform. No further action was the call for Norris. Tsunoda, meanwhile, was sent the retirement gift of a 5-second penalty, which for some reason came as a shock to him. It was almost time for the second round of stops at this stage, well, apart from Oscar Piastri, who had seemingly been left to die by the McLaren pit wall, who were only reminded of his presence when Verstappen went to pass him on lap 41. The plan now was to pit the Australian onto a set of mediums, so much loved by the rest of the front runners that no one else was on them, and hope Piastri could claw back 24 seconds in 15 laps to claim the win. And look, I think I could count my victories on F1 Manager on just one hand, but even I look at that and think it's complete and utter bollocks. Verstappen himself could have opted to pit again here, back up the pack, and Bray Norris fell behind. Instead, in a very un-Verstappen move, he chose to stay out and cruise to victory, leaving any hope of him retaining the title in the hands of Charles Leclerc and the glue factory. The Ferrari in fairness had a lot of race pace in this one, but for a driver who, according to Sky Sports, was closing into Norris at a rate of knots, well, he didn't seem to be going anywhere. Thus, for the final 10 laps, we sat and waited to see if anything interesting would happen, which, given this was Abu Dhabi, meant we all went to sleep. There were no sudden engine failures, Nicholas Latifi didn't reappear out of the shadow realm and cause a safety car, it was all just a bit boring. Max Verstappen coming across the line to take victory, but lose the championship by just 2 points. Sure hope there isn't an instant earlier in the year where you could have picked those back up. Shit race aside, we should be giving all the credit here to Lando Norris. So many bottles accumulated over the season, yet in the end they all meant all. The British driver crossed the line to become champion of the world, restore peace and order to the F1 Twitter sphere, and let us celebrate this great sport in unison. Just kidding, the Piastri mental asylum proceeded to do this.
This is for fucking Lando Norris. You might have won this year, bitch, but I promise you, you will not survive to the end of next year. I will fucking find you, and I will kill you. I will kill you. I swear.
Lando fans, perhaps I was too harsh on you. Ladies and gentlemen, meet the ex-bell end of the f***ing year. Oh no, they've blocked me. My life will never recover.
It's not fucking over. And when I find you, trust, it'll be your end. You won this year, but you will not win the next. I swear to God, I'm gonna handle you. I'm gonna find you. I'm gonna find you, so you better up your security, Norris. Because I swear to God, you're gonna be toast.
On the face of it, let's be honest, this race was f***ing shit. But we knew that going in. It's Abu Dhabi after all. There's still a lot to digest in this one though. Obviously the big/only moment of the race, also getting away with passing off track. But even if he had got a 5-second penalty for that, I don't think it would have mattered. They're just to pull Piastri over to get the 4 car back into championship contention. Shout out should probably go to Lewis Hamilton for dragging himself back into the points and not being beaten in the standings by Antonelli, which would have been the embarrassment of the century. Fair play to Alonso for hanging on to 6th as well, plus the 2 Haas boys were also finishing in the top 10. Now people seem to think I go into hibernation in the off-season, which is not on McDonald's, I can see the comments already. But either way, it's not the case, and I've already got plenty planned before the comedy review returns in 2026. Big thank you though to anyone who's watched, subscribed, liked, or even disliked. See Norris fans, I'm including you as well. Big ups to the members and patrons who'll continue getting exclusive and early access content throughout the off-season. Links to all that are down in the description if you fancy joining the fun on that one. But now, for the final time in 2025, f*** off.